Ladies and gentlemen, the program is set to commence in a few moments. Please settle down. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the program is set to commence in a few moments. Please settle down.
Let us now stand for the invocation, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by the Cultural Center of the Philippines Chorale with conductor Tristan Ignacio, and the video of Bagong Pilipinas Hymn and the NPC Hymn.
Magiliw, pelas ang silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupi, di ka pa sisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang tisak ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdinigdig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Panahon na ng pagbabago, dahil sa ito ay kinakailangan tayo na mahal nating bayan.
Panahon na pagbabago, iayos ang mga dapat ayusin. Dapat lang maging tungkulin ng bawat mamamayan dito sa atin. Gawin ng pagbabago tungo sa pag-asenso, magsikap na mabuti at nang kuminhawa tayo. Malaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas. Panahon na ng pagbabago, tungkilikin natin ang sariling atin at tama lang na ugaliin kaysa sa iba sa atin ang unahin. Panahon na ng pagbabago, ang manguna sa kahit anong larangan. Ang tagumpay ay karangalan, ialay o ihandog natin sa bayan. Ulit nang napatunayan ng Pilipino ang husay at lakas, kagandahan at talento. Ang makipagpaligsahan kahit anong oras, ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas. Panahon na ng pagbabago, buhay natin ay gawing maaliwalas. Marami ang magandang bukas, sumula ng bagong Pilipinas. Ng pagbabago tungo sa pag-asenso, magsikap na mabuti at nang kuminhawa tayo. Malaki natin sa mundo at ipamalas ang bagong Pilipino at bagong Pilipinas. Panahon na.
Rise of information, we're here to protect your personality. The National Privacy Commission is here to serve for data protection. We are one, we support in building a culture of privacy. To monitor, to ensure compliance of the country, to respect and to uphold your right to privacy. Driven by workforce, knowledge base and competitive, committed to excellence and being a leading nation, to empower, to enforce, and building a culture of privacy. To monitor, to ensure compliance of the country, to respect and to uphold your right to privacy.
Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 National Data Privacy Conference. Meet your hosts, Justin and Ashley.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome from the National Privacy Commission to the celebration of Privacy Awareness Week 2026. with the theme Anamnesis, looking back and moving forward. Give yourselves a hand for being here. We're glad that you are here with us today. This week, ladies and gentlemen, we have two highlights. We had the PAW Awards 2026, that was yesterday, and today, the 2026 National Data Privacy Conference with the theme Digital Bayanihan, Nurturing Privacy Consciousness in the Age of AI. My name is Justin. We are delighted to have you with us today for what promises to be an insightful conversation on Digital Bayanihan, which reminds us that privacy is a shared responsibility, like the spirit of community that we have and value as Filipinos.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure to greet you all today for PAW 2026. I am Ashley Tuaso, and one of your hosts for today's event, and it's an honor to be hosting this event together with Justin. Hi, Justin. It's an honor to be sharing this stage with you. Ladies and gentlemen, today we come together to strengthen trust, promote responsible AI, and uphold every person's right to dignity and control over their personal data. And of course, you are joining hundreds in physical attendance here at Okada, Manila, and thousands more tuning in online on Facebook and YouTube. Hello, everybody. And of course, we are also live via Microsoft Town Hall.
That's right, Ashley. Hello to those of you who are tuning in online as well. Now, to officially kick things off, the NPC has prepared a powerful video that captures the energy behind data privacy and our shared commitment, especially as we celebrate the NPC's 10-year anniversary this year and embrace the spirit of Digital Bayanihan for data privacy rights. So, sit back and get ready to be inspired. Please turn your eyes to the screen and roll the video.
10 years ago, the National Privacy Commission began its journey. A small agency with a big mission to uphold the right to privacy and protect the personal data of every Filipino. In those early days, data privacy was still a new conversation. Organizations were learning what it meant to protect personal information, and individuals were only beginning to realize the value of their digital identities. But together, we started building a culture of privacy in the Philippines. Today, I am deeply honored to serve as a third Privacy Commissioner, continuing a mission that has been shaped by the leadership, dedication, and vision of those who came before me. Our first Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Raymond Iliboro, laid the foundation of the Commission.
Ang datos ng Pilipino, protektado.
Guiding the country through the early implementation of the DPA and establishing the institutional framework for privacy protection in the Philippines. Our second Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry D. Naga, strengthened that foundation, expanding regulatory guidance, deepening engagement with stakeholders, and steering the NPC toward becoming a multi-award-winning and widely recognized authority in data privacy and personal data protection.
Datos nyo po, poprotektahan namin kasi ang datos mo, protektado.
Because of their leadership and the continued commitment of our partners and stakeholders, the work of protecting personal data has grown stronger over the years. We have worked with government agencies, private institutions, and communities across the country and all over the globe. We have issued policies, provided guidance, responded to emerging technologies, and helped Filipinos better understand their rights and responsibilities in the digital age. And through every challenge and every milestone, one thing has guided our work: the belief that privacy is a foundation of trust. As we mark the 10th anniversary of the National Privacy Commission, we invite you to celebrate this journey with us. Today, let us celebrate Privacy Awareness Week. This year's overarching theme, Anamnesis, Looking Back and Moving Forward, calls on us to reflect on where we started, appreciate how far we have come, and renew our commitment to the future of data privacy in the Philippines. Looking back, we honor the individuals and organizations who helped shape this progress to the PAW Awards 2026 with the theme 10 for 10. We recognize 10 outstanding champions whose efforts have strengthened privacy protection in our country. As we move forward, protecting personal data amid the rapid rise of artificial intelligence and digital technologies requires collective action. This National Data Privacy Conference, with the theme Digital Bayanihan, Nurturing Privacy Consciousness in the Age of AI, let us come together to share insights, exchange ideas, and shape the next chapter of privacy protection in our country. As we celebrate 10 years of the National Privacy Commission, we also celebrate the growing community that made this journey possible. Our partners, stakeholders, and every Filipino who believes that personal data deserves protection. Be part of the conversation. Let us continue the work of protecting privacy for today and for the years ahead.
Wow, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big round of applause, everybody, for NPC's 10th year anniversary. Wow, what a powerful way to begin. And of course, that video reminds us of how far we've come from building awareness to strengthening a culture of accountability and trust, right? And of course, aside from that, at this juncture, we welcome our Deputy Privacy Commissioner to give us the opening remarks. He is a member of both the Philippine and New York Bar with over a decade of experience in data privacy and security, ICT law, regulatory compliance, and litigation. He earned his Juris Doctor from the University of the Philippines College of Law and his Master of Laws from Columbia Law School in New York.
Prior to joining government, he was a senior partner in a reputable law firm, advising leading organizations across various industries on global data protection and regulatory matters. As Deputy Privacy Commissioner, he continues to champion a balanced approach to data protection. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Juan Paulo F. Fajardo.
A big round of applause, everybody.
To our distinguished guests, Honorable Henry Ruel R. Aguda, Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Honorable Marius D. Corpus, GCG Chairperson, Honorable Cristina Faye Condes de Sagun, DICT, Honorable Leonido Pulido III, DICT, our colleagues from across government, including the DICT and GCG, and the private sector, our friends in civil society, and the entire National Privacy Commission family. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It is genuinely good to be in the same room with people who care about the same things we do. This is, by any measure, a meaningful occasion. We are gathered not just to celebrate Privacy Awareness Week, but to mark 10 years of the National Privacy Commission, a decade that has shaped, in ways both visible and quiet, how this country thinks about data, dignity, and the rights of every Filipino in the digital world. 10 years, and we are only getting started. Our theme, Anamnesis, looking back and moving forward, is, I think, a wise choice for this moment. Anamnesis is a Greek word, and it means more than simply remembering. It means recovering something, bringing it back into the present so it can mean something again. Not nostalgia, not a highlight reel, but a kind of honest, purposeful reflection that tells you who you are and where you are meant to go. When I look back at the past 10 years of the NPC, I do not see a list of regulations and compliance figures. I see a story of people who believed in something before it was widely believed in, who built something the country needed before the country fully knew it needed it. A story that is still being written by every person in this room and beyond. The story is worth pausing for, and today we do. When the National Privacy Commission was formally established in 2016, data privacy was for most Filipinos still an unfamiliar concept, something distant, something technical, something that belonged to lawyers and large corporations rather than to ordinary people going about their lives. We believed it had to be more than that, and so we went to work. We built the regulatory foundations. We engaged organizations across every sector, public and private, large and small. We educated, we listened, we adapted. We brought the conversation about privacy to barangays and boardrooms alike. And everywhere we went, we carried the same message: your personal data is a part of who you are. You have the right to know how it is used and the right to have it protected. That message took time to land. Change always does. But a decade on, data privacy is a genuine part of the national conversation, a difficult national conversation. Organizations have dedicated privacy officers, citizens are more aware of their rights, and the NPC has become one of the more trusted data protection authorities in the region, not by accident, but because of the sustained, often unglamorous work of the people who chose to show up for this mission year after year. Privacy did not find its place in this country on its own. People put it there, and these people are in this very room. Of course, anamnesis is not an invitation to stay in the past. We look back so we can move forward with clearer eyes. And what we are moving forward into is, by any honest assessment, a more complex world than the one we started in. Artificial intelligence is no longer on the horizon. It is already here, already embedded in how we access healthcare, how we apply for services, how decisions get made about our finances, our opportunities, even our very freedoms. It carries enormous potential for good, and we should say so plainly. AI can make government faster, make healthcare more accessible, and open doors that have long been closed to so many Filipinos. But here is what we must hold on to. Even as the technology grows more capable and more pervasive, behind every dataset is a person. Behind every algorithm is a set of choices someone made about whose interests matter. And behind every automated decision is a real life with real consequences for a real Filipino who deserves to be treated with dignity and not merely processed as a data point. The NPC's role is not to slow down progress. Far from it. Our role is to make sure that progress does not outpace our humanity. That is a responsibility we take seriously and one we will not set aside simply because the technology moves fast. Which is precisely why our sub-theme resonates so deeply. Digital Bayanihan, nurturing privacy consciousness in the age of AI. Bayanihan at its heart is a recognition that some things cannot be carried alone. It is what happens when a community decides, without being asked, that a shared burden is worth sharing. Privacy in the digital age is that kind of challenge, too vast, too consequential, too deeply woven in every aspect of modern life for any single institution to address on its own. The NPC can set the standards and enforce the rules, but a genuinely privacy-conscious society is built by far more than a regulatory body. It is built by businesses that treat privacy as as a core commitment rather than a legal obligation, by educators who help young Filipinos understand that their digital identity is real and worth protecting, by parents, by community leaders, by every person who decides to pay attention to what they share and why. Privacy consciousness cannot be mandated into existence. It has to grow from awareness to understanding, from understanding to habit, from habit to culture. That is the work of Bayanihan, and this week is one of the ways we do it together. As the NPC steps into its second decade, we carry forward both the lessons of the past and a clear sense of what the future demands. We are deepening our regulatory frameworks to keep pace with emerging technologies. We are strengthening our partnerships within the region and beyond because data does not respect borders, and our approach to protecting it cannot afford to either. We are also recommitting ourselves to something that has always been close to the heart of the institution, making privacy understandable and accessible to every Filipino, not just those with the resources or the training to navigate complex legal terrain. Rights are only meaningful when people know they have them. In everything we do, we return to the same foundation, the person. Not the data subject, the person. That distinction is not semantic, it is the whole and entire point. Before I close, I want to return to the word at the center of our theme, anamnesis, one more time. To remember in the truest sense is to restore. It is to bring something back into the present and say, this still matters. This is still ours to carry. What the NPC carries forward is not just a mandate, it is a belief, quiet but unshakable, that every person deserves to have a say in their own story. In a world increasingly defined by data, the human being must remain the point of the whole exercise. Not a variable, not a profile, a person. That belief is what built this institution. It is what sustained it through a decade of challenges no one fully anticipated, and it is what will carry us forward into whatever the next 10 years bring, with steadiness, with purpose, and with a kind of resolve that does not need to announce itself to be real. To the NPC team, what you do every day is not small. It is the slow, faithful work of protecting something that matters, the dignity of people you will mostly never meet, in situations you will never fully see. This is a privilege, and I hope you carry it as such. To our partners, thank you for choosing to be part of this. Privacy is better protected because you are in the room. And to everyone here, I hope this week gives you something to bring back, a renewed sense of why this work matters and your place within it. Because you have one, each and every one of you. Happy Privacy Awareness Week and a very meaningful 10th anniversary to the National Privacy Commission. 10 years in and still the most important conversation in the room. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much to Deputy Privacy Commissioner Fajardo. Your remarks definitely set a strong tone and gave us a great start of the day. Some great things that were mentioned there, just including and just kind of focusing on his on what he mentioned, that the blistering pace that technological advancement and progress is taking nowadays does not deter the NPC from their focus on humanity, and they don't want the digital progress to outpace their focus on humanity. The people who are working on these technological advancements, the people who need to be aware of the things that are going on as far as data privacy goes as well, because that is what has made the NPC so successful over these past 10 years and will continue to launch you forward as well. Thank you so much again for those powerful words. And now, to keep the program rolling, it is our honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker. He is the head of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or the DICT. He brings over 35 years of expertise in telecommunications, digital transformation, and financial inclusion. Appointed in March 2025, he champions a bold vision for a digitally empowered Philippines through Digital Bayanihan, anchored on 4 pillars: digital-first economy, inclusive tech for all, cybersecurity and data privacy, and transparency in governance.
Additionally, prior to his appointment, he led groundbreaking digital initiatives in both the private and public sectors, including innovations in fintech, neobanking, and e-governance. A recognized thought leader and educator, he continues to advocate for a secure, inclusive, and future-ready digital nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Secretary Henry Roel Aguda. A big round of applause, everybody.
GCG Chairperson Marcus Corpus, sir, thank you for gracing the occasion. Commissioner Geraldine Berberabe Martinez, my former boss. Commissioner Jan Barcena, Deputy Commissioner Jan Fajardo, Deputy Commissioner Amelito Belarmino, ED Alvin Alzona of the NPC, to the leadership and to my colleagues at the ICT who joined me here today in support of the NPC, to the family of the National Privacy Commission, our partners from government and industry, members of civil society, our cybersecurity and data protection professionals, and our fellow Filipinos joining us today. Magandang araw po. First of all, let me congratulate National Privacy Commission as we celebrate National Privacy Month. And more importantly, congratulations on 10 meaningful years of service to the Filipino. Today is not only a celebration of an institution, it is also a celebration of the people who helped build and guide it through those years. And so today, it is only fitting that we acknowledge the leaders of the National Privacy Commission who each helped shape the country's privacy culture during the different moments of our digital journey. Yesterday, I was here to congratulate Chairman Raymond Enriquez Liboro, who helped establish the foundations of the Commission during the formative years. Under his leadership, the NPC operationalized the Data Privacy Act, introduced privacy governance framework across government and industry, and being a DPO myself before, we all remember the 5 utos ng NPC. So at saka kung manonood po kayo dati ng pelikula sa mga movie houses, si Commissioner Liboro po yun. We also acknowledge former Privacy Commissioner John Henry Denaga for helping strengthen the Commission's regulatory posture during a period of rapidly growing cyber threats, online scams, cross-border data concerns, and digital platform risk. Actually, it was under Chairman Denaga where kahit saang restaurant kayo pumunta, may makikita na kayong keyhole. Di ba? So it's mainstream. Actually, it's something na I shared with the NPC right now na baka lahat ng apps ngayon dapat may keyhole na. Di ba? So that people can see a seal of compliance with the NPC. And of course, all the deputy commissioners who have come before, madami po sila, and I'd like to acknowledge that they've also been part of the journey of the NPC. And today, under the leadership of Privacy Commissioner Chairman Jan Barcena, appointed by President Ferdinand R. Marcos for guiding the Commission through a new and more complex digital environment, it's only of late that privacy issues are now tied up with the new world of artificial intelligence. So imagine, we didn't anticipate a future where you will have your own living, breathing avatar on the internet. So I don't envy the work ahead of you guys. It's a very complex and evolving landscape. Each generation of leadership faced different challenges, but all share one mission: to protect the dignity, trust, and privacy rights of Filipino people in all digital age. 10 years ago, many Filipinos barely talked about data privacy. Most people did not think twice before posting personal information online. We freely upload photos, birthdays, IDs, locations, even details about our families and daily lives. Back then, privacy often felt like an abstract topic, something technical, something distinct. But over the last 10 years, the world changed very quickly, and many painful global and local events reminded us why privacy matters. We saw massive data breaches affecting millions of people around the world. We saw social media data being harvested and manipulated for political influence. We saw cyber criminals target hospitals, schools, businesses, banks, and even government systems. Here in the Philippines, we remember incidents like the COMELEC data breach years ago, where sensitive voter information of millions of Filipinos was exposed online. We saw the rise of phishing scams, online lending harassment, fake text messages pretending to come from banks and governments, identity theft, fake accounts, stolen OTPs, leaked private photos and conversations. And in recent years, we entered a completely new era, the era of artificial intelligence. Today, fake voices can sound real. Deepfake videos can imitate real people. AI-generated scams can pretend to be family members or trusted institutions. Sometimes, even truth itself can feel under attack. I was a victim of fake news recently, and I too was, for a moment, didn't know what real or what is fake. And that is why the work of the National Privacy Commission has become more important than ever. Because behind every data breach is not just information, it's a human being. A mother trying to protect her child, a worker protecting hard-earned savings, a student protecting dignity and reputation, a senior citizen trying to not to become a victim of fraud. Privacy is deeply personal. For those of you who had the fortune of not being victimized, I assure you, once you become a victim, you will never look back. You will fight aggressively to make sure that privacy is protected. It is really about trust, and trust is something we should never take for granted. Over the last decade, the NPC helped build the trust quietly and steadily. The Commission established systems for breach reporting and accountability. It helped organizations understand their responsibilities under the Data Privacy Act. It educated the public. It strengthened awareness across government and private institutions. I was talking to the chairman also. Sabi ko, baka ibalik niyo yung advertorial ni Com Liboro before, pero gawin niyo naman sa YouTube. Dami-damihan niyo rin, di ba? And it reminded all of us that personal information is not just data to be collected and stored casually. It represents real people and real lives. The numbers themselves are sobering. Billions of records connected to breaches and incidents have been reported over the years through systems monitoring of the Commission. But again, behind every number is a Filipino story. And this is why the vision of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for a bagong Pilipinas is important and timely. The President has consistently emphasized the need for digital transformation because he understands that the future of our economy, education, healthcare, governance, and national competitiveness will increasingly depend on technology. Today, government services are becoming digital, payments are becoming digital, education is becoming digital, even our daily communication and relationships are now deeply connected to the online world. But digitalization only succeeds if people feel safe, if people are protected. If citizens fear scams, harassment, identity theft, and exploitation, then trust weakens. And once trust is lost, progress slows down. That is why privacy protection is not separate from nation building. It is part of nation building. As Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, I strongly believe that our mission is not only to connect Filipinos, our mission is also to protect them. Because technology should make people feel empowered, not anxious, not afraid, not vulnerable. And honestly, this is not just a government responsibility anymore. Privacy protection must become part of our culture. Parents teaching children to be careful online. DepEd is now working with their curriculum to include privacy education. School teaching digital responsibilities. Business respecting customer information. Government agencies protecting citizens' data with integrity. And ordinary Filipinos learning simple but important habits. As another experience of mine, I really get irritated when I go into events and I'm asked to, again, sign my name, put my phone number, etc. And they do not dispose of the logs properly. So I think there will be a crackdown soon by Deputy Commissioner Fajardo on all the violators. Double-checking suspicious messages, protecting passwords and OTPs, being careful about oversharing online, and remembering that not every link should be trusted. Hence, I encourage the Commission to put the privacy key on every online asset that any company launches, so that when they ask for your credential, you will see up front, like the restaurants and the storefronts that we see right now, that there's the privacy keyhole. Sometimes the strongest cybersecurity tool is awareness and discipline. So my dear friends, the future will become even more digital from this point forward, and while technology will continue to evolve rapidly, things will remain constant. Our respect for human dignity, because privacy is ultimately about dignity. It is about respecting people, protecting families, protecting trust, and creating a digital future that is humane, ethical, and compassionate. And to the NPC, thank you for a fantastic 10 years of vigilance and active protection of our own privacy. And I wish you good luck in the next 10 years. And kung ano pong suporta ang kailangan niyo sa DICT, nandito lang po kami. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo and let us continue building safer, kinder, and more trusted digital Philippines together. Isang ligtas, isang mapagkakatiwalaan, at isang konektadong bagong Pilipinas sa lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much to Secretary Aguda. Sir, could we ask you to please stay on stage? We're going to be having a little photo opportunity here as well. Thank you so much. Again, your insights challenged us to think more boldly about the spirit of Digital Bayanihan, responsible AI, and shared work in strengthening data privacy in the digital age. We're now going to take a moment to invite our NPC officials on stage for a photo with Secretary Aguda. So we'll take some time. Thank you so much. And while we're doing that, please get ready, everybody, as we will be having a photo opportunity with everybody as well. We'll be taking a photo of all the participants here on here from the stage. All right, so please get ready for that while we are waiting for this photo.
Yes, of course. And since this is the 10th year anniversary, I want everyone to show us their biggest smiles on photos. All right. And you know what, Justin? I just admire what Secretary mentioned a while ago, specifically about data privacy. It's more than just protecting ourselves, but it's also about protecting our families and the people around us. Especially the social issues or the things that are happening on the internet are very rampant nowadays. But I agree that we should protect our rights and, more importantly, our privacy, right?
That's right. Ultimately, what was mentioned was that at the end of the day, data privacy is really about dignity, protecting the dignity of our people, protecting and building the trust of our people as well. People being able to know that they can trust and be safe with the technology that they use, and knowing and being equipped to be able to know when to be able to share data, when not to share data, what things to share, what things would be more unsafe to share, and like Secretary Aguda said, being able to dispose of data properly, right? We forget about that we can kind of protect data while it's being handled and while it's being taken care of, but do we dispose it in a way that is safe and proper for everybody as well? So great things to consider as we move forward with today's program.
Indeed. And of course, Justin, aside from that, the Digital Bayanihan is more than just a theme, but as well, we should cultivate it in our everyday lives.
All right, and now as we move on and go into taking a group photo, can we request that everybody please stand up? Please stand up as we're going to be taking a photo of all of our participants from the stage. All right, please stand up so that you can be seen for our photo. If you are willing, you can kind of make your way towards the aisles, the spaces in between the tables, so that you can also be more seen. We're going to be taking a photo right here from the middle. I'll allow our photographers to make their way on stage so that they can direct us accordingly. But please stand up, make your way towards the aisles in between the tables so that there's space. Move towards the center a little bit of our main hall so that we can all be seen, please.
All right, everybody, once again, please compress a little bit so that you will be visible in the camera. All right, everybody. At a count of 3, I want everybody to wave their hands. Give us your biggest smiles. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1, wave your hands, everybody. Show us your biggest smiles. Wow. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2026 National Data Privacy Conference. And it's such a huge pleasure to have you here with us today. All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
You can take your seats. Thank you. We appreciate it. And thank you for making this photo. Definitely one for the books, one that we'll be able to keep and show later on as well.
All right, everybody, at this point, thank you so much, everyone, for participating. And of course, at this juncture, we will have a short break. So if you want, everybody, feel free to grab a coffee, tea, or snacks. They are available at the designated areas. Settle in, make yourselves comfortable. And of course, we would also like to invite everyone to visit our Heritage Hall at the entrance, as well as our PAW 2026 photo booth. And Justin, this is the perfect time for them to take photos so they can grab souvenirs for this event. And when posting photos, everybody, please remember to tag the official Instagram account of NPC at privacy.gov.ph. We also have stickers when you post stories. Just search for hashtag PAW 2026 or hashtag PAW 2026. Thank you so much, everybody.
Our break is going to be about 30 minutes. So again, make sure to visit the booths like Ashley said. Take your time to grab your snacks. We'll be back here at 10:45. Okay, so 30-minute break. See you later, everybody.
wallet ko. Bayad po ng tuition fee ng mga anak ko po yun.
Ayon sa investigasyon, nag-post ang biktima sa social media ng screenshots ng kanyang e-wallet app at iba pang dokumento isang araw bago maglaho ang kanyang pera. Meron din daw itong nakachat na nanghingi ng kanyang MPIN. Ayon sa mga otoridad, maaaring nagamit ito ng salarin upang matransfer o ma-withdraw ang kanyang pera mula sa nasabing app.
Ay, grabe naman yung nangyari kay ate. Kawawa naman. Okay. Back to school duties. What? Naka-public pala yung group namin? Oh my God!
Hi anak, musta first day mo?
Ma, pinapapost ng advisor namin yung address natin. Tapos yung buong pangalan and contact numbers nyo. Tapos naka-public yung group namin.
O alam na Des, anong bilin ko sa'yo?
Na huwag mag-share ng personal information online. Lalo na sa public post, pages, or groups.
Very good! Back to work na ako ha. Go back to class.
Sige ma.
Bro, sagutan mo na yung tinag ko sa'yo. Masaya yun. Stag mo na rin si Naton.
Oo nga, ang weak mo naman. Ikaw na lang yung hindi pa sumasagot sa atin, no? Viral na nga si Ivy eh.
Bro, delikado yung mga ganun. Pwede magamit sa identity theft or yung paghulan ng mga passwords nyo o kung ano-anong mga data privacy concerns. Masyadong personal yung info na hinihingi. Basta bro, kasi yung mga ganyan.
Okay, sige. Delete. Basta, thanks bro ah. Basta mamaya, mauba tayo.
Yeah, later. Bro, sino ba yung nag-chat sa atin?
Ah? Hindi ko alam. Kala ko friend yun.
Uy, hindi ah. Ngayon ko nga lang din nakachat yun eh.
Nagulat ako. Biglang nagtatanong ng school at address natin eh.
O, sino yung pinag-uusapan nyo?
Di rin namin kakilala ma. Bigla na lang nagchat-chat. Kala namin friend namin eh.
Nako, wag nyong i-chat yung mga personal info nyo at saka ng family nyo ha. Ingat sa mga kausap nyong di nakikita.
Yes po,
Yes po, tita.
Maalala ko nga pala, Alan, yung mami mo nasa Baguio ba ngayon?
Opo, pero pauwi na rin po yun. Parating na rin po siguro.
Matagal ko nang gustong kausapin yung mami mo. Sabihan mo, wag post ng post kung nasan siya ng real time. Naka-public pa naman yung profile niya. Nalalaman ng mga masasamang loob na wala kayong kasama dyan sa bahay niyo.
Tita, di naman po nila alam yung bahay namin eh.
Nako, anong hindi? Anak, i-load mo yung page ng tita mo. Ito oh, pati ID ng kapatid mo pinost pa. Nandyan yung address nyo, di ba? Delikado yan para sa inyong magkakapatid.
Sakto po, kadarating po ni Mama. Kausapin ka na po, Tita Leia.
Kumaring Leia, kamusta?
Mare, i-delete mo yung mga post mo ng ID ni Bunso at saka yung mga may nakasulat kung saan kayo nakatira, saka kung saan siya pumapasok. Delikado kaya yun. Baka mamaya magamit pa yung mga info ni Bunso sa mga kung ano-anong data privacy concerns.
Ganun ba? Online friends ko lang naman ang makakakita.
Naku Mare, hindi. Naka-public nga yung profile mo eh. Kahit sino, nakikita yung mga post mo. Saka ingat na lang tayo lagi, Mars. Kahit akala nating friend natin, hindi mo masasabi. Oh, kita yung mga buong address nyo.
Oo nga. Sige, i-delete ko na agad. Salamat, Mars!
Tapos na ba kayo ma? Lalaro kami eh.
na tayo ang gumagawa ng sarili nating swerte. If you work hard, unti-unti mo ring machechekan lahat ng mga pinapangarap mo. Pati na ang mga pangarap nila. Kaya kahit ano pang challenge ang dumating, G ako diyang harapin. With a smile on my face.
Ayan! Meron naman sigurong winner dito sa mga kuha ko, diba? Yun, no? Oh my God, love it.
Pero hindi rin naman masamang tumaya sa tadhana, diba? Wala namang masama kung magtiwala at umasa, hindi ba?
Hi! Jenny! Cute and wacky Jenny! Gusto ko lang makipagkaibigan! May dala akong gift para sa'yo!
Diyos ko po! Ano ba ito?
Hoy! Ba't ka nang gugulo dito? Pag hindi ka umalis, papabarangay kita!
Oh, Diyos ko po. Buti na lang nandyan si Mang Jun. Ano ba itong nangyayari? Hello?
Hi, Jenny.
Sino to?
Makikipagkaibigan lang. Nag-message ako sa'yo kanina. Natuwa ako sa picture mo eh. Ang cute-cute mong mag-waki.
Yun nga lang, minsan, tayo rin ang dahilan ng sarili nating kamalasan. But that doesn't mean we let them win, diba? Lalaban tayo to protect ourselves. To protect our rights. To protect our privacy. I still believe na tayo ang gumagawa ng sarili nating swerte. But sometimes, it also helps na may kakampi tayo. To protect us from our mistakes.
Si Mama, very thoughtful. Minsan, hindi mo pa alam ang kailangan mo, binibigay na niya. If she can make your life easier in whatever way she can, gagawin niya agad. Yun nga lang, sa sobrang eager niyang mapasaya ka, minsan nakakalimutang mag-ingat.
Yes, this is my first time to use my card.
and I'm very excited. Yes, I have already emailed my ID and a photo of my credit card.
Thank you, ma'am. We just need a few more details for verification. May I ask for your full name and billing address?
Okay. Vicky Miranda, 404, Mapa Avenue, Quezon City.
Lastly, to proceed with your purchase, we just need a 3-digit number at the back of your credit card.
All right, here it is.
Wow, Ma!
Advance happy birthday, anak! Ayan, hindi ka na mahihirapan sa schoolwork mo.
Ma! Thank you, Ma!
She gives so much. Kaya ano man ang mangyari, I'll be here to support her.
What is this? Hindi ko naman binili tong mga to.
What's wrong, Ma?
Anak, check mo nga. Ang daming nakalista sa credit card bill ko. Once ko lang naman
Once
ginamit.
again, ladies and gentlemen, while you are having your short break, you may want to take advantage of our PAW 2026 photo booth so you can have your souvenirs of this program. And of course, we would like to invite everyone to visit our Heritage Hall at the entrance. And when posting photos, please tag the official Instagram account of NPC at privacy.gov.ph. We also have stickers when you post stories. Just search for hashtag PAW2026 or hashtag PAW2026. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, while you are having your short break, you may want to take advantage of our PAW 2026 photo booth. You may also want to visit our Heritage Hall at the entrance. And when you are posting photos, please tag the official Instagram account of NPC at privacy.gov.ph. We also have stickers when you post stories. Just search for hashtag PAW 2026. Thank you so much, everybody.
Si Mama, very thoughtful, but sometimes technology gets the better of her. If I can make her life a little easier, in whatever way I can, gagawin ko agad.
Ibang klase itong taon na to for all of us. Para tayong ikinulong. Daming nagbago. Buti na lang nandyan ka. My rock, my strength. It's been a year since we got married. And though it's not the wedding that we imagined, gusto ko pa rin ipakita sa'yo how much I appreciate you being my wife. This is it. Happy anniversary, love.
Baby, ano to? Di ba wala mo ng gifts this year?
Hindi ko napigilan eh. I know, hindi ko nabigay yung wedding na gusto mo. At least makabawi man lang. Kahit konti.
Thank you.
Iba na nga talaga ang panahon ngayon. Dahil ang akala mong harmless na mga bagay, pwede mo rin palang ikapahamak.
Asti pre, dito nakatira yung Joseph. Oo, yung bumili ng 50,000 na kwintas na nakapost sa social media. Basta, lukot ka ha.
Joseph, gising! Napasok ata tayo.
Ha? Yung kwintas! At yung wallet ko! Oo, I ignore the red flags. But we should be able to trust our shopping transactions, diba? We trusted them with our personal information. They broke our trust. At dahil dun, tayong nalagay sa alanganin. I promise you, we will make them pay.
nagulat na lang po ako at bigla na lang naubos yung laman ng e-wallet ko. Pambayad po ng tuition fee ng mga anak ko po yun.
Ayon sa investigasyon, nag-post ang biktima sa social media ng screenshots ng kanyang e-wallet app at iba pang dokumento isang araw bago maglaho ang kanyang pera. Meron din daw itong nakachat na nanghingi ng kanyang MPIN. Ayon sa mga otoridad, maaaring nagamit ito ng salarin upang matransfer o ma-withdraw ang kanyang pera mula sa nasabing app.
Ay, grabe naman yung nangyari kay ate. Kawawa naman. Okay. Back to school duties. What? Naka-public pala yung group namin? Oh my God!
Hi anak, musta first day mo?
Ma, pinapapost ng advisor namin yung address natin. Tapos yung buong pangalan and contact numbers nyo. Tapos naka-public yung group namin.
O alam na Des, anong bilin ko sa'yo?
Na huwag mag-share ng personal information online. Lalo na sa public post, pages, or groups.
Very good! Back to work na ako ha. Go back to class.
Sige ma.
Bro, sagutan mo na yung tinag ko sa'yo. Masaya yun. Stag mo na rin si Naton.
Oo nga, ang weak mo naman. Ikaw na lang yung hindi pa sumasagot sa atin, no? Viral na nga si Ivy eh.
Bro, delikado yung mga ganun. Pwede magamit sa identity theft or yung paghulan ng mga passwords nyo o kung ano-anong mga data privacy concerns. Masyadong personal yung info na hinihingi. Basta bro, kasi yung mga ganyan.
Okay, sige. Delete. Basta, thanks bro ah. Basta mamaya, mauba tayo.
Yeah, later. Bro, sino ba yung nag-chat sa atin?
Ah? Hindi ko alam. Kala ko friend yun.
Uy, hindi ah. Ngayon ko nga lang din nakachat yun eh.
Nagulat ako. Biglang nagtatanong ng school at address natin eh.
Oh, sino yung pinag-uusapan nyo?
Di rin namin kakilala ma. Bigla na lang nagchat-chat. Akala namin friend namin eh.
Nako, wag na wag niyong i-chat yung mga personal info niyo at saka ng family niyo ha. Ingat sa mga kausap niyong di nakikita.
Yes po,
Yes po, tita.
Maalala ko nga pala, Alan, yung mami mo nasa Baguio ba ngayon?
Opo, pero pauwi na rin po yun. Parating na rin po siguro.
Matagal ko nang gustong kausapin yung mami mo. Sabihan mo, wag post ng post kung nasan siya ng real time. Naka-public pa naman yung profile niya. Nalalaman ng mga masasamang loob na wala.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you aren't back in your seats yet, can I ask you to make your way back to your seats, please, as we continue on with our program today. All right, we see some people heading back. Again, welcome back. Now, as we move on to give us an update on the state of regulatory and enforcement aspects of data privacy in the country, we have the honor of introducing you to the Privacy Commissioner, who will be presenting the Privacy Commissioner's report. Our new Privacy Commissioner is a career executive service officer with extensive experience in public policy and government administration. Prior to his appointment as Privacy Commissioner, he served as Executive Director of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, or the GCG, and was its designated DPO. He was with the GCG for close to 14 years and was among the pioneers that joined the agency shortly after its creation.
In addition to that, earlier in his legal career, he was an associate under the litigation department of one of the Philippines' leading law firms, where he handled cases on corporate governance, telecommunications, competition, and corporation law. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the Ateneo de Manila University, Juris Doctor degree from the University of the Philippines College of Law, and a Master of the Science of Law degree from Stanford University, where he was a fellow under the Stanford Program in International Legal Studies. As Privacy Commissioner, he aims to advance a regulatory environment that ensures that personal information is secured and protected, while also encouraging innovation and growth in information and communications technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Johan Carlos S. Barcena. A big round of applause, everybody.
There. The Honorable Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Henry Ruel Aguda, DICT Undersecretary Faye Condes de Sagon, DICT Undersecretary Leonido Polido III, GCG Chairperson Marius P. Corpus, and Commissioner Geraldine Marie Berberabe Martinez, also my former bosses in my former life, Deputy Commissioners Juan Paulo Fajardo, Deputy Commissioner Jose Amelito Bellarmino, former Deputy Commissioners and Privacy Commissioner present this morning, the officers and members of the Data Privacy Council, the leaders of the data protection authorities who have traveled just to be with us this morning, our partners across government and the industry, our colleagues in the National Privacy Commission, our speakers and our guests, and to every Filipino joining us in this hall and online, a pleasant morning to us all. It is my honor and privilege to stand here as the third Privacy Commissioner to deliver the Privacy Commissioner's report for this year's Privacy Awareness Week. With the full support of Secretary Aguda, this year's conference was organized in partnership with the DICT, and we look forward to more collaboration between our agencies to ensure coherent policy and program coordination on data protection and privacy. I must also highlight that this is a report that covers a period before my term even began. Much of the work that I'll be presenting today was set in motion by the leadership of my predecessor, Privacy Commissioner John Naga and Deputy Commissioner Narisa De Jesus, whose stewardship shaped much of what we have achieved. I take the floor today not to claim their work, but to report it faithfully and commit to carrying it forward into the years ahead. In the past 12 months, since the last PAW conference was held, the National Privacy Commission built on the gains of the last 10 years by strengthening its leadership across 5 areas of mandate: public education, policy development, international cooperation, regulatory enforcement, and institutional governance. Throughout the reporting period, the coordinated work of the Commission produced wider engagement, stronger compliance, more responsive policy, and deeper trust with the public that we serve. Allow me to walk you in turn through each of the 5 core mandates of the Commission. First is public education, where the Commission reaches Filipinos where they are. Second is policy development, where rules meet technology. Third is international cooperation, where the Commission claims seats at every table that matters. Fourth is regulatory enforcement, where concerns, complaints, and compliance converge. And fifth is institutional governance, where the house and books of the Commission are kept in order. Each core area opens with the work behind it and closes with the people who carried it. Public education made privacy practical, regional, and visible where Filipinos already are. Allow me to begin there, because the simplest test of data protection authority is whether the people whose rights it protects know that the authority exists, what it does, and how to reach it. By every milestone, we were able to reach more Filipinos this year. The 2025 Data Privacy Roadshows moved practical privacy knowledge beyond Metro Manila. Conducted hand-in-hand with the Data Privacy Council, the roadshows equipped 982 privacy practitioners like yourselves face-to-face with practical knowledge on lawful and responsible data processing across 4 key locations: Cebu, Davao, Pampanga, and Metro Manila. Each site was chosen because of the density of regulated activity there, and because the Commission has resolved that its physical presence must follow where the country's data is. For the first time in our institutional history, the Commission convened the Government Sector Data Privacy Summit. 282 data protection officers gathered, drawn from local government units, national government agencies, from government-owned or controlled corporations across the regions of the country, as well as the summit convened SUC, state universities, and college. The summit was a direct call from this Commission to the DPOs in the public service to uphold the highest standards of data privacy and protection, and to model in government the standard that the government expects from others. The Commission also reframed privacy education for the platforms where the Filipino already is. Rated DP with Josh, hosted by our very own Attorney Joshua Urulaza, has gathered more than 95,000 views and engagements across Facebook and YouTube and other platforms of the NPC. The premise of the series is simple. We invite the data protection officer of a selected organization to speak in their own voice about accomplishments, challenges, and their lived experience as implementers of data privacy. The series rests on 3 basic principles. First, it is accessible, built for the platforms Filipinos already use. Second is that it is practical, with best practices named rather than theorized. And third, it is trusted, because the lessons come from the lived experience of the DPOs themselves. Kabataang Digital, our youth privacy program, continued to raise a generation of privacy-equipped Filipinos. 15 regional sessions were conducted in the National Capital Region, in Central Luzon, Mimaropa, in the Zamboanga Peninsula, and in Northern Mindanao. More than 3,000 students were reached this past year. Our cumulative reach since its launch in 2020 now stands at 24,318 young Filipinos. Many of those students will be the next engineers, the software developers, the lawyers, and data protection officers in the next decade. To carry Kabataang Digital deeper into the country's schools, the Commission has partnered with the Department of Education itself. Through the support of Secretary Sani Angara, the Facebook page of the DepEd now features informational videos on data privacy, providing practical learnings to students as well as to their parents. The campaign is built on Filipino virtues. The first is matalino or smart, equipping students with the knowledge to recognize personal data and how to understand their privacy rights. The second is mapagmatyag or vigilant, teaching young people to stay alert to phishing scams and online threats targeting their information. And third is mapanuri or discerning, building the judgment to think critically before sharing, clicking, or trusting content online. Our Privacy in the Spotlight webcast has, since its launch in 2024, crossed 640,000 total views. Episodes have addressed the questions our public actually ask us: sharenting, CCTV, the data of senior citizens, and other contemporary digital risks. The content is built for ordinary Filipinos. The platforms, which are Facebook and YouTube, are the ones they already use for easy accessibility. And last January, it was awarded the bronze at the 2026 ASEAN Digital Awards held in Vietnam under the digital content category. It is a Filipino program gaining regional recognition and a global platform in the service of the Filipino audience. Policy development, up next, move privacy from legal abstraction into practical design, where the public education tells the public what their rights are. Policy development tells the regulated community what those rights require of them. This year, the Commission promulgated Issuances, a privacy engineering advisory, and substantive inputs on landmark national policies and legislation. The Commission released several issuances to address present and emerging risks. The first is NPC Circular Number 2025-01, the guidelines on the processing of personal data collected using body-worn cameras. This is the first guidance of its kind in our jurisdiction. It addresses the new ground on how the recording activities of law enforcement and of vloggers and content creators as well using body-worn cameras and alternative recording devices meet the Data Privacy Act, and it affords the data subjects meaningful mechanisms to exercise their rights. Second, NPC Advisory Number 2025-01 on the clarification on certain provisions of NPC Circular 2020-03 on data sharing agreements. The advisory makes plain that a data sharing agreement by itself does not confer a lawful basis to share data, but it encourages the execution of DSAs as a clear mechanism by which to demonstrate accountability with the requirements of the DPA. Third, just last March, the NPC, together with the DICT and the Securities and Exchange Commission, issued a public advisory on online lending platforms. The advisory addresses complaints against online lending platforms involving harassment, intimidation, public shaming, and the misuse of personal data. It reinforces the protection of borrowers' rights in the digital space. And fourth, the Commission also published NPC Advisory Number 2025-02, the guidelines on privacy engineering in systems life cycle processes. It is the Commission's first privacy engineering advisory. The advisory provides a practical framework for integrating privacy engineering across 5 life cycle phases: planning, development, testing, deployment, and maintenance. Each phase is mapped to concrete privacy controls. It binds personal information controllers and personal information processors, and it operationalizes Section 20 to 22 of the Data Privacy Act and Circular 16-01 for both categories of actors. And it gives DPOs, auditors, and investigators a checklist by which to verify privacy by design claims against engineered evidence. The plain meaning of all this is privacy by design that engineers can build to, and privacy by design that auditors can audit against. Where the law meets the engineer, the National Privacy Commission is increasingly in the room. The Commission shapes privacy guidance that our stakeholders rely on and carries its voice into the legislative process. 41 position papers and comments were prepared on proposed legislation. Position papers was submitted on several pieces of legislation and policies. These include the Cybersecurity Act, the Artificial Intelligence Development and Regulation Act, E-Governance IRR, Makabata Program under Executive Order Number 79, and Transportation Network Service Act, among other policies and legislation. The NPC attended the House Committee on ICT Technical Working Groups on the Cybersecurity Act and the Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Act, as well as in the Committees on Social Services, Suffrage and Electoral Reform, and Local Government. By being present in person during committee hearings, we ensured that privacy considerations were integrated in emerging laws and regulations from the start, rather than retrofitting them later in alarm. The sectors reached this year were every sector that asked: education, health, the LGUs, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Commission on Audit, the Department of Trade and Industry, the employers, and the individuals. Third is international cooperation, which shifted the Philippines from participant to host, to chair, and eventually to rule shaper. In a time that asked every data protection authority to do more cross-border, the Philippines hosted, chaired, and earned international recognition. This is the most visible change in the Commission's posture this past year. The Commission strongly advocated for the Philippine position in international standards bodies that increasingly define how data protection is engineered around the world. 4 leadership roles are now held by the Commission personnel in the Global Privacy Assembly, which is the assembly of all privacy authorities around the world. Just last October, the Commission hosted the 2025 Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Forum Fall Workshop at the Crimson Resort in Boracay. Around 200 delegates were convened from Canada, Chile, Chinese Taipei, India, Japan, South Korea, Lao PDR, Morocco, Qatar, Singapore, South Africa, Thailand, the United Kingdom, and the United States. It was the largest CBPR and PRP gathering the Philippines has hosted to date, and a clear signal of where this Commission now stands in cross-border data protection. And this coming November, the Commission will again convene the global privacy community, this time on technology governance. We will host the meeting of the International Working Group on Data Protection and Technology, otherwise known to its members as the Berlin Group. The Berlin Group brings together privacy authorities and experts to shape guidance on the emerging technologies that increasingly carry personal data of every Filipino. This includes artificial intelligence, biometrics, digital identity, data sharing, and online tracking. From cross-border data trust in Boracay to technology governance here in Manila, the Commission is positioning the Philippines as a convening point for global privacy leadership. Beyond the convenings, the Commission's inputs contributed to shape trade rules and cross-border data obligations across our bilateral and regional partners. One Philippine-held chairmanship is the chair of the Global Forum Assembly Communications and Stakeholder Engagement Committee. 11 privacy and digital trade inputs across the major trade tracks and active participation across more than 20 international bodies and working groups, including the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities Forum, the APEC, ASEAN, the Global Privacy Assembly, the World Bank, and international age assurance networks. 11 free trade agreements is not a number we have ever cited from this rostrum before. 20 working groups and the chair seat. The Commission is also seated this year on the GFA Membership Committee, and international cooperation this year also became an instrument of enforcement and of AI governance. The Commission earned a shortlist at the Data Privacy and Data Protection Awards of 2025 in the accountability category. The Global Privacy Assembly recognized the Commission for the accountability programs that it has built. The Commission contributed to the 2025 Global Privacy Enforcement Network Sweep on Children's Privacy, assessing children's privacy policies across websites and applications commonly accessed by children. Through the Joint Cybersecurity Working Group on AI for Resilient Infrastructure, the Commission helped connect AI resilience, data protection, cybersecurity, and public trust. And just last February, through the International Enforcement Working Group, the Commission joined 60 other data privacy authorities across the globe in issuing a joint statement outlining key expectations and fundamental principles for all those who develop and use AI content generation systems in response to systemic concerns about deepfake images and videos, especially their potential harm to children and minors. Each engagement is a place where the Philippine voice is heard, where it might otherwise have been absent. Fourth, regulatory enforcement this year became more visible, more field-based, more coordinated, and more empowered. From education and policy, we now turn to consequence. The work of the Commission does when a Filipino's rights have already been affected or about to be. The Commission acted on 2,924 cases across 4 formal investigation streams just this past year. 2,537 cases through the Enhanced Security and Privacy Response and Investigation Task Force, or what we call the eSprint, were received and closed. The eSprint is the early warning system the Commission established in 2023 together with the DICT. And this year, it took on the work of cyber and privacy incident triage. 249 formal complaints were docketed, with 78 resolved just within that previous period itself. 128 quick response and special cases were triaged, and 10 sua sponte investigations were initiated by the Commission itself without waiting for a complaint to be filed by any stakeholder. Behind those case numbers stand the volume of formal output that the Commission produced over the year. 2,161 enforcement outputs in total just for this reporting period. Of these, there were 1,591 orders issued, 293 preliminary conferences were conducted, and 100 legal enforcement office level decisions made. We had 140 technical reports and 24 fact-finding reports. Finally, 13 cases were elevated to the Commission for adjudication. The Commission's enforcement outputs kept pace with rising complaint volume, and our charge is to meet the public and ensure their rights are upheld timely. From the desk, we now turn to the field. The Commission walked the country this past year. 1,377 citation tickets were issued, and 2,390 compliance checks were conducted in total. There were 54 on-site visits and 49 on-the-spot privacy sweeps. 628 privacy sweeps overall, and 106 show cause orders and 100 warning letters were issued by the Commission. The field campaign reached deliberately locations outside the National Capital Region, such as Batangas, which included the Port of Batangas and Batangas State University, Cebu, including the Mactan International Airport Authority, Cagayan de Oro, including the Central Mall and Limket Kai Center, as well as the hospitality sector, including the Chali Resort and Conference Center. In Metro Manila, the Commission reached the healthcare sector as well at St. Luke's Medical Center in Quezon City and at the Capitol Medical Center. Approximately 2,100 individual healthcare professionals self-registered in our NPC registration system following those 2 on-site visits in Metro Manila hospitals. It is a direct, measurable conversion from enforcement presence to compliance behavior. When the regulator shows up, compliance follows. The NPC's registration system, or what we all know as the NPCRS, broadened accountable coverage this year across private, public, and professional actors. 17,140 registrations through the NPCRS to date. 10,667 organizations, of which 9,183 were from the private sector and 1,493 were from the public sector, broken down from across our national government agencies, local government units, and our GOCCs, as well as our state universities and colleges. 3,196 were individual professionals, and 3,208 were exemptions from registration. There were 454 breach notifications processed in the past year alone. 366 of these were from the private sector, while 88 from the government. The leading causes based on our data shows that there is from malicious attack at 205 cases, human error at 152 cases, and system glitches at 17 cases. The combinations of these account for the balance, and malicious attack and human error are the 2 dominant risk fronts that each data privacy officer faces. Each cause demands a different response, and our monitoring posture continues to evolve accordingly. 3 cease and desist orders defined the Commission's posture in the public domain this past year. The Commission worked ticket by ticket with the National Telecommunications Commission and with our internet service providers. 53 sites were visited across Luzon, the National Capital Region, and the Ilocos Region. 8 sites remain under the continued monitoring in the NCR, Rizal, and Bulacan. Where the regulator's presence is sustained, the effective enforcement of these CDOs has pushed the companies behind them to develop and adopt privacy-preserving enhancements that would not otherwise have been built and adopted. The Commission translated coordination into action in both local and global operations this past year, each of them a first of its kind. Last July, the Commission joined a joint enforcement operation with the Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, the National Bureau of Investigation, the SEC, and the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group against an online lending firm engaged in abusive collection practices. The court-approved warrant was executed, arrests were made, devices were seized, and the abuse was halted. And globally, the Commission contributed to the 2025 Global Privacy Enforcement Network Sweep on children's privacy, extending the Philippine voice into coordinated international enforcement. The Commission's mediation work, in particular, has also been quietly and persistently been extraordinary. In 2019, mediation proceedings had an average turnaround time of 117 days, but by 2025, we have reduced this to an average of 36 days. 505 mediation cases were handled since the program's inception, and 213 of these have been actually settled, while 281 were closed without settlement. To date, only 11 mediation cases remain pending with the Commission. A fast, neutral path that decongests the Commission's dockets and delivers to data subjects more often than not the relief that they came for. The disputes in front of our mediators today touch cross-border data transfers, AI processing, sectoral regulation, and parties represented by counsel who walk into the conference already armed with the Commission's own past decisions. The cases are harder, and our mediators meet them head on. And note, where the cases originated from, the National Capital Region accounted for 46% of mediations, Region 4A for 22%, and Region 3, 13%. This case map from our perspective confirms what enforcement already tells us. The Commission's reach has yet to go beyond the capital and its surrounding areas. Institutional governance as our last pillar and mandate, this past year made the Commission more disciplined, faster, and more credible. We turn finally to our house itself, the audits, the books, the hires, the briefings, the inquiries, and the late nights that no member of the public ever sees, but on which every line of the report I have just mentioned delivered depends. Behind every enforcement output stands a trained team, and the team had to be sharper this year because of a particular reason. The Department of Justice Circulars 15 and 20 raised the evidentiary bar for prosecution from probable cause to reasonable certainty of conviction, and the Commission rose to meet this bar of the DOJ. The Commission invested deliberately in its own people, training them on evidence, on the service of judgments, on e-filing, and on the relevant Supreme Court decisions and issuances. Training on the rules on electronic evidence and the relevant Department of Justice Department circulars were conducted on the 27th of June 2025, led by Assistant State Prosecutor Moises Sakayan of the GOJ. It was a write-shop on the refinement of our own draft investigation and enforcement guidelines and case conference with the DOJ to improve the quality of our prosecutions. The Commission sustained its institutional stability this year through sound fiscal management, strengthened human resource systems, and effective administrative support. Several governance milestones within our institution bear naming. The first is the Prime HRM Maturity Level 2 Bronze Award status granted by the Civil Service Commission in 2025. The accreditation recognizes that our human resource systems for recruitment, for learning and development, for performance management and rewards and recognition are institutionalized and process-defined. Second is 5 consecutive unmodified opinions from the Commission on Audit from fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2025. 5 years of clean books without interruption. Third, a very satisfactory rating from the Department of Budget and Management's Enhanced Agency Performance Review in calendar year 2024 and again in calendar year 2025 in financial performance and the timeliness and quality of our submissions. The Commission is in the front line for those whose rights have been affected. Just last year, the NPC received and acted upon 27,682 matters across its assistance, complaints, and compliance channels. This work was carried across 3 divisions within the Commission. The Complaints and Investigation Division handled 15,244 frontline concerns. The Public Information and Assistance Division handled 11,472 public assistance matters, and the Compliance and Monitoring Division in turn resolved 966 compliance support inquiries from personal information controllers and processors seeking guidance from the Commission. All 27,682 matters were acted upon within the period, and that is roughly 110 concerns received and acted upon for every working day of the year. Beyond investigations, issuances, international cooperation, and legislative work, the NPC remains an accessible point of contact for individuals, organizations, and regulated entities seeking help on data protection matters. This year, that function was sustained across every channel and every division. In the past 6 months since I have assumed office, I have met with organizations, companies, government agencies, and other stakeholders. And without exception, all of them have asked, what are the plans or priorities of the NPC moving forward? I would say this normally. First is broader reach, when I arrived in the NPC last December, there were 14,911 PICs and PIPs registered in our NPCRS. Today, that number has increased to 17,140. And while that number is significantly higher than the 11,524 registrations reported during the last PAW conference, much of that is the National Capital Region, and we aim to increase it further nationwide. With the support of the DICT, we will be establishing privacy desks in every regional office in Northern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This will provide physical presence of NPC within the region to allow us to address face-to-face the concerns of our stakeholders. In turn, part of our commitment to the DICT is to ensure that within the next 3 years, all government agencies are registered with the NPC and compliant with the requirements of the Data Privacy Act and its implementing rules and regulations. We, as the government, must set the proper example and lead the way in protecting privacy and personal data. Second is capacity building. We are reviving the Data Privacy Competency Program, wherein the NPC shall develop a uniform curriculum and modules on the legal framework of privacy law and regulations to train and capacitate both data protection officers and practitioners, as well as the data subjects themselves. We are also building our capacity within our own organization to meet new challenges. We are coordinating with the Philippine Competition Commission to equip our personnel to address algorithm-based discriminatory preferencing and its consequences for data protection and privacy, as mandated under the Philippine Development Plan. And third is clear guidance. To an extent, the advisory and public education functions of the Commission are fulfilled through the contents of our rulings in the exercise of our adjudication functions. Concrete guidance for practitioners and the public on what to do in real-life situations can be found in our decisions, resolutions, and orders. In this aspect of our functions, we commit to be consistent, transparent, and timely. We consider the private sector and our counterpart government agencies as our partners in the exercise of our mandate and the pursuit of our shared goals. Just as we have met with organizations, companies, and government agencies in the past 6 months, we will continue to engage with you in the years ahead to ensure that the policies that we formulate and implement are indeed responsive to the needs of our stakeholders. A report of this length, this seriousness, this consequence is the work of no single individual. It is the work of a commission working together as one coherent entity across a year that included a leadership transition. I begin, therefore, with those who led through the end of 2025, Privacy Commissioner John Naga and Deputy Privacy Commissioner Naris De Jesus. Much of what this year achieved was shaped by their stewardship, and we are the beneficiaries of their work. And the Commission owes them an honest acknowledgement from this rostrum. To my Deputy Commissioners, John Fajardo and Jose Belarmino, I take this opportunity to thank you in advance as I look forward to our journey ahead as a new commission. To our Executive Director, Ivan Alzona, and our directors, and to every team lead and division chief of the Commission, for every late night, for every legal opinion, for every advisory, for every conference, and for every COA audit, to you I extend my gratitude. And to the men and women of the National Privacy Commission, watching this morning in this hall, as well as online in our humble office, each accomplishment named in these pages belong in the end to you. I am proud beyond words to take this floor as your third Privacy Commissioner. The work I have presented this morning is the work of the Commission that has consistently chosen to defend a right that does not always defend itself. We did not slow down through the transition in leadership, and we will not slow down in the years ahead. Thank you, everyone, and have a happy Privacy Awareness Week ahead.
Another big round of applause for our Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Johan Carlos S. Barcena. What an insightful and confidence-inspiring report that was shared by him. Thank you for that presentation, sir. The compelling vision that the NPC has for what lies ahead is both reassuring, as we said, and it's energizing. It's encouraging to see the meaningful progress that's already been achieved. He mentioned the stellar progress when it comes to the mediation cases, as well as the institutional governance, not just focused on outside and the things that are happening that the NPC is trying to solve and address, but also the governance that's happening within the organization to make sure that things are tightly kept and maintained properly within so that they can service well outside, right? So we again see all the way from Commissioner Liboro to Commissioner Naga, all the way now to our current Commissioner Barcena. Some great building is happening. We continue to build momentum. We continue to own these past 10 years, and we look forward to the future for what the NPC continues to have in store.
I agree with that. And of course, aside from what he has mentioned, we also want to ensure the personal information is secured and protected as well. And it resonates with our daily lives. And I think with the organization and what the NPC envisions for everybody, it makes sure that it's also for the welfare of everybody, right? All right. And at this point, we are done with amazing spokesperson, and we are now jumping into something that everyone is excited about. So we now turn our attention to the stage and watch and listen to the special message from Philippe Dufresne, the chair of the Global Privacy Assembly and Privacy Commissioner of Canada, which will undoubtedly inspire and reinforce the commitment to data privacy. Please put your attention to the screen, everybody.
Thank you for inviting. Message in celebration of Privacy Awareness Week 2026. I would like to begin by congratulating the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines as your organization celebrates 10 successful years of fostering a culture of privacy and accountability. Without question, the NPC is also an important part of the international data protection community. As chair of the Global Privacy Assembly, I wish to thank Commissioner Barcena and everyone at the NPC for your outstanding work as the GPA Secretariat. The NPC plays a vital role supporting the Executive Committee and GPA members by coordinating the general operations and communications of the GPA, supporting the 12 GPA working groups, and facilitating the open and closed sessions of our annual conference. Beyond its role as Secretariat, the NPC's international leadership is felt through its active engagement in the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities Forum, its ongoing work as part of the Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules and the Global Cooperation Arrangement for Privacy Enforcement, and participation in the Global Privacy Enforcement Network. In 10 years, the NPC has positioned itself as a global leader and a point of reference for data protection authorities across Asia-Pacific and around the world. I'm deeply grateful for your collaborative spirit. Your chosen theme for Privacy Awareness Week, Anamnesis, looking back and moving forward, is an excellent theme for this moment in time. An anniversary offers the opportunity to look back and celebrate accomplishments of the past. A rapidly transforming landscape also requires that privacy protection authorities be continuously moving forward to keep in step with significant changes and to best serve our citizens and their fundamental right to privacy. I commend the NPC for celebrating Privacy Awareness Week for 10 years of protecting privacy, and I look forward to continuing our partnership and support of the global privacy community. Thank you once again to the NPC and to Commissioner Barcena for your incredible leadership and successes. Pagbati.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause from our Privacy Assembly and Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Mr. Philippe Dufresne.
Wonderful stuff that was mentioned there. Again, as we can see, we're seeing the continued growth of the NPC here locally and the impact that we are having here in the country, as well as globally. Again, where our relationships are being nurtured across the globe in the things that we're doing and the partnerships that we have there. And we're continuing to see, again, as Mr. Dufresne mentioned, right, that the speed and the quickness at which our landscape is changing and evolving requires us as data privacy officers and data privacy professionals to just continue to evolve as fast as well while maintaining the humanity that we have. And as we are, and that is exactly what this Privacy Awareness Week is for. That is exactly why we're here. And before we move on with the rest of our program, we wanted to show you what day one was like yesterday. For those of you who were here, allow this to be a refresher or review. And for those of you who weren't here, this is what happened yesterday as we presented our PAW Awards yesterday and we had our day one of the conference. And so please direct your eyes to the screen and watch this recap video.
Let's go. I can hardly wait for it. Pushing for a long time.
This year's PAW conference actually coincides with the 10th anniversary of the National Privacy Commission.
I still believe I'll get through the long night.
Very honored to be cutting the ribbon for this particular event, considering I'm just one of the newly appointed officials of NPC, and part of the burden is to continue on the legacy for the next decade.
What you gonna do and shine a light down on you. The future is golden. The future is gold. The future is golden. The future is gold. The future is gold. The future is golden.
Today is a celebration not only of accountability, innovation, and excellence. It is also about people and institutions that have helped shape a safer and more trustworthy digital Philippines. Pero alam mo po, today, we also celebrate the 10th year anniversary of the National Privacy Commission.
It is both humbling and deeply meaningful for me to stand before you today as we commemorate 10 years since the establishment of the National Privacy Commission. And today we recognize not only your accomplishments, we recognize your resilience, your patience, your professionalism, and your commitment to building trust within your organizations.
Thank you for proving that privacy and progress can move forward together. Your work inspires others to do better, lead responsibly, and place people at the center of every data-driven decision. Renew our commitment for the years ahead. Let us continue building a future where innovation is ethical, governance is accountable, and every Filipino's right to privacy remains protected.
Beyond the awards, wish ko po, I hope tonight reminds us of something bigger. That the work of protecting privacy is never finished. Technology will continue to evolve, risks will continue to grow, AI, cyber threats, digital platforms, and other emerging technologies. This day may mark the end of our awards ceremony, but the work and mission continue. And if today has shown us anything, it is that future of privacy in the Philippines is in very good hands.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Privacy Awareness Week Awards 2026. A big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much for recognizing individuals, government, constitution, and even organizations, the champions for data privacy. And you know what? This isn't just a week celebration, a week-long celebration. This is ensuring that we value privacy in our everyday lives, right? So, we may not be there yesterday, Justin, but I want to say congratulations, everybody. You truly deserve the award. And I hope that we continue to strive and thrive for a future that values privacy, specifically data privacy.
That's right. Thank you so much. And again, at this point, we're going to be breaking to lunch right now, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And so the buffet tables are open. And so we want to just remind everyone to please wear your conference IDs at all times when you do approach the buffet tables, as this does serve as your meal pass, okay? So make sure you have that with you. For those who have food restrictions, kindly inform the server and they'll be able to direct you properly.
Yes, and aside from that, we would also like to invite everyone to visit our Heritage Hall at the entrance, as well as our PAW 2026 photo booth. That's what I mentioned, everybody. You may take advantage of taking photos and serve that as your souvenir for today's event. And when posting your photos, please tag the official Instagram account of NPC at privacy.gov.ph. We also have stickers, so when you post stories, just search for hashtag PAW2026 or hashtag PAW 2026. So, we will be back in a while, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys again later at 1 p.m. Bon appetit, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be restarting our program in a few short minutes, so please do make your way back to your seats. If you're outside by the foyer, you can make your way back to your seats, and again, we will restart in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. And of course, our next segment is one of the most awaited segments of this event. So this is the perfect time for you to grab a coffee, right?
That's right, Ashley. Welcome back, everyone. We do hope that you enjoyed your lunch. We hope that you enjoyed the food and the dessert, definitely. I know we enjoyed the dessert for sure. Okay, so now we move on to the second half of our program, where we're going to shift from setting the stage to diving deeper into the conversations that matter most. So over the course of the rest of this afternoon, we're going to be bringing you 4 different panel discussions that are going to explore the evolving landscape of AI and the responsibility that we all share in shaping its future. At the end of each panel, please note that there will be a Q&A portion. There will be a question and answer portion. There are index cards that are provided at each table, so please take a moment real quick to find the index cards that are provided at your tables, because that will be where you can choose to write down any questions that you might have for our panelists. You can give them to anybody, any of our organizers who are scattered around the room. Can our organizers just real quick, if you are there, just wave so they can see you there. Our organizers are around the room, scattered around the walls. If they have a headset on them, they're most likely an organizer, so please just look for one to give them the Q&A cards that you might have so you can ask the question. Another option for that is you can raise your hand during the Q&A portion. There is a mic here at the center of the aisle, at the center aisle right here at the front. And so if you do have a question, our moderators will be the one to open the floor for questions later and guide you as we go. All right, so again, we request everybody that you please make sure to be listening and thinking of questions that you can ask during our Q&A portion later on.
All right, thank you so much for clarifying and explaining what will be happening for our next segment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we encourage everyone to listen, reflect, and engage with the ideas that will be shared. And with that, let's get started with our first panel on From Data to Decisions, how AI uses personal data. You know what, Justin, this is a very interesting topic, right? So I'm very excited. What will the panelists discuss for this segment. Now, we are pleased to introduce the panel's moderator. He is the Managing Director for APAC of the Future of Privacy Forum and an advisor at Raja and Tan Asia. He is a recognized expert in AI law, technology policy, and legal innovation with experience spanning government policy making, legal practice, and academia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome and let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Josh Lee.
All right, we're going to introduce, now going to introduce our esteemed panelists. All right, may I ask our panelists to wait until your full introduction is complete as you come up on stage, okay? But allow us to introduce our panelists for today's first session. We're going to be calling on Miss Beverly Lorraine C. Ho, Adam James Maronilia, Michelle Alarcon, and Max Eddy.
All right, a big round of applause, everybody. Now let's continue meeting our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist is Dr. Beverly Lorraine C. Ho. She is the Chief Health Officer of Ayala Healthcare Holdings Incorporated and Honorary Visiting Associate Professor at the National University of Singapore's Sosui Hawk School of Public Health. Previously, she served as Assistant Secretary and Deputy Spokesperson at the Philippine Department of Health and provided technical assistance to local governments and ASEAN countries through organizations including WHO, UNICEF, UNFPA, and the Asian Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Beverly Ho. A big round of applause, everybody.
Our next panelist is attorney Adam James Maronilia. He held roles as a legal and compliance officer for various organizations, handling dispute resolution, labor law, family law, corporate law, anti-money laundering, and data privacy. He has been involved in data privacy compliance for the past 5 years and currently serves as the Data Protection Officer of Shopee Philippines. Let's welcome attorney Adam James Maronilia.
All right, our next panelist, she is the president and co-founder of the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines, the country's leading industry body advancing AI and analytics. She champions national efforts in responsible AI adoption, ethical data governance, and multi-stakeholder policy development. Her advocacy centers on building inclusive, safe, and trustworthy AI that serves both innovation and the public good. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Michelle Alarcon. A big round of applause, everybody.
And last but definitely not the least, our final panelist does not need much of an introduction. He is the head of platforms and devices for Southeast Asia for Google. Please put your hands together for Max Eddy. To our panel members and our moderator, you have the floor.
All right. A very, very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for that very warm and very nice introduction. Usually this panel is the toughest because it's the one right after lunch. But I heard the music, the background music just now. They were playing K-pop Demon Hunters, right? There was a very nice dramatic rendition of that. So I think we're all good in terms of energy right now. But let me just kind of test the energy levels in the room at the moment since we are in the Philippines, in Manila. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Kumusta po kayo? I got that right, huh? Kumusta po kayo? Okay, excellent, excellent. So, thank you very much once again to the National Privacy Commission for having all of us and having me here. It is my sincere privilege to be your moderator for today. As has been very warmly introduced just now, my name is Josh. I'm the Managing Director for the APAC office of the Future of Privacy Forum. So FPF, it's a global non-profit organization. We focus on privacy, data protection, and AI regulation. And we have offices around the world, Washington, DC, Brussels, Singapore, as well as in Nairobi and New Delhi. The point of how we do things, it's really not so much of sharing what is good or what is bad, but really sharing with everyone what's important for regulators as well as industry to take note of. Now, I want to test one more thing. Ikinagagalak kong makasama kayo rito at binabati ko ang National Privacy Commission sa inyong ika-10 anibersaryo. Okay, excellent. That means my ChatGPT/Gemini was working. Since I can hear, I think this is not laughing at me. This is laughing with me. So, okay, that's fantastic. For the non-Tagalog speakers in the room, I basically said it's a great pleasure, wonderful to be here, and congratulations again to the NPC for your 10th anniversary. Wonderful, fantastic. Okay, so let's turn to this panel. It's titled From Data to Decisions, How AI Uses Personal Data. The intent for this panel is really to set the baseline for all the panels that are to come. And the aim for us here in this next 1 hour is to pull back the curtains on what happens between the personal data that we data subjects hold and the decisions that AI systems make, and what does meaningful privacy and data protection look like as these decisions increasingly shape our lives. Now, before we go into the panel proper, I just want to take a few moments to set a bit of context for this panel so that our panelists don't have to repeat themselves. So the first one is, I just want to quickly cover what are AI systems. During lunchtime, many of you probably pulled out your phone to take a photo, you scrolled through social media, and maybe even had a bit of a conversation with your chatbot of choice, perhaps Gemini, since Max is on stage. And each moment involved an AI system that used personal data to make a decision about you or on your behalf. Often we don't think about these AI systems, whether they are there, but they are, and it's important to know what makes them work. I teach a class as an adjunct lecturer in the Singapore Management University. I break AI down really into 4 parts. The first is computing power, right? This is the compute that really allows AI systems to be able to process data on device, or if more power is needed, then on the cloud. But of course, number 2, you have data. Data is the lifeblood of all these modern AI systems, whether you are powered by machine learning or by deep learning. And they use this data to learn and generate insights about you. The third is algorithms. These are mathematical instructions informed by statistics that inform how the data should be analyzed and processed. The fourth, of course, is the application layer. This is the layer that most of us will interact with. This layer embeds AI capabilities into software and presents them through a user interface. But knowing about just what AI systems is not enough. It's like if you go for a medical health checkup and the doctor checks your body but doesn't find out what your medical history is or what your current lifestyle is. So what is this AI development and deployment life cycle? Well, if you look at the OECD, there are really 7 steps or 7 phases. The first is planning and designing. Then you have the collection and data processing phase, the building of the model. Then the fourth part is you need to test, validate, evaluate, and verify the AI system. The fifth, of course, is to deploy the AI system. And then you need to continuously operate and monitor the AI system. And the final phase is to sunset the system, retire, decommission the system. And that stage, you need to think about things like how do you sensitively dispose of your sensitive personal data, how do you onboard your users to another model, and so on. So now we turn to the data protection aspect, and then I'll quickly turn over to our panelists. So how does data protection law apply to AI systems? So there's 4 reasons that I want to give. The first reason is historical. What's the theme of this year's PAW 2026? Amnesia, right? Which involves looking back. So I'll start with a story. In 1973, many of us probably in this room were either very young or not even born yet. The US Department of Health formed a working group to think about how computers and automation would impact individuals' rights, as well as societal well-being, and what are the steps that could be taken to address these potential risks. The work that eventually came out on that was something that many of us would be familiar with. That's the Fair Information Practice Principles, or FIPS. So, FIPS was not just about privacy. It's also about dealing with the risks of computerization, of automation, right? So many of these principles that we are all familiar with today, transparency, purpose limitation, accuracy, access and correction, these are all relevant to AI today because they're all embedded in our data protection laws, including the Data Privacy Act. The second reason is because data protection law and privacy laws automatically apply wherever processing of personal data is involved in AI systems. But beyond that, at the same time, data protection law does have solid protections. Things such as the need for data protection impact assessments and the need for an appointment of data protection officers to meaningfully safeguard the rights of individuals when your data is processed and making sure that there's accountability on behalf of AI systems developers and deployers. The third reason is because of the fact that data protection authorities are some of the most active regulators of AI. Let's take the National Privacy Commission, for example. Just last month, there was a guide on the scraping of publicly available data that was put out by the National Privacy Commission. And in 2024, I think it was December 2024, there was a guide that was issued by the NPC on how the Data Privacy Act would apply to AI. Let me know if I'm hallucinating, but I checked my sources. Then, at the same time, take my home country, for example, Singapore. Just last week, the Infocom Media Development Authority, which houses the Personal Data Protection Commission, issued a Model AI Governance Framework on Agentic AI, a revised version. The original version came out in January. And then 2 weeks before that, they also issued a case study on OpenClaw. So you can see that data protection regulators are really very active regulators in the space of AI. And the final point is the fact that there is a network of DPAs out there that are cooperating and sharing information. And there is no better case exhibit that I can share than the exhibit that's right outside the hall on the right-hand side. Outside, you see the 10 years of the NPC's history. And what's one thing that strikes everyone? The fact that the NPC has spent lots of time building strong networks of collaboration and knowledge sharing with all regulators around the world. Right? So that really is, I think, strikes to the core of the fact that there is a strong network of data protection regulators. But not everything is hunky-dory, and that's where we need to turn to our panelists, because there are still major questions that industry and regulators will need to think about. For example, what does data minimization mean in a world where AI needs huge amounts of data to operate effectively? What does consent and purpose limitation mean when AI systems are trained on data often scraped from the web or using data from existing data sets? And how can society give effect to data subject rights like access and correction in the age of generative and agentic AI? So you've heard enough from me. We're now going to turn to the panelists where I'm going to ask them really the hard questions, and I expect all of you to ask them these hard questions too. Can I ask everyone to join me in giving a hand to our 4 panelists again, Dr. Beverly Ho, Atom, Michelle, and Max Eddy. Okay, excellent. So we're going to turn to the questions proper. In the first segment of this panel, we are going to look at how we apply the data protection principles that we all know to AI in a practical context. So maybe I'll turn to Beverly and Michelle first. One of the questions that we all have is about legal basis. What legal basis can companies use in the training and fine-tuning of AI systems? So of course we know the Philippines Data Privacy Act. It covers the entire AI lifecycle, especially the development and deployment phases. How can companies establish a valid and documented lawful basis when collecting data for the purpose of training or fine-tuning AI models? So let's kick it off. Either Beverly or Michelle, you want to kick us off?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting us here to this panel. So, representing the Analytics and AI Association of the Philippines. Yes, there is such an association, and what we would like to first, just to get it out there that obviously data privacy is very important when it comes to building analytics and AI systems, and definitely something that we advocate for. In the absence of any AI regulation or AI policy right now in the Philippines, we have to make sure that organizations are very much aware of not just the DPA, but that there are best practices already when it comes to developing AI systems and deploying AI systems. So it's not an excuse to say that, okay, there's no policy to catch me, and therefore, I can, this is a wild, wild west for all the AI developers, right? I'd like to just make sure that we understand that it's not just data privacy, however, that we observe. There are also best practices, which I mentioned. For example, the ISO 42001, which is on AI management systems, although it is more of a guideline and more of encouragement of best practices in terms of documenting your data sources, in terms of identifying the risks earlier on as you start to build your AI systems or implement them if you are subscribing to these systems. There's also identification of persons who will be accountable for the outcomes of AI systems, and many other things that are, that are really promoting safe and responsible AI development as well as use of these systems. So when we say that within our organizations, we want to implement AI, and we are saying that, okay, let's experiment, and encouraging all teams to just use free versions of whatever they can get their hands on, for as long as they will overcome the fear of at least being familiar with these tools. This is a red flag already, right? Not just for the DPOs, but for the whole organization. We should be aware that this is not necessarily something that is actually going to foster safe and responsible AI just because we are sort of democratizing its use, but being conscious that when we use tools like these, especially what we call shadow AI, right, which is use of AI that is not sort of certified or approved by the organization. And that means that information security policies are not necessarily complied with by these AI tool providers. So that's one thing that maybe I can share for now in terms of trying to democratize the use of AI.
Well, thank you very much, Michelle, for sharing that broad base in terms of because your association, the AIP, looks across a kind of wide range of developers as well as deployers. I want to focus on the deployment angle. Beverly, from your perspective, what do you think about that question in terms of lawful basis for training AI systems?
Thank you, Josh. In our experience, we tried to deploy an international system that's supposed to help us scan X-rays being done in our hospitals and help our providers, specifically our radiologists, look for lung nodules, right? Because we know that lung cancer, for example, is actually one of the hardest cancers to diagnose. And so the idea for using this system is it helps lessen the possible misses that the radiologist would have. So again, this AI system was trained in the US. They use global data, but then very little, let's say, Asian data that's in it. So we agreed to work with this company to try it out in our healthcare system. So the idea was every year we have around 35,000 X-rays being done. How can we learn from it? And whether typically how much are we missing in terms of possible nodules. This does not mean if the AI sees something, it automatically diagnoses the patient. No? So because there's a process, this is tied to how we actually release our results, which means every radiologist will have to sign off on the actual reading. So what the AI system just does is it nudges our radiologists to say there might be something here, and they will have to ascertain or verify whether they agree with it. No? So just in terms of protection, in healthcare, we use a lot of these systems, but in the past it wasn't AI-driven yet. The systems were really to help us manage our workflows and all of these readings, etc. But what is clear to us, based on Philippine laws, servers have to be invested locally because patient data in the Philippines cannot be brought elsewhere. So that's always been clear to us when we discuss our terms with our suppliers. In the event of AI, what is also clear to us is they help learn from our data, but they don't necessarily own or collect our data. So it's like our patient data goes into their system, but they don't get to retain it in their database. And then maybe third important point in our experience is it's very critical for us to have alignment with our physicians and also the patients. And this is where the robustness of the system is important, and also the explainability. Why? No? So definitely, at the end of the day, it's the doctor who signs off. By Philippine laws, they're the ones who are liable if the reading is correct or not. Whether the AI tells them X, Y, Z, it's whatever that comes out of the official report that's most important. So we had to have a lot of sessions with our radiologists to say what is their threshold for accepting what the AI is suggesting. And then the next part, which is for the patient, is also important. Because at this point in time, since you're just training the AI, it is possible that what the AI has suggested is also false positive, right? So if we adopt what the AI is saying, and it happens to be, there's really no nodule, then you've caused the patient emotional turmoil, but also the next step in the clinical process is if you see something here and if the radiologist agrees we saw something here, then the patient will have to do a low-dose chest CT scan. And we don't live in a country where the health system pays for all of these screening tests, right? The next step of low-dose chest CT scan will have to be shouldered by the patient. So there's this implication whether or not the test adopts what the AI says, and next, whether the patient would want to do the next step based on what the results are.
Thank you. So, I think we're in a room where many of us are either data privacy, data protection officers, or people involved in your privacy legal and privacy policy teams. So, for Beverly and Michelle, if I can just press a little bit further, in one word, or maybe one sentence, what is your go-to legal basis when you are using personal data to train AI systems or fine-tune AI systems? Is it consent, legitimate interest, or necessity, or is it something else?
I think for us, it's consent.
Consent. And Michelle, what do you see across your industry body?
All of the above. It also depends per industry, right? How sensitive or basically the risks of the AI systems, they differ also depending on the industry. So we also make sure that that is part of the context that we advocate the right legislations or policies around, because we cannot say that it always has to be consent. Well, it always will be part of it. That's one of the essentials, right? But sometimes we have to assess, not sometimes, we always have to assess the risk classification of the use of AI systems. For example, marketing, for marketing use cases versus for healthcare purposes is different.
Thank you. So thank you for giving that extra level of granularity in terms of the thinking, right, for the kind of legal basis that we can use. Now, Atom, I want to turn to you because you are sitting at your vantage point with regard to Shopee. And I want to ask about publicly available personal data. So there is a common assumption that data scraped from public domains can be used without the need for consent for AI training. How can companies or how should companies navigate that practice given that regulators have stated that data protection law continues to apply to publicly available personal data?
First of all, happy Privacy Awareness Week to everyone here. So out of the way. So for that, I think the National Privacy Commission gave very stringent guidelines on how to go about data scraping. From their circular, if I remember correctly, data scraping technically is not a prohibited activity, but care should be always given to protect data subjects' rights from scraping. Now, I think it's always good, even if in the case of fast-moving things in the world, to always go back to basics. So I think it's also grounding back to basics on what really is the core of data protection and data privacy, which are the three principles. It's transparency, legitimate purpose, and proportionality. Now, in that circular, it was focused by the National Privacy Commission in its circular that for data scraping, there has to be transparency, and there has to be there's going to be notices to the data subjects that their data is going to be used in such a way, on how their data is going to be used in such a way. There has to be a legitimate purpose for it, so it can't be just willy-nilly we're going to use it for any other thing that we may want to do. And there has to also be proportionality, and we just can't scrape and there's no scraping of every and all data. So for me, in any case, my experience as a lawyer, it's always good to go back to the basics and always see what the law guides, because you can never go wrong if you always follow it from a compliance perspective. So, yeah.
Thank you, Atom. And in case, I'm sure all of you are aware, but I think the guide that Atom is referring to here from the MPC is guide number 2026/01 that was issued last month. And I want to quote one of the paragraphs here, which is section 3D. PICs, which is personal information controllers, should inform data subjects through an appropriate privacy notice or consent form before the processing takes place. And D says PICs should ensure that scraped personal data is adequate, relevant, suitable, and necessary for its purpose, and shall refrain from excessive or indiscriminate data scraping. And then the next sentence I think is important because it says PICs should also assess whether the scraping is reasonable under the circumstances. So we go to this touch point of reasonableness, and that's something that I personally have also observed with regard to the Personal Data Protection Act in Singapore. So that touchstone of reasonableness is quite relevant and intrinsic here. Atom, I want to turn to one more question from you. Also, I guess, touches on the reasonable point regarding data minimization. How do you think companies can practically implement data minimization when there is a tension, right? Because these machine learning algorithms, they inherently rely on large amounts of data in order to be able to operate effectively.
Yeah, I think it's just being very cognizant of compliance. And also, I also want to chime in on that last statement on the AI needs large amounts of data. That can be partially correct because, okay, I'm quoting from a very useful webinar I attended. This was conducted by a law professor from the University of Southern California. He is a very, very good webinar. So if I remember correctly, at the stage of what we are right now in the AI cycle, so there is unstructured learning, there's structured learning, and there's reinforced learning. So we're at the stage right now, LLMs in general. We're on the structured learning. We're feeding data. There is data being fed to the AI or the mechanism to make it, to structure it to be able to learn patterns and cognize patterns. Because in essence, AI is basically, from what he discussed, it's like substituting a brain, the human brain, to be able to do concepts. Now, on that perspective, there's also a tendency, like, you know, in our diets, we just ate food, right? That in our diets that we may be consuming junk food also. So it's not necessarily true that we need gobs and gobs and gobs of data to be able to make a very efficient or a very good product. Sometimes we have to be also selective on the data that we get. Now, on data minimization, that's where data minimization kind of helps with that. In your compliance framework, there always has to be that root question, and even in our Data Privacy Act and IRRs and data privacy in general, do you really need it? That's always the question, do you really need it? Because if you really don't need it, then you're just feeding something into machine, and that the value of that data set, maybe it's just an additional that provides no value, and it just incurs cost, it just incurs additional layer of you have to protect it because we're all mandated to protect the data that we have. So I guess that's where there's a tie-in there, because if we do data minimization right, we also do it on two fronts. We can do it, we can hit two birds in one stone, in my opinion, and in that we can also control the quality of the data, control the quality of the output, as well as we could also make better protections for the data that we have. So I think in a sense, this is a good example of we can marry both. One aspect of data protection does not have to be always in fighting with one another. The innovation cannot always be in fighting against like compliance or due diligence, right? Sometimes they can marry. So I think that's my take on that.
Thank you. Thank you for helping us tease out that nuance. And I really like that example about, it's not just about, let's say from a human perspective, ingesting all kinds of food, all kinds of junk food, right? You actually need the proper kinds of food in limited amounts, right? In order to be able to grow in a healthy manner. And if we take that similar kind of perspective to AI systems as well, it's not about gobbling all kinds of data or as much amount of data as possible, but it's really being mindful, right, about the quality of data that you ingest. And in that sense, there's also, that also kind of pays homage to the principle of data minimization as well. So I think that's a great point. Thank you very much, Atom. Max, I want to turn to you. Just looking at the other side of the picture, we've been talking about collecting personal data. We've been talking about using data to train AI systems. Now, having ingested this data, we should also look at the issue of data security and data breaches. How do you see that in the context of generative AI or agentic AI? What can companies do to better mitigate or address these issues in a more proactive manner?
Thanks, Josh. It's a great question. So just for a bit of context, my role at Google is to work with governments and enterprises and understand what's working when they utilize Google platforms and what's not working. And over the past 12 months, in the not working column is something that Michelle mentioned, which is the proliferation of shadow AI in an enterprise or government setting. So we might even have organizations that are investing really deeply on certain tools that meet their own data sovereignty and data protection requirements. But at the same time, businesses that we work with, and I had a customer in Indonesia last week who had their marketing team working on a new product in Notebook LM in their corporate instance. That's fine. But then a few days later, the CIO got a notification that screenshots about this product launcher in WhatsApp. And he goes, oh, okay, my neck's on the line now, and I'm responsible for this. And I asked him, I said, oh, so what did you do next? He goes, well, I blocked Notebook, I blocked WhatsApp. And I said, oh, so problem solved? No. Now I've got hundreds of people complaining about this not working. So what we are doing really deliberately at Google is thinking about what's common in that ecosystem, whether it's corporate applications, corporate AI, public AI, any other tool, the wrapper is the browser. And so we are working really intently at Google to give governments and businesses a great deal of control over everything that happens within that environment. If a customer wants to work on sensitive PII in a corporate instance of AI, if it's Gemini, that's great. If it's another organization, that's cool. But in real time, you can block the transit of that data between a tab. So it can't then go into Claude. It can't go into WhatsApp. That could be as small as someone's passport information, or it could be a full export of a file. So increasingly, the leak that you described, Josh, is movement between corporate and unsanctioned AI, and we're working really hard to minimize that. And so my advice to any organization would be rethink of that new parameter, being the browser as the playground of our tools, and start to enforce really strong policies on the movement of data within that browser.
Thank you for that. I think that's a very helpful takeaway for all companies here. And again, right, this is, I'm sure some of these things that we are hearing from our panelists, you all as data protection officers or people in the privacy space would already be quite familiar with. But the question is, how do you couch these messages to your leadership? And how do you frame these messages to your operational teams, your front-facing teams, in a way that they can appreciate and make sense? And I think that's really the true value of this panel. Beverly, I want to turn to you on a point about fairness. So AI models, they inherently inherit human and statistical biases from their training data. So what mechanisms should organizations deploy to prevent unintended biases or discrimination in AI-based decisions? And I can imagine that's very important in the healthcare context.
I think from our end, we're always looking for data, disaggregated data, as opposed to aggregate data. So we needed to know where they tested their AI systems, and this would range from age, sex, ethnicity, and different other factors depending on what kinds of conditions we're really looking at that the AI system is going to help diagnose. But overall, that's very important to us, as well as confidence testing data among providers, and maybe lastly, how their governance structure is, right? It's important to know also whether the AI system sits within a company that does, I guess, that earns from a part of the flow, the clinical flow of the patient, whether they're earning from medicines, et cetera, that can actually affect or bias the way that the AI system is going to put out a certain decision.
Great, thank you very much, Beverly. And just to add a quick point here, right? Now, when I used to work in my past life, I used to work in the Personal Data Protection Commission in Singapore. And I don't speak on their behalf, this is just my personal view, okay? But one thing that I learned during my time there was that we are not here to try and minimize or take away all sorts of bias. The fact of the matter is, in order for the world to operate, we do have to take into account some of the biases. So for example, in a bank, when you are looking for whether the bank decides whether or not to give a loan, there is a certain bias, right? They want to see your credit worthiness. The real issue of a bias here is one of unintended bias. What are biases that we do not want, that we unintentionally, accidentally include? And that's where things like testing, right? Regular testing, and what Michelle mentioned just now about making sure that you process and make sure that your data sets are fit for purpose in the particular context that it operates in. That is critical when it comes to fairness and discrimination. Okay, I want to turn finally to the last principle that we want to touch on, and maybe I'll turn to Michelle for this, on transparency and explainability. How can organizations be meaningfully transparent to data subjects about how their data is processed and transformed into decisions that could significantly affect them?
That's very, very hard, actually, because it's not just a matter of putting an opt-in checkbox in all our mailers, in all our communications with our customers. because, well, maybe it is the easiest way to do right now that, okay, our customers we have their consent, for example, to process their data. You go to our website, you also have similar declaration there, right? But we know that not everyone reads that. So I think, and maybe forgive me for being a bit maybe radical here, but isn't this more about a data literacy thing than just data privacy, right? Just letting everyone know what data is, and that their pictures, their comments, their likes are all data points. Maybe, as basic as that. Have an understanding, or maybe just have that sort of discipline that whenever we see something, especially on digital, then that's all data. When you have a picture, or you have a PDF file, that is also data that you upload easily to ChatGPT because you think that is harmless. But I think it's really going a few steps back before talking about transparency to our customers. It's also them being responsible for the data that are theirs, right? So I am surprised that even my sisters, for example, and they know that I work in the data and AI space, they're not even aware that it is their data, it's their pictures, their data when they use these the meme-making AI apps, right? It's actually their data. So I think in the Philippines, we have to still do a better job at proliferating at least, data literacy, and then making sure that everyone understands that first, so that when companies actually try to be more transparent with them in saying that, hey, we need to analyze the data so that we can offer personalized service offerings or product offerings to you, we all know what that exactly means.
I think that's an excellent point, and it's not just the Philippines, frankly. I think it's an issue that we need to face around the world. And frankly speaking, I would say that with regard to literacy, that's a long-term goal that we all need to keep continuously pushing towards. And I'm very glad to hear during the speeches yesterday for MPC, what are you looking forward to in the next 10 years, right? It wasn't just about more AI or trying to drive more innovation, but trying to drive more literacy on the ground as well, right? With regard to the everyday person on the street, understanding how their data is being used in these systems. Maybe, Atom, I'll turn to you, because that's a long-term goal. How can organizations nevertheless make this information about how their data is being used more easy to access and understand? How can you provide that level of explainability without exposing, trade secrets or business secrets or proprietary algorithms to data users, data subjects?
Yeah, sorry, I just tested. I think, well, I'm going to piggyback a bit on Michelle's point a bit. I kind of, and to connect it to your question, I kind of get it a bit on the data literacy side and trying to make it simple for the data subject, because we all want to be transparent and we all want to follow transparency and always give to whoever the data subject is that how the data is going to be used. But there's always going to be that tension and balance a bit, because for one, sometimes it's easy to say, okay, let's use plain language, let's not be so formal. But unfortunately, there are parameters and some uses of the data that it's not really explainable in a very vernacular language. It sometimes, unfortunately, is highly technical. Me, I'm a lawyer. There are some terms that, of course, even I can't even fathom to understand. So there's all going to be always a tension in that. So I think there's also, aside from the usual that we do with our privacy policies and our terms and conditions, I think there's also piggybacking on digital literacy. It's data literacy. It's also more of educating users on what the app is all about. What do we use? And I think that could also bridge the gap. Of course, it's always going to be a challenge. But I think that's the best way to do it is like not limit yourself to that like teensy platforms, because there's other platforms that like other platforms that the like an organization can use to try to push that message. So I think you can also use those things.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we've got about 11 minutes left on this panel. I'm going to pose a question to Max, but I also want to pick everyone's brains to see whether or not you have any tough questions for our panelists here. Again, our panelists really come from lots of expertise horizontally across all sectors. So if there are any questions from the floor, you're welcome to either write them on your index card and share it with, I think, some of our staff here, or to come up to the mic right here in the middle to ask your question. Max, I want to turn to you on organizational culture. We are going to be transitioning from traditional data processing to AI-derived insights. How should organizations foster a culture of innovation alongside a clear adherence to ethical and responsible data privacy practices?
Yeah. Maybe the best thing I can do is offer the perspective of how we try and do it internally at Google and straddle those two objectives. I was thinking back to the keynote earlier from Secretary Henry. He made a really, really good point, which is if we lose trust, we lose progress in nation building and our mandate to look after the welfare of the people in the Philippines. There's a lot of parallels to that at Google. If we lose the trust of our users, it's game over. It's a $4 trillion company will vanish because we are so dependent on people's willingness to trust that their data is safe when they use our platforms. We do that and enforce that education in many ways. In your onboarding, it's an enormous part of your training, that you are a custodian of people's data, and that is incredibly valuable, and you're responsible for its security. It is reinforced to us quarterly. So we do have quarterly trainings that ensure that people understand that and can recognize the difference between working and potentially putting data at risk. We push reminders to users at all times. So I said our whole business application landscape is isolated to a browser, Chrome browser. Anytime someone is potentially moving something that looks like sensitive data or need-to-know data, if it's a really high-risk scenario, that user might be blocked. But mostly, we pose the question back to that person and go, do you think anything about this is suspicious? And maybe you should rethink before you share. And the amount of data we gather on people that go back and start again, change a slide, kill the email or deck entirely, is significant. So constantly asking that person to make a decision on behalf of the company is very powerful.
Excellent. So what I'm hearing is that actually inherent in many of us and our users and our stakeholders is that inherently there is a gut feel already, right? About whether or not there are risks involved, whether we are approaching a certain sort of danger zone. And the key thing here is not just to move ahead with a particular step or a particular process, but to add that level of mindfulness to say, hold on, let me just reflect on this a bit. Are there any warning signs? Are there any things that I should be mindful about or think about before I proceed with that step? And I think that's a great point. Okay, I have one question from the audience, which I think I'll turn to our Filipino panelists here. And it relates to both kind of Philippines as well as Singapore. So I'll ask this. Singapore created a national policy and a national AI council chaired by the Prime Minister of Singapore. Do you see the same appetite or interest in the Philippines soon? And for context, when we talk about the national policy here, I think the learned audience member is talking about the Singapore National AI Strategy and maybe some of the other governance frameworks that have been produced in Singapore. So turning to our Filipino panelists here, any sense of that from you guys?
Yeah, I can probably speak more about that because we at the AP were involved in making sure that the national AI strategy is actually implemented. that the National AI Strategy document is actually the fourth attempt of the Philippines to come up with such, right? To have an AI strategy. So yes, of course, Singapore's model is an aspiration for all of us. But I think until we have the basics right, meaning we have the right infrastructure, literacy, and of course, understanding of the basics, like data privacy, for example, that's crucial, right? But when we talk about an appetite, or are we coming to a point where we are government, for example, is going to say, hey, we can be an AI first, government, or this country can build AI systems at par with, whoever it is that we are racing with. I'd like to think that we still don't have electricity in many parts of the Philippines. We still don't have internet connection in many parts of the Philippines. Not just electricity, but also water, right? So energy requirements, I think that's something that we need to definitely look at. But in terms of willingness, of course, sure. But this should be directed towards solving use cases that really matter for society, instead of just racing for the sake of being there and coming up with a strategy. So we are working with the Department of Science and Technology. The DOST, as you may know, is the lead in AI initiatives among government agencies. So it is a matter of identifying what these national use cases are for AI. Because not all our problems need to be solved with AI. We need to identify which problems are best solved with AI, right? So for example, it's just a matter of having visibility on the national budget. That's not necessarily an AI use case, right? So it's just a matter of putting together, maybe, I don't know, we're talking about blockchain, other more relevant technologies. But when we talk about an AI strategy for the Philippines, it is, the main message here is that the AI strategy should be towards, it's always hard to say this without getting emotional, but AI strategy of countries, especially of the Philippines, should be geared towards the improvement of lives of the Filipino people. All right, so these should be for social impact, especially when it is a strategy that's supposed to be from the government, right? Of course, each of our companies are going to be using AI strategy responsibly for our customers, for our stakeholders, but who looks after these use cases that are best solved with AI? But government. And the government is going to be the model also for responsible AI, starting with basic compliance with data privacy and similar regulations.
Very well said. AI should not be pursued for AI's sake, but AI should always be pursued for the purpose of bettering the lives of your citizens, Filipinos, right? Can we all give a round of applause to that response, please? Okay, I have one more question here. I want a quick response from any panelist that answers. But I just also want to make a very, very quick point, right? That I think while that question was sort of putting a juxtaposition between, say, Singapore and the Philippines, I've never believed that there's any particular country in ASEAN that's ahead. Every country has its own unique context that we need to bear in mind, right? And I always say this, ASEAN wins in AI not when an individual jurisdiction or few countries win. ASEAN wins in AI when all countries in ASEAN win in AI, right? So I think that's something that I want to bear in mind. Now, there's a question here. Members of the panel mentioned that the basis for AI processing is consent. There are a lot of decisions in AI systems that happen invisibly, right? So if users cannot realistically understand the logic behind these systems, what does meaningful consent or transparency actually look like? I think this is a valuable question. Can I ask for maybe a quick response from the panelists, please? Very quick one.
I think at least for healthcare, we are towards being more conservative, right? It means if it's difficult to to have explainability for that certain system, then we don't adopt it. So we end up actually risking that we're a little bit more behind, but just because of the nature of our sector, then that's where we err towards.
Yeah, for us, echoing Dr. Beb's what she said, of course, we always try to be with our policies and the privacy policies and TNCs to be always transparent with the users. But maybe also I can use a bit of an analogy. So, okay, we all drove here in a vehicle, correct? Most likely it's going to be a car. So I do not know how a combustion engine works. I just know that it was sold to me. It was safe. There is doors there. There's a handle. I know if I push the injection button, it's not going to blow up on me. So in that sense, while I do not know how the internal combustion engine processes gasoline to be able to do power and put all this power in these pistons to move the vehicle, but I know that vehicle is safe and it brought me here. So I think that's a bit of the analogy that what we can do. While we don't know every working part, the important parts that we do say that we're going to do matters. So I think I could use that analogy safely. So.
Thank you. And I just want to make a quick point regarding transparency. You may not always be able to provide full transparency or meaningful explainability, but sometimes a good substitute for that is repeatability. If you do something and the user regularly gets the same feedback or the same output, there is trust in that system also, because repeatedly you get consistency in the same output. So I think that's something to bear in mind. Now, I've been told to wrap up, but I think there are really just a few key things that we can take away from this wonderful panel that we've had. The first one is the point on mindfulness. I think being thoughtful, right, about what are some of the responsible data governance practices that we can have within organizations. I think Atom made a great point about mindfulness, about not just ingesting all kinds of data, but ingesting quality data, processing it carefully, so that this also helps to raise the quality of the AI system. I think another point that came up from every one of the panelists here is about raising the level of literacy in all of our users, right? In the Philippines in particular, but actually, frankly, all over the world in all other countries, raising that literacy of how your data is being used in AI systems, I think is a worthwhile goal that we should always continue to pursue. And the final message that I took away was from Max. Max said this: if we lose the trust of users, it's game over, right? So I think that it's really a very pithy way of summarizing what this panel is about as we apply existing data protection principles that we have to an age of generative AI and agentic AI. So many, many useful thoughts to really chew upon. I want to ask you to join me in warmly thanking our panelists for their wonderful insights. Beverly, Atom, Michelle, and Max. Once again, my name is Josh. It's been my pleasure being your moderator for this panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator and the panelists as well. What an insightful and inspiring talk, if we're being honest about it, just because of the focus on the human side of how we can address the topic of AI and where the focus really should be as we think about these things. I love what was mentioned again, as our moderator Josh Lee brought up as well, just kind of the leanings of the topic, which was number one, that the focus ought to be on educating our people, making sure that the users of AI, and not even just the users of AI, just anybody who has any sort of data that they are sharing knows that this is data, what they are uploading, what they are sharing, and knowing what data is, what needs to be, what we need to be careful with, and all of those things, and that ultimately all of this is for the betterment of the quality of life of the Filipino as well, of the person who is using and exposed to these technologies. And so that's really kind of the angle that we should be looking at. Some wonderful thoughts from the first panel session today.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. And of course, we heard different diverse perspectives. And of course, we have one common goal for this one. And aside from that, Justin, our next topic is very, very interesting as what we were talking backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we resume our proceedings, let's dive into the next panel discussion on when AI goes wrong and how to get it right. Privacy risk, ethical harm, and accountable AI governance. So from the uses of AI in terms of personal data, as what we have discussed earlier, now we are going into, I would say, the disadvantages of it and how we can make it right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us meet our panelists for our next discussion. Our first panel moderator is a Hong Kong star-based data protection lawyer with extensive experience across regulatory, in-house, and private practice. She is a fellow of the Center for Information Policy Leadership and formerly the global head of privacy at London Stock Exchange Group. She previously spent over a decade at Hong Kong's Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data, where she served as acting chief counsel. She is now also a consultant of Anthony Sui & Co., a niche law firm offering cross-border legal services. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Sandra Liu. A big round of applause, everybody.
And now allow me to call on the stage our panelists. First up, he is a program manager at the Tech for Good Institute, where he works on AI governance, trust and safety, and cyber resilience across Southeast Asia. He served as an economic specialist for digital economy and cybersecurity at the U.S. Embassy in Manila, and as a researcher at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. Please put your hands together for Keith Detros.
Next up, he leads global regulatory strategy at TikTok and ByteDance, specializing in the intersection of AI governance and data protection. With extensive experience in handling high-stakes regulatory matters, he regularly engages with authorities and experts across the globe in tackling critical issues involving privacy, safety, and responsible use of data. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Bo Kim. A big round of applause, everybody.
Next up, our third panelist, allow me to call on the Chief Data Officer at Mint, parent company of Gcash, leading the company's data strategy and a 600-plus model estate that powers lending, risk, marketing, and customer experience. She champions responsible human-centric AI through Gcash's Good Data and Good program and industry councils, and actively mentors future women leaders and data scientists. Let's welcome Sarah Ann Venturina.
All right, our next panelist is a Director for Advocacy, Privacy, and Data Policy for APAC at Meta, where he advises product teams on data protection requirements and engages regulators on data-related legislation and policies. He has held senior roles in global public policy, legal and compliance, and data protection, and has also worked in government on policies covering data protection, cybersecurity, ICT, competition, consumer protection, and emerging technologies such as 5G, and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Royce Wee. A big round of applause, everybody. And to our esteemed panel members, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's working now. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. And let me... All right, as always, there are tech issues. First of all, thank you, NPC, and also the Commissioner for the hospitality and the invitation. I'm thrilled to be the moderator today. So, and also echoing Josh, a huge congratulations for the success of the Privacy Awareness Week in Philippines. So now today, let me begin by saying, though I should probably start by a disclaimer, I am, to the best of my knowledge, a biological entity. I didn't hallucinate my breakfast or my lunch, and my hand has the standard number of 5 for now. So for Privacy Awareness Week, we discuss here on the AI issue. I think we don't need to repeat again what we are going to talk about. I hope that my moderator will feel free to chime in and just to treat it as a chit-chat sessions, because we have already heard a lot on the AI risks and also, the issues and legal issues in the prior panel. This panel is more about, highlighting some of the things which can go wrong, and then how are we going to adjust the system, what we should do. And we have a stellar panel here from data, legal, policy person, and also programs specialist, and also data governance specialist. So we're all covered. Just before we go into the details, I just want to highlight slightly of some of the risks, so to speak. Because digital transformation is not the future; it's actually happening right now, and there are risks such as when we go beyond the interface. It can be like privacy or data leakage problem, and sometimes it can be like ethical or bias traps if the data is biased, that we're going to go into the system to train the data. And more broadly, it can be like cumulative harms, like people losing agency of what they're going to see, what they're going to do, what they're going to choose, etc. So without going into the details, and perhaps I'll just give a few minutes on highlighting what are the most problematic or the most underestimated privacy risks. Since we are here in the Philippines, may I start with perhaps Keith first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Sandra. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Again, my name is Keith, and before I start or answer the question, I want to briefly introduce the Tech for Good Institute first. We are a nonprofit organization, research policy organization based out of Singapore. And together with our work with Grab and MasterCard for Center for Inclusive Growth, our aim is to be able to leverage technology to have a thriving digital economy and a confident digital society. And Sandra, your question about contextualizing first here in the Philippines is pretty important. Especially this is also a happy 10 years to the NPC, but the NPC operates in a very digitally engaged ecosystem here in the Philippines. I think numbers last year note that, let me just get my numbers right, that we spend over 8 hours and 52 minutes online every day. So that's one working hour, one working day, if you think about it. And if you have to guess, how do we rank in terms globally in terms of ChatGPT use monthly? Surprisingly, we are sixth in the world, number sixth in the world in chat GPT use. The global average is like 26% of people in a country uses chat GPT monthly. In the Philippines, it's around 42.4%. So that's double. And that's just to say that there is a digitally engaged ecosystem here, not only from online, but also in AI. The question you're asking is, what are some of these underestimated risks? And one of the things I want to highlight is the proliferation of shadow AI, or AI use without proper mapping, or even unauthorized use of AI. So I don't know if the people in the room would like to raise their hands. Who here has used AI in their work? How many of these hands? Keep your hands up if your managers know you're using AI. Quite a fair bit. But as some of the emerging risks right now is the use of unauthorized AI in the workplace. So that means whether that's an MSME or large corporation, for example, people have been using or uploading personal identifiable information to your own AI, personal AI, and not on work AI. And I feel like there should be a conversation around where are these AI tools being used in an organization, because shadow AI, if not properly mapped out, is one of the risks that we don't see in the organizations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Keith, for pointing that out. In fact, we're going to talk about the mitigation in the next session. Let's flag the issue first. Well, maybe I'll go to Sarah Ann, because you understand the culture very much more than the rest of us here. So what do you see from the AI risk? What is the most underestimated one, according to your perspective?
So I think in organizations, right, there's always this need or want to have the most data available to them as much as possible, right? We need a lot of data. And in some cases, there's this secondary use of data, meaning when the data that is being used, fed into the AI systems, are not the ones that is originally identified to be used, right? I think the mindset in organizations would be like, how can I leverage this data more? Or how can I really sort of like know my customers the most that I can? Like really looking at all the possible data sources, not just internally, but externally. And the thing is, this is not something, it's something that people will not think about misusing at the start. But because of the secondary use of data, it eventually raises up some of the unintended consequences. What do I mean by that? For example, if the data that was used by the AI system wasn't really available or should be used by the AI system, it's not just about the lack of consent for the use of that data, but also because the original data should be used for another purpose, and because you've used it in a different purpose, some of the things that will come out sort of like will exacerbate the biases underneath the data, right? For example, if we want to use, let's say, data about location, or maybe about the quality of a picture from a mobile phone. Imagine if, for example, with that information, you try to use it to assess creditworthiness. Then I would assume those who have lower-end phones are not creditworthy, right? But in reality, the people who want to extend credit to are the ones probably using that kind of device because they're the ones who are in need more of credit. So we would sort of like naturally assume things that would then make things harder for those that are supposed to be, being helped by financial inclusion or anything that's around extending credit opportunities for customers. So I think that's one area.
Yeah, indeed, that's a real issue because as we move along to not just ensuring mere compliance, but also monetizing data, Then understanding the sources of the data, what that is about, whether we can really use it for another purpose, as outlined by the prior panel, because we have legal requirements in the law, we have IP restrictions, we have confidentiality, etc., etc. That's really sit in your well because you're the chief data officer, right? So that's a very good point. We'll bear that in mind in our next discussion about the governance. Maybe I'll come to you, Bo. Well, according to you, there are two points being already mentioned. What else would you like to highlight?
Another underestimated privacy risk related to AI that I think about that isn't talked about a lot is data retention or excessive data retention. As we talked about, AI uses and collects a lot of data, right? And so the more data you have and the longer you retain the data, the higher the risk that something bad would happen to that data, whether it be privacy leakage or data leakage, unauthorized access, or some type of data breach. So at TikTok, data retention is actually a core objective as part of our global privacy controls framework. And that means that we have policies around how long we can retain data, and we have developed systems that automatically carry out our policies to ensure that the data that we retain is not retained for longer than we need it for. So I think when we consider AI and all the data that is being processed or collected, I think we should really think about looking at our data retention policies to make sure that they are proportionate and reasonable, and to have systems in place to automatically implement that policy with respect to data retention.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. That's also a very good point because the more data that you have, there's always an argument between lawyers, compliance officers, and the business. They always feel that if you have more data, you'll be more secure, that you can do better business. But that's not necessarily the case, especially if you have more data, then there are prone to be more risk of leakage, right? So that's also another question. So sorry, Royce, I come to you the last. I hope that you can find something to talk about in terms of underestimated risks.
Thanks very much, Sandra. I think it's hard to add on value to the very substantive points that my panelists have already said. Maybe I'll just take a slightly different approach, a more meta approach in a sense, but not meta in the corporate slogan, but small M-E-T-A, in the sense that I do see that the biggest risk is actually a certain fear of AI. People, they do not understand AI, and as a result, they choose not to engage with AI, right? So what are the opportunity costs of enterprise, of citizens, due to certain unsubstantiated concerns or anxiety over AI? They miss out on the opportunity to get on this tech bandwagon, right? So I think that is the meta answer I give. The more traditional or conventional privacy-related answer, I'll just quickly add on to that, is that I think then it puts very significant onus on industry like ourselves, working closely with regulators to really be more transparent, right, in terms of what are our data processing activities, what are the safeguards we have in place, what are some of the user controls, what are some of the transparency measures. And I think that dovetails very nicely also with what the National Privacy Commission intends to do when it comes to nurturing the privacy consciousness in the age of AI. So very happy to partner the NPC in this very worthwhile endeavor to really build trust, right, when it comes to AI adoption, deployment, and usage.
Thank you. It feels like to me we can't just, repeating every risk without discussing how to mitigate it, right? I think the big chunk of this conversation should be about how to manage it, how to mitigate it. And obviously, a lot of organization has already moved on to, putting together program accountability around how to manage the privacy or AI risks. It's a big topic here. So I don't think we can really rely on one single mind to repeat everything or talk about everything. Maybe. What do you think about should be included in a responsible AI model. And just to address the risk that you have just mentioned, remembering we already have sometimes existing process in place and current governance, can we bake some of those additional measures in the existing model or current measures? And also, if you are going to recommend just 3 governance rules for the Philippines, what would you recommend? So may I perhaps just call upon PAW? Maybe you can kickstart first.
Sure. I think yesterday and today, one of the central themes that came out is trust, right? And Max repeated the phrase of how if you lose trust, then it's basically game over. And for TikTok, we strive every day to be the most trusted platform. And for AI, I think that means that we need to use AI responsibly, and to that end, we adhere to 5 overarching principles when it comes to responsible AI. And those are transparency, safety, privacy, fairness, and accountability. And I won't go through each and every one for sake of time, but I'll just touch on the first 2 that I mentioned, which is transparency and safety. And Royce, you touched on transparency as well. But I think in thinking about transparency, as Royce, you pointed out, I think if people don't really know what AI is and how AI systems work, that's when you sort of lose that trust with your users. And so at TikTok, we seek to promote transparency into how our AI works and what information is used, as well as what content on our platform is generated using AI. So some examples of that is that we've created actually TikTok videos and published articles that explain in user-friendly terms, like how our recommendation system, which is powered by AI, works. We, of course, disclose in our privacy policy what data we use to develop and improve our AI models. And last year, we actually launched a $2 million US dollar literacy fund in partnership with over 20 NGOs to help educate the public about AI. In terms of some steps that we're taking on the AI-generated content front, we were one of the first platforms to provide labeling tools for users to label content that they generate using AI, and the first video sharing platform to adopt the C2PA content credentials, which embed metadata into, again, AI-generated content to allow platforms to detect content that is generated by AI. And we are also working on invisible watermarking to, again, further bolster transparency around AI-generated content.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, that's really quite a lot, and also a lot of investment. And thank you for that huge investment indeed. Maybe since social media is really very popular here in the Philippines, and Meta obviously is, I'm sure you're paying quite a huge number of fund into, responsible AI, etc., Royce. But recently it come across to me the Meta Ray-Ban, that's a lot of times quite privacy sensitive. And apology for putting you right into the spotlight. And in fact, we have a lot of spotlight here. But that particular product do draw on a lot of privacy attention, etc. So in explaining some of these things and in your responsible AI model, how are you going to explain to the public, and is there anything that you would like to add?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Sandra. But before I talk about Ray-Ban more specifically, I just want to quickly add on to what Bo mentioned in terms of the transparency measures and the TikTok videos. My only request is for those videos to also be made available on Facebook.
One more time, sorry.
If only those TikTok videos are also made available on Facebook. That's the only request.
Of course.
So back to the wearables itself. It has been launched in a number of jurisdictions. Unfortunately, it's not available here in the Philippines yet. At the same time, APAC is obviously a very important market for the company. We have launched the wearables very recently on April 20th in Singapore. We have also very recently launched in Japan, I think May 21st. And just a couple of days ago, May 26th, we launched in Korea, right? So the reason why I say all these countries in APAC is because come second half of the year into 2027 as well, you can be sure that countries within APAC, including the Philippines, is a very core market for us, and we do hope to introduce some of our wearable technologies sooner rather than later. Right, so I think your question, in a way, is a good opportunity for me to try to front load some of our privacy measures that we've already invested ahead of time, right? Also, it comes with the experience of having launched in earlier markets, right, in terms of what the user issues might be. I think to the extent that there are valuable learning points, I want to assure you, the National Privacy Commission and all stakeholders here, that as part of our responsible innovation approach, we continue to make sure that all the safeguards, user controls, and transparency measures are kept relevant and kept effective, right? In a very brief overview, essentially, whenever a user were to use our glasses, be it Ray-Ban or be it the Oakleys and future generations of glasses as well, there will be key privacy safeguards that surround them. So if a user were to take a photo or video that will be what we call active capture, meaning that the photo or video will be accessible by the user after the capture, we make sure that there's a very visible LED signaling light that will go off. And one of the learning points that we got as we improve on the technology is that the light is not just a static light, but it's going to be a very prominent blinking light. Right? So it's not just a one light that shines, right? It actually blinks. Right? Because studies have shown that when the light is a blinking one, it more easily captures bystanders' attention.
So we should be looking for something which is blinking. Then
That's
we
right.
know. All right.
So watch out, not spotlights like this, but it has to be blinking, right? So you know that there's some active media capture that is going on. So that's one safeguard. Another related safeguard is that to the extent that a user tries to be naughty, right, and tries to cover the LED light, obscure it, be it using a tape or some sort of a finger, the media capture functionality will be switched off. So the person will not be able to take any photos or any videos if the indicator is closed off. Some other safeguards includes the fact that it is stored on device, it's on-device processing, right, by default, unless the user makes a conscious choice to activate an AI feature or uploads it to the cloud. So to the extent that that happens, then our meta privacy policy makes it clear that once it's uploaded to the cloud, to our servers, or AI feature is used, like for example, you want to know what am I looking at, right? Or tell me more about this statue, or tell me more about Privacy Awareness Week, right? You use the active AI feature, then those data will be used for AI improvement, right? We do train up our models in order for the models to be more responsive, more relevant to user questions or user interactions. But that will be transparently laid out, and it's always up to a user to decide whether or not they want to activate these AI features. So in a very brief nutshell, these are some of the privacy controls that we're wrapping around this very exciting product. I really can't wait for the product to be available in this beautiful country.
Thank you, Roy. Actually, you should thank me for the airtime for telling everybody about the good things about the privacy measures. You want to?
I want to chime in on some of these things. The question was on responsible AI governance.
Yes.
What does it look like? And of course, I want to build on what Bo and Roy has been mentioning from a platform perspective, but I want to also bring in some operational questions and a perspective from even medium organizations who have their own ambitions of putting or deploying AI within their organizations.
Yeah, particularly, I think from a program perspective, what kind of mitigation measures that you feel it will be important? Say, for example, do you think that we should put together an incident response plan? And say, for example, what do you think about the risk assessment tools? And what's so special about it? Maybe, Keith, you can also talk about the incident response plan?
No, but yes, but at the end of the day, there's this overarching idea of in terms of responsible AI governance, we don't have to start from scratch. If you are an organization in the audience right now, you're part of an organization, one of the first things you should do is look at your own backyard and say, do I have cybersecurity plans? Do I have data privacy plans? Do I have my vendor third-party risk management systems in place? And ask whether those have been updated for an AI world. Probably most have been not yet of thinking about agentic AI. Let's just take the third-party risk assessment, for example. Are we now asking whether the third-party vendors that we onboard on our platforms, organizations, or key functions, have we been asking them what AI tools they are using and what kind of assurances do we have that our data, because these questions are there before. It's just that trying to understand whether these are still relevant for the AI world. And in your question on the incident response plan, those also need to evolve from an organizational perspective of whether what happens, because probably there are tabletop exercises you are doing right now for data leakage, but what happens if there the harms and the risks that we have been discussing on stage, even the first panel, happens, and whether we are ready for these contingencies that we have. Okay, actually, maybe, sorry, go ahead if you have anything to join.
No, I sort of like just wanted to add in as well a different aspect to when it comes to responsible AI, and that is thinking about it from like tackling the unintended harms, right? Because I hope most people here are not really thinking of using it for bad purposes, right? Most people, they would want to use it for good. And when we think about AI, we think about how can AI help us humans, right? So, but in some cases, the harms would come from something that we are not aware of, the unintended consequences. And one of the tools that we use in GCash is actually what we call a moral imagination workshop, right?
Okay.
It's called Moral Imagination Workshop. So the idea is, so it's part of our Good Data for Good program, wherein we talk about the virtues and also the principles that we want to uphold as we work with data. So similar to a lot what Bo mentioned, what you guys have in TikTok. But to sort of like put it into context, right? All of the people working with data, let them go through what we call Moral Imagination Workshop, which is really to allow each person in their own role, whether you're a data engineer, a data scientist, or even like a visualization expert, right? To think about what could possibly go wrong. What's the worst thing that could happen? What if the model gets it wrong, right? So that's when we think about, okay, so if this happens, okay, for example, if I wasn't able to lend correctly to the appropriate customers who is in need of the credit opportunity, then instead of helping that person uplift their lives, I would unintentionally make that person like less progressive, for example. So we try to look at it from that perspective as well, because it's not that people want to commit harms, or it's not like people want to like, abuse data, right? It's just that sometimes because of all the other data challenges around quality, around access, around accuracy, that we forget that, the missing data doesn't just mean missing data. It means a certain portion of your customer base is unrepresented, and whatever you do later on, whatever decisions you make, means these people are excluded, right? So that's another, I guess, perspective that would like to have responsible AI programs have.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Assigning roles and also the responsibility is really key in an accountability model. And also to trace the assets to the sources of the data, and also at the same time who is going to make the decision when things goes wrong. That's also the key part of it, aside from transparency, explaining to the users, and also having process in place to manage incidents. But when it comes back to operationalizing the control, what is the hardest part of it? Because there are quite a lot of challenges, but would you like to highlight some of those challenges and share some experience you feel that will be most challenging? Is it about the transparency? Because understanding how AI works, understanding how the logic is not easy, and choosing what to disclose in the, say for example, documents. And nowadays, you will face question about where is this model card, where is the source code, right? So do you think that we should actually disclose these sort of documents in order to explain and in order to be more transparent? So how can we strike a balance? There's always this dilemma of being more transparent and at the same time try to preserve the trade secret. And obviously, if you just give away everything, then I'm sure the business is going to, come to you and give you trouble, right? So how to strike a balance? I mean, in terms, say for example, Ross, you just mentioned about transparency. My understanding and wearing my legal hat, there are two recent cases on that DNB case by the EU court on the explainability and also transparency and how to balance that with trade secret, etc. And also the Dutch DPA draft published a draft guidelines on more recently on transparency and how to explain to customers. What is your view on that? And also from a policy angle. Yeah.
Thanks, Sandra. I think for transparency, it's important to understand what is the purpose for the transparency, because sometimes it's very easy for us to zoom in on the word and adopt an approach that can be out of sync with the original intent for transparency. So my understanding when it comes to the data protection landscape is that transparency is really we want to put the end user in a position to make an informed decision or assessment as to the data that an organization intends to collect from them, right? Including what sort of data.
Meaningful explanation. Meaningful
Exactly.
explanation.
Contextual, meaningful, actionable, meaningful. So it's not about doing a data dump, right, in terms of providing all sorts of information to the user that will overwhelm the end user in terms of being able to even comprehend, right, or to digest the information that can lead to meaningful actions or decisions by the end user. So this is how we look at transparency. And this is also our transparency measures through a number of ways, right? Just very, very quickly. Earlier on, you asked about when it comes to AI models, so how are we going to be transparent? I noticed I focused so much on the wearables, I was so distracted, I didn't talk about our transparency when it comes to AI, right? So very quickly, at the frontier model, considering where we play in the entire AI value chain, in our view, the purpose of transparency there is in terms of what are the kind of data that we take in, what are the sort of testing that we've carried out, what are some of the material risks that we are concerned about, the sort of benchmarking that we have done, the mitigating measures that we have adopted, the residual risks, and a very informed decision as to why we are making the informed decision to take on the risks, right? To take on the residual risks. And that is very...
So in a nutshell, try to explain the relationship of the data and also the outcome, right?
Yes, correct. But contextualized to our role as a frontier AI model developer, right? So the key risks that we have identified in our safety and preparedness report that accompanied our MuseSpark release focuses on three main risks, which is appropriate to our role in in the tier that we play along the value chain. Primarily over chemical, biological weapons risks, cybersecurity risks, and finally autonomy risks, which is a loss of control risk, which is very similar to what was shared earlier, right? We want to make sure that the AI won't go rogue, so to speak, right? So what are some of the safety measures that we need to constrain the behavior and understanding and the chain of reasoning of that AI? When it comes to the end user, it's a layered kind of transparency in terms of system cards, model cards, just-in-time notices. So depending on how the user interacts with our products and services, we make sure that we provide the right form or format or transparency that will enable the end user to make regular decisions that best suits their needs.
Yes, it's always about, try to think about it as a human that you're trying to explain. It's not about the mathematical logic. Just the mathematical logic, I don't think a lot of us in the room will be able to understand what it means, right? So it's about the relationship between the data that you take and also the outcome, how it impacts you, right? So that's a very good point. So maybe, Paul, maybe from because you're wearing a legal hat and like me, I always think about what what should be in the documentation that we need to think about in terms of, say, for example, contracts, say, for example, the privacy notice. So can you share a few things that you think will be useful when you try to tackle this underestimated risks, or maybe transparency?
Yeah, I think it's important to have an overarching privacy governance or AI governance program. So, and of course, that program needs to have documentations around how data is used for AI, or how long, again, going back to data retention, what data is retained for how long, transparency requirements, and so forth. So at TikTok, we actually have an AI controls framework that governs how we process information and what compliance documentations are needed to support our privacy and AI governance around the company. And of course, that also includes reviewing documents with respect to third parties and having the appropriate data protection addendums in place.
Thank you, Bo. Since we don't have a lot of time left, maybe I will just go to the operational specialist. Keith, when we talk about accountability and program and framework, we always think about tracking things, you know, whether it is auditable, whether we leave enough trail in the system. So what's the pain point of, you know, having all this? Do you think that is very difficult? Is there anything that you can share?
So again, I'm wearing more of an operational hat from a perspective of practical applications. In the previous panel, I think Atom used cars and driving as one of the key things, as an analogy. And when AI goes wrong, it came to my mind of like whether everybody's familiar with aircraft investigations. You know, when there are close calls, when accidents happen, there are investigations around aircrafts. And maybe a question we should ask is whether in organizations we can also have that level of traceability. It goes back to my first point about shadow AI. Do we even know where our agents are, or AI agents are deployed, what decision making they're doing, and how are we logging it in? Because in any case, if something goes wrong, it has some, we don't want it to be a blame game. Some kind of documentation of understanding where your AI agents are would also be some sort of due diligence for a small organization, for example, who is deploying AI. And even in aircraft investigations, right, there is pilot error. How do we, in AI deployment, for example, do we even, there are hard questions about user error as well, or user liability. There's an entire tech stack of whether there is your AI designer, AI developer, AI deployer, and then as Royce just mentioned, there's also a user component of it. And whether we are able to trace that back becomes one of the key aspects as well of more operational and practical side of things. Very last one, cybersecurity hat. We red team our infrastructure and systems in terms of cybersecurity. When we're doing AI, it's not a one-off, that you test before you deploy. You test, you deploy, and then you test again. This is because at the end of the day, when AI goes wrong, you have also a proof of due diligence more and more. I'm talking again from the perspective of smaller organizations, medium platforms who might be in the room and thinking, where do I start? These might be some of the questions we have to ask.
Yes, indeed. Sarah Ann, do you have anything to add?
I think you asked earlier about how do you put governance into.
What is the hardest part of operationalizing it?
So I think the hardest part is putting the governance as part of the process itself, right? Because if governance is at the end or at the very high, very top, then it's very difficult to really sort of like see it effective. But if you try to put the governance pieces as part of the process, then it's easier to be able to catch, you know, all of this potential risk, potential harms, and you can mitigate it as soon as possible. So for example, creating toolkits that will make things easy for everyone in the org to be able to understand where the harms are coming from, the risks that are coming out, and being able to plan for the mitigation of this risk is very important. We often talk about how do you comply to the governance aspects, right? So the idea is you try to make the compliance cost very cheap, like make it very easy to comply by probably using also AI to be able to, help with making sure that the governance is baked into the process. And really the culture change in an organization that, there's the accountability across everyone in the end-to-end life cycle. There's the comprehensive documentation, so you can trace, you can do your data lineages, you can really trace what happens to the AI that's being deployed, and really like having the usual guardians of risk to be aware that risk could come from AI, not just the typical channels of risk, so that everyone can be ready to be able to mitigate the harms.
Yeah, I think it's also, okay, yeah, Royce.
I just want to quickly add on because what Sarah Ann shared reminded me of something we are doing as a company, Meta, in terms of we speak about using AI, right, externally in terms of products and services, but very much AI, when it comes to operationalizing compliance, can also be a tool internally, right? And something that Meta has been doing a fair bit of under our program known as AI for Compliance is really how do we make sure that all the privacy data protection requirements can be encoded, right? So we make sure that, for example, when it comes to data minimization, right, or purpose constraints, retention restrictions or duration, we make sure that those are really put into code form, and we can scale it across all of our product lines, across the different jurisdictions as well. Right, it's one example of that. Another example is what we call automated compliance hardening, or ACH. What we do is that we use LLM to try to predict what sort of code level changes might lead to adverse privacy outcomes or unexpected outcomes. So the AI or the LLM will actually pick up these cases and flag it to a human engineer, an SME, a subject matter expert, for that human to then review and to see whether some code tweaks need to be made. And if so, then put into place and you can go live across the board.
So you have brought out another good point about you balancing the AI automated process with a human in place in order to balance and also check and intervene at the right time. So I think there are a lot of points that we can go on to discuss about a responsible AI, and I don't think we have the luxury of all the time that we have. But I think it would be good also to just discuss slightly about regulatory trends and things like that, because it feels like to me in the regulatory space, regulation of AI is still like a little bit fluid, and I think nobody will miss out the term EU AI Act in this room because it's so powerful, and everybody and every organization are looking into it. But then there are, still, I wouldn't say setback, but it's not a smooth process of, enforcing it and also implementing it. A certain delay, and if, as we are in here in Asia and also in the Philippines, what would you recommend, and what are you're thinking about what's the best approach of regulating AI, and from a regulatory space, what would you like to add? And I know that there are a lot of legal issues that we can talk about, but just highlighting two, maybe, that in order to wrap up for all of you. Yeah, maybe I'll go start with my left-hand side.
Sure,
first.
but I want to also just add a bit more. There's in terms of regulatory governance, both from an organizational perspective, and then I'll go to a national perspective or domestic law. No, maybe first as well. I want to touch on continuity first in terms of AI as part of, again, putting on a more operational and practical hat. If you are a company who would be deploying AI, the question is, when it does go wrong and you pull the plug, some of the considerations that you have to think about is whether you can still deliver the service, the product that you want to do when it's out. Say, for example, you're an organization and you've done it for the last 5 years deploying AI. When AI goes wrong and you pull the plug, and you think about those skills that you have to be able to continue delivering that service. And maybe that becomes part, from a governance perspective, of skilling within organizations to understanding what's under the hood of AI. No? Just understanding what data is being used. The mathematical model might not be the right questions to ask, for example, in certain aspects, but you can always ask, what am I trying to solve? Where is this data pulling from? What are the parameters and all that, understanding that. Then from the national level perspective in terms of regulatory framework, one of the key things that last week we had a discussion at AIM is that do we need a comprehensive AI law, at least in the Philippines? And then one of the speakers or stakeholders noted that we have too many laws already in the country. Do we really need another one on top of it? Some of our laws here have, as I mentioned earlier, may not have been updated yet for the AI world. Our consumer protection laws, cybersecurity laws, the data protection laws, for example, here and there have been updated, but just thinking about how we make the current laws that we have fit for purpose into the AI world.
All right. So definitely we are already seeing a lot of frameworks, soft approach, voluntary guidance, etc. Paul, would you like to also weigh in?
Yeah. There are a lot of AI bills being passed all over the world. Or being introduced, I should say. Like, for example, in the US, I think first quarter of this year alone, there are, I think, over 1,000 AI-related bills being proposed in the legislature. I mean, obviously not all of them are going to pass, but I mean, you mentioned the EU AI Act, which sort of set sort of the global standard, if you will, with a very comprehensive AI legislation. And then we see AI laws that were passed in South Korea, Vietnam, Uzbekistan, and in the US, we have states passing laws, for example, California and Colorado. And in Brazil, there is a very significant comprehensive AI bill that is making its way through the legislation that, if passed, would likely set the standard for South America. So, there are a lot of AI laws, and I think but we're seeing some common themes. For example, I think most AI laws are taking a risk-based approach, while there may be like differences in terms of like tiering, for example, 4 tiers versus 3, and how the tiers are categorized or defined. The idea is that not all AI systems or models carry the same level of risk. And so, and the higher the risk, the greater the safeguards that are needed. And the second thing we touched on already several times in this panel is transparency. That there needs to be transparency around AI and AI outputs. For example, the EU AI Act requires sort of machine-readable markings of the outputs of AI-generated content, and likewise, the Korea Basic AI Act requires labeling of AI-generated content. So I think to your question, Sandra, about how should we think about AI and AI regulating AI? I think we all know that AI is here to stay, and it's going to just get bigger and more ubiquitous. And so how do we ensure that the safe use of AI while at the same time promoting AI innovation and evolution? And I think I would say first, just kind of taking that risk-based approach so that there is some sort of like baseline global standard when it comes to regulating AI would be my first thought there. And then secondly, taking sort of like a flexible, pragmatic approach when it comes to AI, given how rapidly things are evolving in AI. So not having sort of rigid frameworks, but something that can evolve as the technology evolves, right? And then I would say finally, I mean, sub-theme of this conference is Bayanihan, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but oh yeah. Okay, well, and then I was asking like what that meant, and I, of course, like ChatGPT did. But my understanding is, and maybe the best explanation I received was from a hotel staff member that said it's kind of like holding hands. And so I think when we think about AI, I think we all sort of need to join hands together, the industry, government, academia, and just civil society to ensure that we are thinking about the big picture when it comes to regulating AI.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Since we have only very few minutes left, and maybe we just both Sarah and also Roy just a few words about ideal kind of regulation and how you see the regulatory trends.
Well, that's good because I also agree with whatever they have mentioned already. But maybe just to add one point, right, is maybe specific for the Philippines is maybe the regulation should also focus in really understanding the data that goes in to the building of the AI use cases and the use. Not just on what goes in, but also what is not included. Because I think that's one of the challenges we have, like when we import all of these AI systems from other countries and actually we are misrepresented or underrepresented. So if that's the case, then potentially the results could be biased against us, right? Because we're not very well represented. So it's not just about the data that goes in, but also the data that's not included or excluded in all of these AI use cases.
All right, Royce. Last
Thanks
word.
very much. I'm just mindful of time. Actually, I can say a lot about this topic, but I'll try to summarize it to the key point. I think the first is that the Brussels effect is largely dead. If not, it is waning, right? I think for a few years ago, people all talk about the Brussels effect. Whatever GDPR is considered the default gold standard. I think increasingly many regulators from around the world, they are, at least for those who have adopted the GDPR type of approach, there's a bit of bias remorse going on because they know that a lot of the provisions there are too restrictive, they're disproportionate, they're not risk-based, they don't look at the evidence, and there's a certain review towards reforming the law. And even in Europe itself, I think many of us would know about the digital omnibus process, the digital fitness test, and very much a lot of that can be traced back to the seminal report that was issued by the former ECB chairperson, Mario Draghi, which really highlighted the sort of very onerous, disproportionate regulatory burdens that is handicapping European indigenous innovation and tech development. Right, so I think there's a certain cautionary tale there. And I'll just very quickly to turn to APEC itself. I do think that within APEC, we're in a very good spot. We look at Japan, for example. Japan has come up with its own AI Act, substantively very different from the EU AI Act. In spirit, in intent, in wording, is very much geared towards industry dialogue, co-creation, in terms of voluntary compliance, in terms of issuance of guidelines. So it's really about how do we harness the best potential of AI, but at the same time being very clear-eyed about what the risks are, and then working closely with industry to try to put in place the right sort of guardrails to best mitigate those risks. Same for Singapore as well, very quickly. I think in Singapore, we see that there is no AI Act per se. Instead, the regulator has taken very clear positions in terms of issuing what we call soft law measures. There's the agentic AI model governance framework. Just very recently, the regulator IMDA issued a discussions paper when it comes to legal issues, when it comes to the deployment of AI agents. Again, right, very practical, very dialogue-driven, really trying to understand the technology, considering how fast the technology moves, and working closely with industry to see what responsible innovation looks like in practice. I'm actually very heartened also, I think in the Philippines, the NPC has also gone down a very similar route, being a thought leader, trying to be being a host, being a chair, being a convener, also working very closely in terms of issuance of various guidelines. I think we saw in the commissioner's report about the whole slew of guidelines, advisory notices that a regulator has issued. I think those are a very valuable resource to really assist industry to understand what the regulatory areas of concerns might be, so that you can put the industry in the best position to demonstrate their accountability and transparency and user controls that will meet the regulatory expectations.
Yeah, indeed. What I'm hearing is in every part of the world, we are trying to tackle from this issue from a pragmatic perspective before we really put in place a lot of the tough measures in order to regulate. Now, because in the interest of time, I think we cannot just go on this panel, but I do have a question here. I'm not too sure whether we have already answered some of them, but one interesting question that I can see is from the audience is how to prevent and minimize shadow AI using LLM guardrails in order to avoid data leakage. Is there any one of you who would like to take on that challenge from a technical perspective to answer that?
Actually, for us, to avoid the shadow AI is that we implement enterprise-wide, enterprise-approved AI capabilities, right? And to be able to work towards educating and empowering all the employees to be able to use these enterprise tools so that at the end of the day, whatever they put on the AI is within the guardrails in the environment that's safe for them for use.
Two things very quickly. It's access and training. If you offer access towards this enterprise AI adoption, you also minimize the use of personal accounts as long as it's there. They have that access to an enterprise solution. The goal is to be able to let them use it. But also training is very important, letting them know that it's there, what it's used for, and ensuring that it stays within the enterprise.
Thank you very much. I think that's indeed a lot of insight on this question. Since we don't have a lot of time, what I'm hearing from this panel is a lot of time what things go wrong in an AI project is not about the technical implementation. It's always about the organizational things and also the data friction. So I think in the future, the winner on AI competition is about how to balance the human intervention and also the AI workflow nicely. Because sometimes we have to think about too much of a convergence of idea and thinking is already a risk. So we have to allow the divergence, we have to allow the differences being raised in the system. So I think in this race of AI, preparing organization from an internal framework and organization perspective will be the key to success. Okay, may I ask upon you to give a warm applause to the wonderful and astounding panel, and thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our moderator and esteemed panelists for that powerful and thought-provoking discussion. A big round of applause, everybody. Wow, thank you so much. And of course, Justin, I understand that AI has inevitably disadvantages, but as what we discussed, the topic, it's learning how to get it right. And as what Mr. Royce mentioned earlier, that the technology is moving really fast, so they really have to take responsible actions about it. So thank you so much to our moderator and panelists for sharing that wonderful insight, right?
That's right. Good stuff. Indeed, Ashley, I think one of the things that is comforting for us as a result of this talk is that we do have the great minds like we see on the panel who are really being able to address these risks, think about them, envision what could happen at the worst case scenario as far as being able to protect our data privacy, and of course being able to bring these things on the ground. Some interesting things like the meta glasses, of course, like something as simple as a blinking light to let people know that your data is being recorded. Those little things go a long way in terms of being able to protect our data privacy. So many more things in store as well.
I agree. So here's the thing. The next topic is very interesting. But before we get into that, ladies and gentlemen, you will have a short break, a short 15-minute break. So you may have your coffee, tea, snacks available at the designated area. So feel free to grab a cup of coffee and enjoy the rest of the conversation later on.
That's right. We'd also like to remind everyone to visit our Heritage Hall at the entrance, as well as the PAW 2026 photo booth, which is at the back as well, right outside this main hall. Reminder as well that when you're posting your photos, please do tag the official Instagram account of the NPC at privacy.gov.ph, and we also have stickers when you post stories, so please go ahead, just search for hashtag PAW 2026. There are stickers that you can also add to those stories. So enjoy your coffee, everybody. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. We'll restart the program at 3:15. 3:15. Thank you, everybody.
Test, 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 1, 2. Hey, hey. Test, 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 test. 1, 2. 2. Hey, hey. Test. One, two, two. Hey. Hey. Test. Test. Hey. 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 1, 2, 2. Hey. Test. Test, test, 1, 2. Two, two, two. Hey, 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 two. Test, test. 1, 2. Hey, 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 test. 1, 2. Two. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Hey. Test. 2, 2. Hey, hey. Test. 1, 2, 2. 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Test. 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey. 2, 2. Test. 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Test, test. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey, hey. 2. Test, test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. two, hey, hey. Two. This, one, two, two, hey, 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 this, one, two, two, hey, hey, this, hey, one, two, two, hey, hey, hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we ask everybody to please settle down and return to their seats as we're about to begin in a few short minutes. Again, please settle down and return to your seats as we begin shortly. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're able to get your coffee, your tea, your snacks, just to re-energize us for the rest of the afternoon. We've had some great, very insightful, very relevant topics on the back end of this these panel discussions, and now we've got two more very exciting discussions to be had. And it's really interesting to see again how data privacy and how our adjustment when it comes to the age of AI really touches on every aspect of our lives, whether it's corporate and whether it's real life. And so that is why our next segment is entitled Growing Up with AI, Designing Safe Digital Spaces for Children. Again, another very relevant topic as we discuss how we can kind of live in this digital age. And so as AI becomes embedded in the platforms that young people use, the question is no longer whether children will interact with AI, but how we can ensure that those interactions are safe, age-appropriate, and empowering. And so to moderate the sessions, allow us to welcome on stage Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Jose Amelito Sutton Delarmino II.
Attorney Bellarmino II is a recognized privacy and technology lawyer whose work sits at the intersection of data protection, cybersecurity, digital governance, and public policy. As Deputy Privacy Commissioner, he helps lead the country's independent data protection authority in carrying out its regulatory, enforcement, adjudicatory, and policy-making functions under the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Before his appointment as Deputy Commissioner, Attorney Bellarmino served as Director of Global Privacy for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa EMEA at Marriott International, where he managed complex global privacy compliance programs across multiple jurisdictions. His responsibilities included overseeing privacy impact assessments, data protection, and as well as regulatory inquiries, records of processing activities, and data subject rights management for one of the world's largest multinational hospitality companies. Prior to his private sector role, he held several key leadership positions within the National Privacy Commission, including head executive assistant to the first Privacy Commissioner and Chairman, Raymond Liboro, and later officer in charge executive director of the Commission. During his tenure, he contributed significantly to the development of the Philippines' data privacy ecosystem and institutional partnerships. He also helped strengthen the country's engagement with international privacy and data governance bodies, including the Global Privacy Assembly, the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities, and the APEC Cross-Border Privacy Rules System.
That's right, Ashley. Attorney Bellarmino earned his Bachelor of Arts in Speech Communication. He was magna cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and his Bachelor of Laws from San Beda University College of Law. In 2021, he was awarded the Chevening Scholarship, through which he completed his Master of Science in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics with distinction at the University of Westminster. He likewise received the university's Personal Development Award in recognition of his exceptional academic and professional achievements. He is a passer of both the Philippine Bar and the California Bar, and an in-demand speaker and lecturer both locally and internationally on data privacy, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and technology regulation. His engagement regularly cover topics such as the Data Privacy Act, digital platforms, cybersecurity governance, online harms, and emerging technologies. With experience spanning government, global corporate compliance, and international privacy engagement, Attorney Bellarmino continues to advocate for responsible innovation, stronger digital accountability, and the protection of fundamental rights in an increasingly data-driven world. Another round of applause for Attorney Bellarmino II.
A big round of applause, everybody. And we also warmly welcome our panelists. But before that, let's welcome back to the stage Mr. Bo Kim. A big round of applause, everybody. All right. For our next panelist is Joshua Rene Jayaraj. He is Principal Counsel, Southeast Asia Regulatory and International Legal at Roblox, where he works on regulatory engagement and compliance across the region. Prior to that, Joshua worked in a similar role at ByteDance and as an online harms policymaker at Singapore's Ministry of Law. His work has focused on areas such as online safety, content moderation, and digital regulation in a fast-evolving policy environment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Joshua Rene Jayaraj. A big round of applause, everybody.
And finally, we welcome Undersecretary Angelo M. Tapales. He is the Executive Director of the Council for the Welfare of Children, where he leads government efforts to protect and promote the rights of Filipino children. A graduate of the University of the Philippines and the University of Santo Tomas Faculty of Civil Law. He brings over 20 years of legal experience in litigation, arbitration, and family law. He has helped advance major child welfare initiatives, including the Makabata Program, Makabata Helpline 1383, and the 4th National Plan of Action for Children from 2024 to 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Undersecretary Angelo M. Tapales. Now, to our moderator, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, and to our panelists, you have the floor.
Hello. Well, thank you to our host. Wag po kayong mag-alala, hindi po ako mag-host today. But I hope you're still with us, not just physically, but mentally, as we're going to have a very exciting and a bit controversial panel for our third panel for this afternoon. So our panel is entitled Growing Up with AI, Designing Safe Digital Spaces for Children. And our panel today asks a question that is both urgent and deeply human. So what does it mean for a child to grow up in a world increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence? So children today are not merely using digital platforms. They are being profiled, they are being recommended to, influenced, entertained, educated, and sometimes exposed to risks by systems they may not fully understand. Contrary to our childhood before, their childhood now is unfolding inside digital environments designed by adults, powered by data, and optimized by algorithms. I want to stress that one. Children now the childhood of children now is unfolding inside digital environments designed by adults, powered by data, and optimized by algorithms. That is why child online safety can no longer be treated as an afterthought, or rather just a parental setting or a compliance checkbox. It must be built into the architecture of digital spaces. Now, this afternoon, we bring together three important perspectives, and we're very lucky to have Mr. Bo Kim, Mr. Joshua, and Yusek Tapales. So from Roblox, representing immersive play and digital communities, from TikTok, representing one of the most influential platforms shaping youth culture and content consumption, and of course, from the Council for the Welfare of Children, representing the state's duty to place the best interest of the child at the center of course, policy and governance. So our challenge today is, how do we protect children without excluding them? How do we empower them without exposing them? And innovate without compromising their dignity, privacy, and safety? So as we begin, I invite our panelists to think about certain things such as what should platforms do, what should government require, what should parents and educators understand, and most importantly, what kind of childhood or digital childhood are we building for the Filipino children? Of course, not just for Roblox and for TikTok, for the children of the universe, of the world, rather. Parang ano, no? It's like a beauty contest. So, from Roblox, I'd just like to, again, introduce them. Please give it up for Mr. Joshua Rene Jayaraj, the Principal Counsel for Southeast Asia Regulatory and International and Legal. Thank you so much, Joshua, for being here. A round of applause for Mr. Joshua, please. From TikTok, we have Mr. Bo Kim. We're making you work today, Bo. You were just in the panel before this panel, so thank you for being with us. He is the Head of Legal for Global Privacy, Regulatory, and Policy of TikTok. A round of applause for Mr. Bo. And last but certainly not the least, from the Council for the Welfare of Children, we have Yusek Angelo Tapales, who is the Executive Director of the CWC. So thank you for joining us today. So I'll give you a few minutes to introduce yourselves, your company, what you guys do in your company for children's safety and privacy in your platforms, and of course, as to Yusek Tapales, as to your agency. Take it away, Bo.
Hello again. I feel honored to be on a panel twice. So very honored to be here again. And again, congratulations to the NPC for 10 years of service in protecting the privacy rights of people here in the Philippines. And also want to recognize the NPC's leadership on the global stage as a secretariat for the Global Privacy Assembly. My name again is Bo Kim. I am with TikTok and ByteDance. I started with TikTok back in January 2021, so over 5.5 years ago. And I would say that ever since joining TikTok until now, the issue of protecting minors has always been a top priority for me and the company. Personally, for me, I have 3 children, 2 of whom are teens. One just became 20 years old, so recent teen. But I have, therefore, both professional and personal interest and investment in making sure that TikTok is a place that is safe for our youth. And to that end, TikTok's mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And we know that that's not possible unless we have a platform where kids can feel safe and welcomed. So thank you very much.
Go ahead, Josh.
So thank you once again for the opportunity to be here with such an illustrious panel. It's been a great learning experience throughout the panels to see thought leadership on the different issues from a regional perspective. So just a little bit about myself. I cover regulatory issues as a legal counsel for Roblox across Southeast Asia. For a large part of my career, I was actually a policymaker in Singapore's Ministry of Law. Back when I was in the Ministry of Law, there was a lot of focus, harassment, and misinformation. But in the years since I've joined ByteDance and now Roblox, the conversation has evolved tremendously. We've seen governments move away from a system of takedown requests towards more focus on safety by design. We've seen conversations move away just from, harassment and misinformation towards broader issues like child safety, privacy, and the like. So So I'm happy to be here today. I'm part of a group of employees at Roblox who will be working closely with government officials in the region to make sure that the platform is safe for Filipino users and users across Southeast Asia today. We've had great conversations with regulators and NGOs. And a lot of these discussions, including the panel today, really inform how we think about our product. Safety has no finish line, and we're always looking for feedback or stimuli that can shape our policy direction moving forward. On that note, we've recently shared that Roblox is introducing some changes in the coming months. We'll be introducing a differentiated experiences for our younger users. So for example, for users aged 5 to 8, they will be put into an experience called Roblox Kids. And for users aged 9 to 15, they'll be put into an experience called Roblox Select. So we've adopted differentiated account features for users in this age group. Typically what that means is they will have access to content that is more suitable for their age groups. And secondly, there will also be restrictions on their ability to chat at all, or with the kinds of people they'll be able to chat. And of course, these accounts are paired with extensive parental controls to make sure that parents have the requisite level of supervision and are allowed to monitor their child's behavior on the platform. So I look forward to diving into some of these issues a bit further during the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Yusek Tapales, please.
Isang makabatang hapon po sa ating lahat. A child-friendly afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the National Privacy Commission for inviting the Council for the Welfare of Children. For those who are not so familiar with our agency, the CWC is an attached agency of the DSWD. We were established pursuant to Presidential Decree number 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code. That's in 1974. The Council for the Welfare of Children is the focal interagency body of the government for children. So from the crafting of laws, the formulation of national policies and strategies, the monitoring and evaluation of the implementations of laws, and of course, even the recent operationalization of EO 79 or the Makabata EO, which institutionalized the Makabata Helpline 1383 as the country's central reporting mechanism for children. Is within the mandate of the Council for the Welfare of Children. So we cater to children who happens to be 36% of our population, around 39 million, based on the PSA data by 2020. It's one, perhaps the most vulnerable sector, at least to me, because they are, owing to their lack of maturity, owing to their lack of development, and their dependence to adults, they're really vulnerable. And they are vulnerable in our physical space and, of course, more so in cyberspace, in the sense that based on data available and research, about 95% of children aged 12 to 17 are in the internet. And in one research, it said among the 95% present in the internet, 20% have been subjected to online sexual abuse. Or all in all, 80% of our children are always susceptible to some form of violence in cyberspace. There are many threats in the physical world, but in cyberspace, because of the borderless nature of the internet and the cyberspace, it really exposes our children to harm. And the traditional safe spaces for children, like our houses, the rooms of your kids, are not so safe anymore. That's why this discussion led by the NPC in its 10th anniversary is really very important to us also, no? Especially when it comes to discussions concerning AI, which, based on the data of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in 2024, there was a 1,325% increase of AI-generated child sexual abuse materials globally. And in the Philippines, while cyber tip line reports for the Philippines went down from 2.7 million to 1.7 million from 2023 to 2024, the volume, the sheer volume of these cyber tip line reports is really alarming. That's why we have been coordinating, partnering, and liaising with national government agencies and even private sector partners. And I'm happy here also to join this discussion with Roblox and of course TikTok and of course everyone to perhaps find creative ways and solutions on how to keep our children safe. Siguro, just to end my initial statement, we always say that it takes a village to raise a child, ano? But our village now has substantially increased and it has this cyber component. Ano? It's not just a physical village anymore, but we have that very, very vast and boundless cyber village, which of course we have to ensure that the bounds thereof are safe for our children. Ano? So we're happy to be here and we are happy to contribute. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Yusek. Thank you, Bo, and thank you, Joshua, for those information. Let's start off with an easy question, and then we'll go with the difficult questions as we progress. But what do you actually mean in your company when you say safe digital spaces for children? Just very quickly, what does it mean for TikTok? What does it mean for Roblox? And of course, what does it mean for the agency, for CWC USEC? So, Bo?
Yeah, first of all, for TikTok, I would say we have a minimum age standard. So we do not allow users under 13 to be on our platform. And then beyond that, for younger users, we have an age-appropriate experiences. So that's our approach when it comes to protecting minors. So for example, we have a set of safeguards, default settings that apply to users under 16, as well as users for 16 and 17. So that's our general approach.
Just to add on to what Bo has said, so for Roblox, the approach to digital safety for young users is to have a differentiated experience that is suitable for children for those age groups. So as I've mentioned, we had created age-banded accounts for different age groups to make sure that the content they see is suitable, as well as the level of chat functionality they have is appropriate. This is cognizant of the fact that what a child of the age of 6 or 7 may have a maturity that is slightly different from the age of 13 or 14. Their ability to navigate the online safety landscape and digital safety tools may look very different. And so we need to calibrate their experiences accordingly.
For the Council for the Welfare of Children, a safe digital space naturally be an ecosystem or a system or a space having the best interests of children in mind. Not as an afterthought, not as a secondary consideration, but as a fundamental consideration. Best interest, when you say best interest of the child in mind, it is a safe space where there is privacy by design, there is safety by design, there are mechanisms or structures or there are reporting mechanisms there ensuring that the platform is self-policing or the platform can respond to reports. And reports are, of course, resolved. Interventions are given to people complaining. And of course, for interventions or relief beyond the power of the platform to provide, there is that connection, seamless connection with our government agencies like law enforcement agencies. So it should be safe by design. It's like buying a toy from a department store. We usually ask ourselves, is it harmful? Does it have toxic ingredients or materials used in its creation? To us, cyberspace should be like a toy. If it will be used by children, if it will cater to children, the safety by design and privacy by design, and of course the best policy of the child should be fundamental considerations.
Right. Now I want to ask this to Joshua and to Bo. Earlier, Joshua, you mentioned that you have parental controls for your platform, and I believe TikTok has the same feature. But having parental controls, is that your way of transferring responsibility and more so liability to parents for managing the risk that are, let's say, actually created by your platforms? Or is this is this a reason for you to, is this your scapegoat, if I may say that? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but this is the reason why we're here, particularly for this conversation.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. So while parental supervision is certainly very important to make sure that the digital landscape is safely navigated by their children, it is definitely not a panacea. It is definitely not the only way that child safety should be ensured. Child safety is complex. It requires a multi-layered approach by different stakeholders. Parents are one of them, but we also need platforms to ensure as much as possible that they are safe, to be responsive to evolving harms. We need developers, NGOs, and regulators to be in constant communication in terms of what we can do to keep the ecosystem safe for children. So as Undersecretary said just now, I think the first step is really that platforms need to make sure that their platforms are safe by design. Parents can provide an additional layer of oversight, but typically how this works in practice is that platforms adopt default settings which are stringent, and then where parents come in would be to make judgment calls as to whether or not those restrictions should be loosened or more permissive. If, let's say, a parent may decide that there are certain trusted friends they believe their children could interact with, parents may then want to be more permissive and allow their children to chat with those specific individuals. So by and large, the approach is generally platforms take a more stringent starting position or default position in the rules, and then with parental supervision, those controls can be loosened as well. And of course, I mentioned the importance of working with regulators and NGOs, and I think platforms also have a responsibility to be transparent about how they're thinking about safety by design and what measures they're implementing to achieve this, just so that individual communities and countries are cognizant of the complexities in moderation. They're able to weigh in when they feel a particular nature of the product may not be suitable in their locale. And this allows platforms to keep moving forward to make sure that it is continuously safe for children, and to make sure that parents as well keep apprised of how safety measures are evolving and what are the opportunities there are for them to keep the platform safer for their kids.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Joshua just said, and that basically from our perspective, it's a shared responsibility. It's not just on the parents, not just on the industry, but it's a shared responsibility across policymakers, regulators, of course, platforms, parents, educators, civil society, child advocacy groups, as well as teens themselves. And so I think parents are just part of that solution, and a very important part because, as they say, parents know best when it comes to their kids. So we want to make sure that we are educating parents about digital safety in general, as well as for TikTok, what tools or resources are available for parents to make sure that that their kids' experience on TikTok is safe. And we also want to, again, empower parents to have visibility into what their kids are doing on TikTok and other platforms, as well as giving them that control, as Joshua was saying, to either make it more strict or relax some of the safeguards that are in place. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you for that. And when you say shared responsibility, does it translate to shared liability? So I know that each of your platforms have faced certain issues when it comes to children, say with predatory behaviors, and you've had a host of different cases involving children. And when you said earlier that it's a shared responsibility, do you also mean that it's also shared liability? So it's going to be you, the platform, and the parents? Or how does it translate to an actual case that your company has faced, if any?
That's a very good question. I don't think we would say the parents should be held liable, even though they do have an important role to play. And of course, I think for platforms, there is developing jurisprudence around what liability is on platforms that basically just provide the content or not the ones that are creating it. Of course, you may have heard of some lawsuits in the U.S., including some verdicts against some of the major platforms. So I think, by and large, I don't, for TikTok, our sense of responsibility and commitment to keeping minors safe, it doesn't really stem from necessarily whether we're liable for it or not. Again, I think trust is what we're aiming for, to become the most trusted platform. And to do that, I think we need to make sure that all users, not just minors, but especially minors, feel safe on the platform.
Thank you, Bo. Joshua, please.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what Bo has shared, I don't think it's really an issue of liability. I think platforms have plenty of incentives to keep their platform safe for their user base. At the end of the day, if we have a significant demographic of young users, we want to make sure that the platform feels safe for them. Many of the people in the company are parents as well, whose children play Roblox, access TikTok, maybe. And so it is a responsibility that they have to make sure that these platforms are safe as well. The thing I wanted to emphasize is that what this responsibility looks like may change with time, because harms evolve, right? Bad actors will always be creative and try to figure out new ways to commit harm. So what is important is that platforms work closely with regulators to make sure we keep advancing forward, to keep the platform as safe as possible and to stay on top of these harms. Another point that I wanted to mention is that many of the major platforms have established relationships with regulators. We want to make sure that these platforms continue to be trusted, because these are platforms where regulators can send a takedown request, can post questions, can work with platforms to investigate if there are any issues or harms that manifest. We don't want to create a situation where users may be pushed off those platforms because there's too much friction, and end up going to invisible spaces that do not have those same regulatory touch points. Because fundamentally, children are best protected when they are in spaces that people trust, people recognize, and that people are familiar with.
Right, thanks, Joshua. I want to direct the question to Yusek Tapales. What's CWC's take on the ongoing debate as regards children's right to digital inclusion and the concept of prohibition, as well as the idea that they should be protected? So they have the right to access digital services, they have the right to be included, but at the same time, the state is pushing for more stringent protection. What's CWC's take on this one?
Very good question. It's a timely question, DPC. Actually, based on General Comment number 25, it's a 2021 issuance of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. It recognized children's right to meaningful access to digital technology. In not so many words, that General Comment number 25 states that whatever rights available to children under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child is also available to them in cyberspace. So it means meaningful access to digital technology, the right to express themselves, the right to information, the right to be included in these technologies that we are seeing now being rolled out by platforms all over the world. But another important right of children is the right to be protected too. So I think the challenge now to government and even the business sector is really to balance the children's right to protection and their right to information, to expression, and to access digital technology. That's why there are pending legislations now, one of which is the Amendment of Republic Act number 11930, our Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children Act. It seeks to strengthen the law in the sense that it wants to expand the definitions to include AI and other emerging technologies, like quantum technology and other emerging technologies, which can be more problematic for children in the future. There are also pending legislation seeking to restrict or limit the access of children to various social media platforms. And I think the the discussion now is to really to arrive at that magic age. Ano ba yung cutoff age natin? Is it below 18, below 16, 15, 14, and 13? There are many proposals at the House of Representatives with varying ages of cutoff ages. But in other countries, like in Australia, the cutoff age is 16. So we are looking at that. There are also pending legislations seeking to restrict the collection of data from minors. That's why I keep harping about safety by design, privacy by design, and of course, the NPC is of course very strict about data collection, whether from adults or from minors. So the challenge TPC is really to balance that, because those are both important rights. But for the Council for the Welfare of Children, we are for meaningful regulation but not exclusion, because pursuant to General Comment number 25, cyberspace and the internet has become really an integral part of the lives of our children.
So you said when you say meaningful regulation, and just very quickly, are you for the banning of social media in the Philippines, regardless of the age, whether it's 16, 15, 13? Or are you more for, on your personal opinion as a role as an executive director, are you pushing for the banning of social media or more of regulation?
More of regulation, and I think the challenge there is to determine the magic age, which is attuned to the development of the Filipino children and our culture and traditions.
Right. So, Bo, Joshua, Yusek mentioned, and we all know that in Australia, Spain's following suit, and I think they've just announced in Malaysia that they've banned social media for children or for minor. What has been the lessons that you've learned from this policy of these certain countries, and do you think that has actually cured the concern? Because we've also heard that Australian children are now downloading VPNs and using certain platforms or applications that are not TikTok or that are not Roblox. So I'm sure your take is you're against banning. Do you think your platform offers better solutions, services, rather than those that are not too popular but are being accessed now through VPNs in these countries where social media has been banned?
I think it's a very complex issue, as we talked about, right, in terms of protecting minors online. I know there are different approaches, but basically the motivation, I think, is the same, right? Is just to make sure that our kids are safe. And while I understand the motivation or rationale behind age bans, we do not think that is the best solution when it comes to protecting minors. And I think there are at least 3 reasons for that. And we touched on these things. But first, we don't think that age bans are effective. And in fact, it can actually worsen the problem, right? So as you mentioned, kids are finding ways to get around the age bans, as well as maybe migrating to sort of the darker places of the internet that are less visible, less regulated, with less safeguards. And that's the reason why, for example, Amnesty International and UNICEF have cautioned against outright banning kids from accessing digital platforms. And actually, research has shown that strict paternalistic approaches that strips the agency of kids does not drive long-term behavioral change. So I think that's number one. Number 2, we talked about the other rights, right? So age bans essentially infringe or deprive younger users of their rights. So younger users also have rights to freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You mentioned right to access information, right to associate with others, and having just like a blanket ban, I think would infringe on those rights, because platforms like TikTok, Roblox, and other platforms, that is where these rights are often exercised in this digital world. And I would say third is age bans sort of in my opinion, ignores sort of the reality of the world that our children are growing up in. So when I grew up, we didn't have the internet or much less smartphones or AI, but my kids, our kids around the globe are growing up with, we talked about Ray-Ban wearable glasses or self-driving cars, even robots that flip burgers and deliver food. So as they're growing up in this digital age, we don't think the right solution is necessarily to try to take the digital world away from them or block them from accessing the digital world, but making sure that we have sufficient safeguards as designed by design with the best interests of children in mind so that they can participate in the digital world while being kept safe. So that's my take on it.
Joshua?
Yeah, so I think just to weigh in on this, the effectiveness of child safety measures is really as much as you can really enforce them. So VPN is one concern that you've raised in terms of how children can circumvent restrictions on their use of different applications. But equally important is age assurance as well. So you need to have measures in place to ensure that platforms can actually implement on the ground the kind of commitments that are required by legislation. So I could dive a little bit into age assurance. So I mean, that essentially provides a means for platforms to estimate what users' ages are. And the more effectively platforms are able to do this, the more realistically children actually experience the restrictions on them. So historically, a lot of the industry has used self-declaration as a way to implement those those restrictions. But we see, greater, more specificity in legislation in terms of what is expected, and a higher standard in terms of what acceptable age assurance is. And for this reason, Roblox has implemented both facial age estimation and ID verification for our users to make sure that we can accurately estimate the age of a child and subject them to the right experiences. So when Roblox Kids and Roblox Select are implemented, this will be backed up by actual age estimation technology that categorizes them at the right age group and ensures that on the ground, kids can actually experience what we've laid out in our policies.
And of course, with the age verification, you're using artificial intelligence, right? Both for Roblox and TikTok, is that right? You guys are employing artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I can go into that first. Yeah, so you could say artificial intelligence is involved to some extent. So I mean, there is an algorithm driving how facial age estimate, for example, is being conducted accurately and to make sure that it's not being circumvented. It's not artificial intelligence in the sense that you think of LLMs and chatbots, of course. But the second point where artificial intelligence comes in is during the life cycle of an account. So just because someone has passed an initial age check doesn't mean that the platform is not going to double check in the future what is going on. So this is where platforms really use artificial intelligence in the way we traditionally understand it. Platforms will be looking at signals during the life cycle of account, what kind of content the user may be looking at, what kind of friends the user has, how the user communicates, and we'll use those signals to determine whether or not there should be a further age check to double check the identity of the users.
And is this almost the same for TikTok, Bo?
Yes, we do have age estimation models in addition to other age assurance methods that is powered by AI algorithm to help us identify and remove users who may be underage.
Right. Now, so we've received some questions from the audience, but I'll go back to some of the questions that I've prepared for our panel. But this is for everyone, and Yusek, you may take this one first. So young users will be children and may go around the age limit criteria by using false ID. How would your company secure against this strategy, and how would you police this? And what are the efforts that CWC is doing to educate our youth and children not to do this, Yusek Tapales?
First of all, we of course we laud the efforts of both TikTok and Roblox on how to make their ecosystem safe. It's really it's really very crucial and fundamental steps. But of course, before we ensure safety in digital platforms, we always say at the Council for the Welfare of Children, child protection starts at home. So don't forget that half of the safety measures for children starts at home by educating parents, educating children to be responsible digital citizens, to have help-seeking behaviors, to have life skills so as not to be willing victims of predators online. No? When we go online, of course, that's the other half. The Cybercrime Investigation Coordination Center, or CICC, has suggested, and I think this was suggested to Roblox, to use a credible ID, like in the Philippines, our national ID. It's one of the IDs which everybody has, even children, unlike driver's license and other professional IDs, which are limited to certain portions of the population. Our national ID can be used, and if supplemented with artificial intelligence, might establish that responsible and strict gatekeeping, so as to really screen if only children are joining certain accounts which are limited to children. And after that gatekeeping, I'm happy to hear that Roblox is institutionalizing AI, not just to prevent the entry of sexual predators and adults to some limited spaces, but also to flag contents, flag languages, because AIs are being used by law enforcement agencies in other countries. For instance, when it comes to, in relation to child sexual abuse or exploitation, they can use AI to approximate the age, to monitor the languages being used. There's a file hashing there, web crawlers, all those programs, the AI technology being used. If gaming platforms are really implementing that and it will strengthen its implementation, I think it will combined with human monitors or manpower monitoring the system, it will really improve the safety of children inside the ecosystem.
Thanks, Yusek. For purposes of time, for the interest of time, I want to go back to that question later, but I want to ask, because Roblox and TikTok, they're quite addictive, and I don't know, I know that you don't like hearing that term. I think for Roblox, you want to say it's an immersive experience, and so Instagram, let's say, has implemented now that when you continue with scrolling stories, they've now limited the number of stories that you can view, and then it pauses. So that's one of their mechanisms to prevent or limit such quote and unquote addiction. Are there any similar measures or mechanisms, both from TikTok and Roblox, to limit the immersiveness of their experience, if I may say?
Yeah, I mean, for Roblox, one point to emphasize is that we do not really have an algorithmic feed the same way traditional social media does. So there isn't really a feed where users can continuously scroll, from the concept of playing a game at least. So that sort of addiction is just simply not present or relevant to Roblox. I think the thing about immersive gameplay is that it is a much bigger action to be configured around a keyboard as opposed to simply scrolling through content. And that natural friction might make it a little bit more less addictive from the perspective that you've just shared.
Right. Sorry, before I go to you, Bo. I know that Roblox is not, you don't scroll, you're doing immersive game, but let's say a child has been using your app for 2 hours. Is there a way for you to determine that that child has been into your app and using your app for 2 hours, and do you have any measures to say that maybe it's about time for you to rest, and do some other things apart from using our app and playing a game?
So I think what constitutes an appropriate level of time for a child to be on an app can be quite subjective. So what we do is we allow parents to set screen time controls. in order to determine themselves what the appropriate length of time is for that child.
But this is dependent on the parents, right? And this is what you were saying earlier, that it's a shared responsibility. Going back to the question earlier, Bo, do you have a similar approach as to Instagram when it comes to dumb scrolling?
We do have safety measures designed for the younger users. For example, for users under 18, by default, their screen time limit is, daily screen time limit is set to 60 minutes. And that default actually was born out of our consultation with the Boston's Children's Hospital Digital Wellness Lab to think about like what are healthy digital habits for our teenagers. Another example is that we recently introduced like a meditation prompt where after a certain usage of TikTok, you're prompted to meditate or take a break. And so these are things that we embed, talking about safety by design, embed into the experience of TikTok for minors that would help minors sort of develop that safer digital habits. And I'd also finally add that as we talked about shared responsibility, we think that teens are a very important stakeholder. And to that end, we look to educate and empower teens to make smart decisions when it comes to use of social media. So in 2023, we were the first of our peers to launch our Global Youth Council. And in fact, last year we had our first inaugural summit in London where we invited our Youth Council members to come and with the theme of harnessing the voice of youth. And so we definitely look to involve our teens in terms of providing input as to how their experience is on TikTok and what we can do better to enhance our safety measures. And so we definitely look to educate and empower teens as well.
Right, thanks, Bo. Joshua, I know you've been very busy with the Philippines. You've been engaging with different authorities, as I know that there have been some risk when it comes to grooming and other concerns as to the use of Roblox by minors or by children. Now, I want to know what Roblox learned from that engagement with different authorities, what has changed since then, if any, and what are the things that we want to say to our audience as well as to those watching via online as to the practices of Roblox after that period where you were, I believe, were supposed to be banned in the Philippines?
So, I mean, first of all, we've been really grateful for the past 2 months to have had the opportunity to speak to regulators, understand their concerns, explain in a little bit more detail how our platform works. It's really conversations like this which allow us to calibrate our policies effectively and really plan for the platform in the long run. So, as we've mentioned, we recently have announced the introduction of Roblox Kids and Select, which will be a differentiated experience for our younger users. A lot of the concerns we heard from regulators was part of the thought process that made us decide to launch these accounts. Specifically, you mentioned the risk of grooming, right? I think in today's society, bad actors, if they identify any platform with a certain scale, with access to children, and with a chat functionality, there is some of that risk potential, right, when it comes to grooming. And with the launch of Roblox Kids and Select, we have zoomed in very specifically on this chat functionality and the ability of young users to access that and to meet, to meet other people, right? So for our younger users under Roblox Kids, for example, chat is turned off by default. And then for Roblox Select, it's a little complicated for me to spell out the detail here, but there are different restrictions based on different age groups. to make sure that any potential contact with strangers is limited as much as possible. So we found these conversations really useful to help us inform product development like this. We want to continue having these conversations as new harms involve. And we're happy to be here in the Philippines today and again in the future to make sure that the platform is safe for Filipinos.
So Joshua, are you saying that moving forward, a 10-year-old who's using Roblox can no longer message just about anyone, and he or she could not receive any message just about from anyone?
There will be far more restrictions with greater parental controls.
Right. So Yusek, I want to ask, so over the course of the past few years, what do you think has been the most effective way of combating different challenges, different risks when it comes to children in the digital space?
Well, that's a difficult question. Perhaps having experts in one room like this, with one big room like this, having conversations like this, because in the Philippines, I admit we have many laws. It was mentioned earlier that we already have many laws, and in fact, one of the pitfalls of our child protection effort is having many laws, fragmented child protection sector with people working in silos. So I think to improve this, we have to have a systems approach, understanding that number one, children are rights holders. Child protection starts at home. It continues in our schools, in our communities. And of course, the country has to be safe, but safety now should also be ensured in cyberspace. And we are happy with conversations like this, discussing with platforms, and really hearing that they are moving mountains to make their platforms safe for children. It's really an acknowledgement that when your platforms are used by children, the responsibility, you cannot just rely on children and on parents and their ability to safely navigate technology. That's why in most cases, the state really comes in as parents of the people or parents patriae and enforce laws and regulations on you. I'm sorry for that, but that's how the Philippines work. We love our children, we protect our children, and we are happy that agencies like the NPC and of course platforms like you are really fueling discussions and exchange of ideas like this, so that we can better improve child protection online.
Thank you, Yusek. I know I'm being told to wrap up the session, but very quickly, what kind of digital childhood are we ultimately trying to build? What kind of digital childhood is TikTok trying to build for our minors? And the same for Roblox.
I would go back to our mission. Our mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy. And again, we want to do that for all users, but especially for our younger users. And we're committed to keeping them as safe as possible. We know that there is no such thing as zero risk, but we take our commitment to keep our minors safe as possible seriously. We actually have over 50 safety features and defaults for teens. And so to that end, we want to make sure that, as you say, keeping children safe starts at home. So want to educate the parents, the kids, even educators, and the public about the importance of digital safety, especially for our younger users.
Very quickly, Joshua?
Yeah, I think for Roblox, we really want to create a safe space for children to engage in immersive play, and one that is trusted not just by our users, not just by their parents, but also by regulators and NGOs.
Thank you, Joshua. Attorney?
For the Council for the Welfare of Children, we just want to reiterate children's right to meaningful digital technology where they are safe, protected, and well-informed.
All right, thank you so much, Bo, Joshua, and Yusek Taparas. I wish we had more time. Apologies to the next panel. Apologies to Attorney Vina. But I'm not going to wrap things up. Thank you so much to our panelists. A round of applause for them.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our moderator and panelists for that meaningful discussion. You've really highlighted the opportunities, challenges, and the responsibilities that come with integrating AI into the digital lives of young people, especially children, right? I do agree that there are some limitations, and sometimes, again, it's inevitable that they use social media nowadays. But again, it's all about creating that thin line, right, between abusing the social media, because sometimes they tend to really watch probably almost a day on the internet. But thank you so much for all the wonderful insights. And probably as parents, we know now what to do better. We know now what we can teach our children, especially with the technology.
That's right, Ashley. Thank you so much. And indeed, what a great unfiltered conversation that was had just now, right? Asking the hard questions, asking the direct questions, because that's really what needs to happen if we're going to, like Ashley said, draw that fine line, make sure there's a distinction, and find that tension between being able to recognize the threats that come with this digital age, while also not completely covering our young people, completely covering our kids from being able to experience the world as it is, while also protecting them as we go. So some great topics that were discussed today, and like Deputy Commissioner Bellarmino mentioned, there is a lot more to be had. We wish that conversation was longer, but we have a couple more things to discuss now. And have you all been enjoying our discussion so far today? Have we had some great insightful discussions? Yes, there's some great relevant things, and we are down to our final panel for the day that we're going to wrap up with, and that is focused on the topic of what is next for AI in the Philippines: innovation, opportunity, and trusted growth. That is our topic for this final panel, and we're going to be hearing how we can harness AI to drive economic opportunity, strengthen public services, and empower Filipino talent. We're going to welcome our moderator right now. She is a partner and the head of Kizumbing Torres's Intellectual Property, Data, and Technology Practice Group, and she co-heads the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Industry Group. She participates in initiatives of Baker and McKenzie International, of which Kizumbing Torres is a member firm. She's also a certified information privacy manager by the International Association of Privacy Professionals. Please join me in putting our hands together for Attorney Divina Pastora Ilas Pangariban.
All right. We now welcome our panelist. Our first panelist is a research fellow at La Trobe University's Center for Global Security. He focuses particularly on the security, resilience, and governance of artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and critical supply chains across Asia and the Indo-Pacific. Alongside his role at La Trobe, Dr. Manantan is a member of UNESCO's AI Experts Without Borders, a non-resident fellow at the Center for Southeast Asian Studies at National Chengchi University in Taiwan, and a member of the Institutional Advisory Board of the Australian National University's Philippines Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Mark Brian Manantan. A big round of applause, everybody.
Our next panelist is the director, a Director 3 of the Department of Economy, Planning, and Development, who is currently serving as Assistant Director of the Innovation Staff. With experience spanning private practice, the judiciary, and local government, he has led key economic, sustainability, and business initiatives, including during his tenure as Deputy City Administrator of Pasig City. Join me in putting our hands together as we welcome Attorney Diego Luis S. Santiago. And for our final panelists, allow me to welcome back Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Juan Paulo Fajardo. Please give him a warm round of applause. Now to our moderator and our panel members, you have the floor.
Hello. Tapos na ba daw kami? Mabuhay, everybody! Okay pa ba? Kaya pa? Kapit lang, ha? We know that we stand in the way of you and the after party or you and winning the jackpot in one of the slot machines nearby. But please bear with us. One more hour, konting tumbling na lang, and we'll be done. The good news is your certificates of attendance are ready outside. So, so if you endure one more hour, we'll definitely have them packed for you, and it's ready to go once you leave. No, but kidding aside, thank you to the NPC for organizing this very, very fruitful event. Do you agree? This is really a very successful Privacy Awareness Week. Congratulations to our 3Js, the dashing 3Js of NPC, and of course, ED Ivan also. Talagang 10 years just flew by, no? Favorite ko kahapon na video yung sinabi ng mga OGs na sa NPC na daw sila tumanda at tumaba, 'di ba? Talagang it's just a testament of how loyal and solid the NPC as an institution is. Congratulations, NPC. Okay. So, very loaded afternoon, right? So we started with how AI is using personal data, but of course, with the promise comes the peril. What are the dangers and the harms of AI? And then we went on with our favorite people in the world, the children, and how to ensure a safe space for them. And now, we are now in the moving forward part of the discussion. The title of this entire event is Anamnesis, Looking Back and Moving Forward. We're done with looking back. We've learned our lessons, our highs and lows, but now it's time for us to move forward, to take that step. And I am very, very honored to be in the middle of 3 dashing gentlemen, really competent in their own right and experts in their own areas, who are very willing to share with us some things which you did not hear in the first 3 panels, and really to share their expertise and give us practical tips on how to progress the discussion on AI. Ang sabi ko nga, it's been many, many years since we've been discussing what is AI, what does it do, how can it help, but how do we really implement that? How do we move forward? So, to the panelists, so medyo konting icebreaker, no? To those who know me, I think I'm a boyoyong clown in my past life, no? That's why I want a very enjoyable icebreaker. So for the panelists, if you have one action word to describe AI, what is it? So I'm inspired by the recent encyclical letter of Pope Leo. I'm sure you've heard about it, and if you have time, you read about it. Medyo mahaba, but it's really worth the read. And he said his action word is disarm AI. So without you explaining your action word, and perhaps later on you can justify why you chose that word, what is your verb that you want to attach to AI? Let's start with Dr. Manantad.
Thank you once again to the National Privacy Commission for the very generous invitation. I think if there's a word that I'll attach to AI, it's pause.
Pause AI.
Yeah.
Oy, talaga na-goosebumps ako doon, Dr. Manantan. But later on, we'll find out why he chose pause AI. AD Santiago, what is your verb for AI?
So good afternoon to everyone, and it's an honor to be here to share what the Department of Economy, Planning and Development has in store in terms of our theme. It's easy for me to say that the verb attached to AI would be to innovate AI. That was my first impulse, but parang masyadong obvious. So I think I'll make it raise the ceiling through AI.
That's very good. Thank you. Thank you for your action word. Dep, what's your action word for AI?
So first and foremost, I'd like to thank Commissioner Jan Barcena and Deputy Privacy Commissioner Jose Villarmino for inviting me to be part of the panel today. Actually, my word is not an action word. It's a nonsensical word, but I will explain later. Boo AI.
Boo, as in B-O-O?
As in B-U-H. I'll explain later.
Okay. Medyo may mysterious effect si Depcom. What is Boo AI? But please remember that, sisingilin natin siya later on the meaning of BUH. So let's start the discussion, the meat of the discussion. A while ago, Secretary Aguda said that that if trust in AI is lost, progress is being slowed down. So what exactly is trusted AI when it comes to the Philippines? Dr. Manantan, would you like to venture into an answer?
Yeah, thank you very much for that very insightful question. I think this panel really holds the pressure to determine the path of the Philippines AI innovation and policy landscape. But I think from the viewpoint of UNESCO's, the work that we've done in the implementation of the UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI. I am part of the UNESCO AI Experts Without Borders. We are an international constellation of experts. The UNESCO AI Experts Without Borders, of course, was inspired by the Doctors Without Borders model. And so we are, I think, 150 experts across the world helping partner nations to implement their AI policy and strategy. And most of the remarks that I will be sharing today will be derived or drawn from at least 3 years of work that we've done to produce the readiness assessment methodology for the Republic of the Philippines from 2023. And it was launched last year alongside the European Union, who has funded the project with the Department of Science and Technology. Trust is from the classical UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI is defined as human-centric, socially beneficial systems that promote human dignity, human rights, and that is also sustainable. And that is based on robust governance frameworks and not just on self-regulation with an emphasis on human oversight. But throughout the journey that we've done in implementing the UNESCO Readiness Assessment methodology that allowed us to go from Cebu and Davao, we were able to concoct a definition of what trustworthy AI through the words such as malasakit, through the words such as kapwa. So I think the first point that I'd offer is that defining trust in the context of the Filipino AI users or in the Filipino public is all about how artificial intelligence promotes care for the environment, for the culture that we hold, and also for the thousands of languages, hundreds of languages that we have across the Philippines. I think most of the experts that spoke before us already talked about everything that we know that makes AI safe and secure. But what was missing in the conversation, and this is the second point on the definition of AI, is an inclusive view of AI. Because when we were doing the UNESCO Readiness Assessment methodology, we had representatives from the indigenous communities. We have representatives from people with disabilities. And I think this is something that we should be carrying forward as we think about the future of AI in the Philippines, not just in the Philippines, but also in Southeast Asia. While it is very fun and exciting to be here in this ballroom, I often wonder whenever I travel in the far-flung areas of the Philippines and talk about AI with farmers, with fisher folk, if their views and perspectives on AI or even trustworthy AI is taken into consideration. And so I think that is something that I'd like to, at least for this first intervention, that AI is contextual, that AI should be inclusive, and also AI, I think finally should also have the foundational elements to it, having the Data Privacy Act, but also the infrastructure to participate meaningfully in artificial intelligence development, as well as the right curriculum for students across the country.
Thank you, Dr. Manantan. That's really, that's very heartwarming that the global principles of UNESCO are very much real when it comes to the Philippine context. But in terms of implementation, AD Santiago, what are the regulatory frameworks and policies that need to be adopted in order to achieve that level of trusted AI? When it comes to the Philippine context, you've worked on perhaps you can say the work that you do in DepDev, but I understand that you have position papers and comments and policies. But what exactly is the policy and the framework that you need in order to achieve that level of trusted AI?
Thank you for that. And I'll preface my answer and my response and all my subsequent responses with that idea that before coming to the DepDev, I was working for a long period of time with the local government unit. So I was able to see how trust is really a strong factor in how you're able to get the buy-in of your constituency through your policies. And it was mentioned in one of the panels earlier that once this trust is removed, game over na. And we've seen this work at the local level. But we've also seen how buy-in can enable the changing buy-in, smart, data-driven policies which are very inclusive, which do not inadvertently or purposely exclude stakeholders, really help in that development. So, as you mentioned, Attorney, the DepDev right now, and perhaps for context, we have been put in charge of crafting our artificial intelligence governance framework. So this was a directive of the President last year, directing the DOST, the National Innovation Council, of which the DepDev vice chairs and is the secretariat of, and the DBM to create the overall national innovation AI strategy for the Philippines. So under the NAIS-PH, which was developed by the DOST, several member agencies were given a responsibility and a task. And the task that fell to DepDev, which is a recent institutionalization. It was the former NEDA just last year. It was legislated into a department. Perhaps the administration saw that there would really be a need for stronger planning, socioeconomic development, monitoring, coordinating between the bodies, both public and private, which is crucial when we discuss artificial intelligence coordination and planning. So we are in the midst of finalizing our artificial intelligence governance framework for presentation to the National Innovation Council, chaired by the President this coming June 11. So for those who have been, we've heard the clamor from the public and the private sector on what are the rules that might be produced by the government, what is the direction that the Philippines will take when it comes to artificial intelligence, made even more apparent by the fact that we hold the chairship of the ASEAN this year, and we've seen how many of our ASEAN neighbors have already leveraged artificial intelligence for their economic growth. And we can say as early as now, of course it's not yet an approved framework, but we are gearing towards a principle-based sort of regulation. So there are so many aspects to how that regulation will suffice, but we are always promoting an ecosystem of innovation. I'm not saying this because I'm part of the innovation staff, but because we've seen how stifling innovation through strict regulation, one-size-fits-all regulation, regulation that may not be sector-based will prove more problematic. So initially, what we are proposing or what we have been looking at is setting the framework for responsible use. Responsible use principles which will help guide our public and private sector towards the finish line while ensuring that the operations part will be with the sectors. So the finish line is there. This is our expectations from the different sectors. How you get there, we will leave it to you with our guidance. So of course, we will be setting a framework for probably the basic regulations, the no-brainer regulations. Of course, fraud should not be perpetuated, etc. But we also leave the regulation to the regulators because we do understand that the different sectors have their own different tiers for risk. We do not want to put a codification of regulations, especially since artificial intelligence is vastly changing. So that is what we are proposed to gear towards because we understand how this also promotes innovation and leverages the Philippines not just as a user, but hopefully as a producer and a developer of artificial intelligence.
That's fantastic news. Finally, we will have an AI governance framework. We've been waiting for that, AD Santiago. And actually, I know that each government agency is working on their own AI policies, but we need a common North Star when it comes to achieving, our vision for AI. But there seems to be, sadly, we see government agencies working in silos. And hopefully, with that AI governance framework, everybody will be aligned in terms of their efforts and their AI journeys. DepCon Fajardo, may malasakit, merong kapwa, merong AI governance framework. But what really is, coming from the NPC, what is your vision for an AI-enabled nation from the perspective of the NPC?
Personally, I envision in 5 years
5 years.
That we would have totally banned AI. Did I get your attention? Just kidding. Kasi pansin ko, I don't have your attention. Just kidding. No, so first, I envision AI that is trusted. So we're bringing that word back, trust. Second, I want AI that is broadly distributed and inclusive, which I think was already mentioned a while ago. And third, I want AI under a governance model that prioritizes not so much a glimpse into the technology, but rather guidelines to enforce accountability and transparency. So that also roots back to the first situation that I want. So when we talk about AI being trusted, we're talking about, and there are different classifications of AI. I can go on a litany of how we've classified what are the different taxonomies for AI. But I think I don't want to delve too much on specific technology. I want to talk about the design principles behind it. And to trust a technology means basically that the technology does what it says it does and addresses the risk that it identifies. So if that's the case, the design principles have to be founded on the basic idea that any technology should be respectful of human rights, of human dignity. So we're, from a privacy perspective, we're also talking about our 3 principles, that if you're going to use technology and you're processing personal data in that manner, that the processing has to align with transparency, has to align with proportionality, and legitimate purpose. And for me right now, I think the common concern with AI is a lot of AI technology is within that concept of black box. No one knows what goes inside. You just know what it does. Surprise. And I think trusted AI means a willingness to use appropriate measures that are understandable and relatable to the average person who will be impacted by such AI technology. So that's what I mean by trust. Second, inclusivity and broad distribution. Yes, AI is, if done right, is a benefit to society, definitely. It's been a benefit to me to some extent. However, let's not forget that the reason why we're exploring AI as a direction in the Philippines is because we know that it could be a benefit to the most underserved, marginalized sectors in our society. And popularizing AI to the point that it becomes just a commercial or a commodity forgets the path that we really want to take in adopting such technology, which is to expand government services, to expand financial inclusivity. So let's not forget that, and I think that's what we need to prioritize as well. Finally, when we talk about governance, I agree that it requires regulation. And I think from the private NPC's perspective, we already have an advisory on artificial intelligence. But if you've noticed, and I hope you've read that advisory, the focus of that advisory, as with the rest of the NPC's regulations, is that it's very technology agnostic. However, it does identify the common risks attendant to artificial intelligence, the susceptibility to bias, to discrimination, the fact that if it is devoid of human intervention, it has a significant impact on individuals, especially if automated decision-making is involved or profiling is involved. But you won't see any provision that says this should be outright banned or this should not be allowed. It should always be about what you're required to disclose, how are you going to identify the risk, how are you going to meaningfully include human intervention in the process of developing AI. And I think that's where governance should focus, because it's about accountability and our alignment with existing principles on data privacy.
So I have this wild guess that that is what is included in the AI governance framework. Ayaw pa tayong kwentuhan ni AD Santiago what are the details of the governance framework kasi baka daw ma-preempt natin ang launch. But I think, principle-wise, I think it's the same principle. It's sharing the same vision. But towards that achieving that vision are the urgent gaps when it comes to our journey towards reaching that objective na inexplain ni DepCom. What are the most urgent gaps when it comes to infra, when it comes to data ecosystem, when it comes to inclusivity and probably human rights also? What do you think are the most urgent gaps that we have to address?
Definitely, we do have in the AI governance framework 5 pillars which we hope would address some of the gaps that were discussed. But if you would ask me in my professional and probably personal capacity on identifying first, and I'm also coming from a place of having been present in our various legislative committee hearings where Congress and Senate have also been developing these bills, these myriad bills on artificial intelligence, and there has also been an identification on what would the main gaps that legislation.
The latest count, 33 bills.
I think
na
36.
ba on AI? 36 bills.
Just in the House. So one would be institutionalization. That's one of the pillars. That's actually our first pillar when it comes to addressing these gaps. When you take a look, there's no problem about not having an overall artificial intelligence law here in the country. In fact, there are pros and cons. I advocate there are more cons with developing an entire AI law which will govern just because of the reasons I mentioned earlier. But it is indispensable that there should be a body which plans, monitors, maybe even sets the tasks for regulation, if ever, with the agencies. So that is not present here in the country now. So there are many. If you look at other countries, they've developed their council, they've used existing council, they've given the task to the executive agencies, maybe under the office of the president or the chief executive. We are advocating, or we are exploring, that it be subsumed into an existing council. We've emphasized the need for multi-stakeholder participation. If it is just lodged with the executive, it might be, not only will it be an additional responsibility for that executive branch. No? You can't just say, all your artificial intelligence responsibilities will now be lodged with X department, because they do have their other core competencies and responsibilities. Budgeting is also limited with the government. So it's important for us to recognize that artificial intelligence planning, monitoring, creation needs to be multi-stakeholder. The private sector needs to be involved as well, even though the public sector will set the direction. So that should be the main. It also should have a high-level functioning body, similar to what we have in the National Innovation Council, where the President of the Philippines himself is a chairperson. Second would be capabilities, both for the private sector and for the public sector. Yesterday, I was invited to a talk with various Sangguniang Kabataan members, and I was so surprised that many of them were advocating that even within their own barangays, there was a clamor to look at artificial intelligence as something problematic, that it only raises opportunities to do fraudulent activities. And most of the questions from our, and these are the youth who we expect to have that, is how do we make sure artificial intelligence is not inclusive? Sinabi ng kapitan namin na masama yung artificial intelligence. And so there's a question of buying into seeing the benefits of artificial intelligence. We have no problem with use. We are one of the top adopters of artificial intelligence, but the responsible use is something that we need to take a focus on. And aside, of course, from our private sector capacity building, upskilling, even just the understanding of artificial intelligence, what I also feel is an important gap is the buy-in of our public officials themselves. I've seen in the committee hearings that, once again, it's a knee-jerk reaction towards the flaws of AI or the harms you can perpetrate by using artificial intelligence. But it's the usual knife example. A knife is a tool. A knife could be used to make life easier. A knife could also be used to hurt others. But it doesn't make the tool itself wrong. No, it's in the use of this, and we are advocating for that strong, ethical, and responsible use. I understand that the Development Academy in the Philippines has developed an executive program to capacitate our public servants at executive level, LGUs, national government agencies, and that's one of the most underrated gaps. Maybe before, even simultaneously with capacitating skills training, providing Plan A, Plan B for industries that will be adversely affected by artificial intelligence, it will not prosper if our leaders will also not understand the direction of the Philippines towards here. Of course, everything else comes from that. Infrastructure, data, I can go on and on about data maybe later. But hopefully, an overall framework, strong institutional capacity, strong capability development will be able to address, if not alleviate and eliminate some of these gaps.
Well, I think buy-in is not something new, especially for DPOs in the room, di ba? Remember, we had to obtain management buy-in when we were starting our data privacy compliance journey. And it translates to, public officers buy-in, leadership buy-in when it comes to convincing them that, these are principles that will have to be adopted and compliance items that will have to be undertaken. And that's a situation that we don't want to arrive at, no? Yung sinasabi ng mga tao na masama ang AI, pangit ang AI, no? So the importance of public trust is there. So Dr. Manantan, when it comes to public trust, how important is it when it comes to AI adoption? How what is the role that it plays when it comes to us really embracing AI into our operations?
I think before I address your question, I'll just tie in. Tie in with everything with my colleagues has said, and I will push the boundaries here. And I think I just need to highlight the elephant in the room. I think it's really political will. I was in a conference for the last 2 days.
Thank you.
Discussing about this is the last panel. We should just bring the house down. I think it's political will. If we look at the AI is just another epic chapter in the history of the Philippine development. Before AI, we had the internet, we had the semiconductor manufacturing in the 90s. And I think while the theme is artificial intelligence, I think we should take a technological ecosystem, systematic mapping of where we are. I mean, the Philippines, where it is at currently in its current technological trajectory. There are so many laws, there's so many DPA, we don't need to preach to the choir, but it's really political will when you have a government that operates by personalities. When you have a government that, and this is not only unique in the Philippines, we've seen this as well in Africa, in Latin America, and in the UNESCO work that we've been doing, that political will is really the major push that we need for all these transparency, security, and all these AI principles that we need. And that trickles down to your role, to the National Privacy Commission. When politicians are elected and they leave offices, it's really the bureaucrats who remain in the offices. So I think we always say power to the people, but I would say power to the bureaucrats as well yourselves, because you carry on the sustainability of whatever policies that any government will make. And I think lastly, I'll just, building on Diego's point about the role of consultations and all that. In the work that we've done in UNESCO, we have seen over the last 2 to 3 years that trust building is really an issue. And while most of industry practitioners would say that they see regulations as a compliance exercise, but I think the way forward for regulations, for these governance frameworks to really come to fruition, is to build increasingly those trust, anchors of trust within governments, within industry, within academia, and Diego already highlighted the importance of multi-stakeholder discussions and consultations. And I'll just highlight this. During one of our consultations, I think DPA was implemented in 2012. And now that the appetite among industry practitioners, associations and corporations, as well as small and medium enterprises across the Philippines has highlighted that they're actually in a wait-and-see attitude. Because AI is moving in such a rapid pace that if they implement internal compliance mechanisms, eventually they have to undo it again because there's going to be a new regulation. So how do we address that gap when you need to comply with a regulation, but at the same time, you're also hesitant because it's another resource that you allocate on that front and you lose other resources in another. So I think that's where trust building is really one of the key gaps that we have to continuously invest upon moving forward.
That's very true. Well, political will. Diba? Tapos na. Tapos ng boxing. All we need is political will. But Depcom Fajardo, how do we really, what will it take for the Philippines to have that proper balance between innovation, privacy protection, public trust, human rights? How do we ensure that these principles are all aligned and moving towards the same direction and not in conflict with each other?
Just kidding. So I don't have to repeat that. But to align to that, I completely agree with that. First off, I want to say that innovation, protection, national development, these are not, should not be in tension. The only reason why it falls into tension is because extraneous interests, call it commercial, call it political, suddenly these extraneous interests now push out the long, arduous, but necessary process of developing this kind of technology for the benefit of everyone, and in a way that enforces accountability. And to remove that tension, and this is, it's political will, it's, there are different terms to describe it, but for me, it's admitting that all stakeholders in this particular technology have to make commitments that cost something. So it's not about coming up with motherhood statements, AI will save the world, AI will improve our work streams. We're way past that. It's time to identify what these costs really entail. So for example, if you're a government, and if you want an inclusive and broadly distributed AI industry or AI technology, then you have to admit the fact that costs have to be made, investments have to be made to ensure that technology is equitably distributed, that AI and its output is something that actually benefits those underserved and marginalized sectors. So that's the government's commitment. If you talk about industry, industry has to understand that to develop this technology, and it's something that people will feel safe or people will trust in the long term, then you'll have to pay the cost for it. And that includes implementing the necessary features for transparency, making sure that just because it's in automated decision-making or profiling is involved, or that AI is involved, does not mean that meaningful human oversight should be completely taken out of the picture. What does that mean? That means that ultimately, humans have to be involved in the process. Humans have to help identify, ethics boards, governance committees have to identify if there are biases in the data sets used to teach AI, if there's discrimination that may arise out of the output. And that will cost not just human capital, it will cost money, but it's something that needs to be done if, again, you want to build trust and if you want it to be equitably distributed. And finally, also for civil society, us, civilians, there is a cost to us. So the cost to us is this, PAW. We're all here because we need to make that conversation. We need to raise the point that while AI is the future, irresponsible adoption of that future or just embracing it without understanding its limitations and costs to us equally lends to abuses, right? If you don't take part or do your job, perform your responsibility as those who will ultimately be impacted by this technology, to say, we are also stakeholders in this. I am a stakeholder. I am a father. My daughter is 7. Okay, my daughter is at that age wherein she. Did I just disclose my daughter's personal
Okay lang
data?
yun.
Just kidding. Parental authority. Joke. What I'm saying is that my toddler child is now accessing Messenger, is now accessing all these technologies. It's cute right now because, it's fun to use. My face can change. She draws some stuff on daddy's face and shows it to me. But at the end of the day, as a parent, I know that at some point, someone might use AI to profile my child and predict what she'll look like 10 years from now. And it'll suddenly travel all over the internet.
That's happening already.
That's happening already. And I am a stakeholder, not just as a father, I am a stakeholder as a citizen of this country. I am a stakeholder because I receive government benefits. So we have to be vocal about that. So for me, those 3 stakeholders, or at least those 3 categories of stakeholders, should be part of the national conversation to get that commitment that at the end of the day, it's going to cost you something and it's not going to be free.
I think political will is very much married to costs, right? If you don't have the political will.
That's why sabi ko, political will na parang
okay
tapos
na.
na eh.
Okay na.
Can I just quickly?
Yes, go
I
ahead,
think just
Dr.
to,
Valentine.
we have this discussion about political and cost. I think on the other side of the spectrum, what are the incentives too, right? Like to induce behavioral changes. What are the incentives that we could provide to all the stakeholders you mentioned? And I anchor this point from the Oxford Foundation Model Transparency Initiative. I know we have our friends from ByteDance and Meta here, that increasingly AI developers are not, in this particular study, you can Google it, shout out to Google, that a lot of the AI platforms developers are not submitting reports on how they're training compute, training data, and also post-deployment of their AI systems. And so while we think about cost, sometimes when we do consultations, particularly industry, it's sort of a negative connotation. We should also kind of tweak the conversation. What are the incentives? Also to our political leaders. Also to the National Privacy Commission. What are the incentive tools that we can, mechanisms that we can devise to fast-track adoption of the AI frameworks that we're formulating, and also for them to see the benefits of these frameworks, not just another exercise of compliance.
Yeah, they need to be inspired, and the only way to be inspired and encouraged is to present incentives, which are, really realistic and practical, that will, bring food to the table, as direct as that. But in terms of incentives, DepCon Fajardo, how do you ensure a future-ready workforce in terms of AI use? Madami, sabi nga ni Edison, madami natatakot sa AI, di ba? The people would think that AI will replace them eventually. So how do you prepare the workforce for an AI-enabled environment?
Actually, lawyers are some of the functions
in danger.
Our lawyers are in danger. Because I remember, like a few years back, there was already a question of whether U.S. courts would allow artificial intelligence to argue in court. I think it's also rationalizing. So it's identifying areas. For me, AI is a call to rationalize where we are as human beings as well. So the incentive there is not monetary. The incentive there is not, it's not a particular benefit. The incentive there is actually a motivation. You know that there are some slowly being consumed or being occupied by AI. It's time to rationalize, should we stagnate or keep ourselves stuck in that situation wherein our capabilities, our own development as human beings, can be easily replicated by AI. So it's now time to identify skill sets, jobs wherein the human discretion, the human mindset actually is something that's inseparable from the output that you want to achieve. And I can't give any incentive. Hello, I'm a lawyer and I'm about to lose my job in a few years. But there's a reason why I also want to do data privacy. There is a reason also that I explore other skill sets, because you can't complain about technology and remain seated doing nothing. I think this is a signal for us also to develop as individuals. So for me, that's the motivation. That should be the motivation. We shouldn't be afraid of AI. We should be afraid of our own stagnation. I think that's the best.
So
push.
let me ask the other lawyer in the panel. My question is, when it comes to sectors, DEPCOM Fardo said we have to identify the skill sets, right? But in terms of sectors, what do you think is the most promising sectors when it comes to AI adoption and AI inclusivity?
While the other part of my brain is thinking of the answer there, I'd like to touch a little bit on the incentives, which was mentioned by my co-panelists. Because in the local government unit, we've seen this as a very great way to scale up and get the buy-in for policies we want to propose. I used to be the city regulations officer, so I'm not against regulation. I do believe that regulation is proper towards creating some equity, etc., but it should be proper regulation. But for some, we note that even within our government structure, regulations need to be properly regulated. The Anti-Red Tape Authority, in fact, requires that any change in a revenue code of a local government unit has to go through that agency so they can see if the regulation is time-bound, proper, etc. We've seen that incentivization is a really good way for us to put out our policies. For instance, we wanted businesses to be more green-friendly. Instead of mandating the adoption of these green technologies, we allow them to innovate, to apply for an incentive, a fiscal or non-fiscal incentive for them to adopt. So no long, even if you're not able to adopt this sort of technology, if you're able to show that you have the capabilities to do so, there will be ways for us to incentivize them fiscally. So I do see this as one of the options that we can take. And I do echo what my co-panelists have said, that perhaps it's lost in the shuffle of what I've been, of my exposition, but it really is human-centric. Completely agree. Our Undersecretary Edilon mentions it should be sapio-centric. It's also something that we always mention that should not be replaced or negatively impacted by artificial intelligence. On your question, Attorney, on the sectors, madaya kung magsabi lahat eh. There is a strong potential for all sectors to benefit through artificial intelligence. Top of my head, I see healthcare just because in the local government, there were so many issues tied with problem points in healthcare, early diagnosis, accessibility, which I believe could be solved a little bit by artificial intelligence. But perhaps I'm looking at industry as a way to, as a strong sector. It was mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence could be utilized to make smaller firms, MSMEs, startups more competitive when it comes to their participation in the commercial market. We have under DepDev our Presidential Philippine Innovation Awards, which is a high-level funding towards innovators. And this year, we saw that almost all of our applications or applicants who eventually are reaching the national level have some sort of artificial intelligence component in their innovative solutions. We do not have any criterion that if you use AI, you have a higher scoring grade. No? Organically, smaller firms are starting to see artificial intelligence as a way for them to further grow and to compete even with the larger firms. And we've seen, I'll use this opportunity, might be the last time I'll say, that the ecosystem right now is ripe towards creating this robust framework for developing our smaller firms while also utilizing artificial intelligence. Section 37 of the new Government Procurement Act now allows direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, which has long been a pain point for startups where they have difficulty getting into the commercial market. We will now be defining under the Innovative Startup Act more fiscal and non-fiscal support for startups, especially utilizing artificial intelligence. So fiscal incentives are difficult just because law of equivalent exchange, for every fiscal incentive you give, you have to find a way to earn back this fiscal. But there are also ways to be creative with non-fiscal incentives, which I believe will help spur on that artificial intelligence growth.
That's really fantastic because we really need concrete not just documents, not just statements, but concrete programs that we see how all these policies are being practiced and being implemented as part of the day-to-day lives of our people, right? So we have a question from the audience. As the Philippines accelerates AI adoption, how do we prevent trusted growth from becoming a branding slogan and instead turn it into a measurable governance discipline? One where innovation, economic competitiveness, data protection, cybersecurity resilience, and public accountability are assessed together before AI systems are deployed at national scale. So medyo our discussion is really about that. No? We recognize that AI adoption, AI developments are so fast-paced now, but we need to pause because we need to check and ensure that the safeguards are still in place. Perhaps we start with DepCom Fajardo. How do we ensure that these safeguards, when it comes to privacy protection, human oversight, data privacy rights, how do we ensure that these are still in place despite the fast-paced AI developments in the country?
So first off, I don't agree that that these are what slow down AI development. My concern is we need to disabuse ourselves of the perception that fast-paced and responsible development technology are oil and water. They're not. In fact, if you look at the way most companies that have successfully adopted new technology, is that it's not the technology is not the only basis that they gain competitive or comparative advantage. It's the way they handle the regulatory standards that impose accountability. So if you look at companies that have adopted privacy by design, privacy by default, as the foundational principle by which they develop such technology, that in itself is a selling point. That in itself actually speeds up the development. And by the way, what slows down development is you develop AI technology without looking at regulation, without looking at what responsible and accountable technology means. And then react to that when something happens. That slows down technology because it creates a chilling effect, not just to developers, but also to the people who are affected by such technology. So for me, it is not what's slowing down. It's something that can be utilized, maximized, and take advantage of to enhance comparative comparative advantage. So
I think you just have to arrive at the perfect balance, right? Because they should be aligned. They should not be in conflict or mutually exclusive.
Yes.
Do you want to add anything to his response?
Yeah, I guess my response would be, I think, more methodological. I think I would offer, given that the panel is really looking forward, I think for the National Privacy Commission and also to our industry partners who are here, I think it's time that we adopt a forward-leaning approach by, currently in UNESCO, we're doing a lot of strategic foresight. So I think, let me just offer you 3 strategic scenarios for where the AI development in the Philippines will go. So the first scenario is an AI-ready Philippines. All the bills will be passed, Konektadong Pinoy will be successful and all, so we're good. The second, fragmented AI Philippines. And so this is where the negative side. And I think the last scenario or sort of future that I'd offer would be more of a decentralized AI Philippines, meaning I think this goes back to what Diego has been saying, where the government needs to empower LGUs, needs to empower not just Imperial Manila in crafting AI policy, but also there are so many exciting AI developments that's happening across the country. And whenever we go down in the grassroots area, they are always wondering how the word cascading, I think the government, I'm working closely with the Philippine government, so I think it's been socialized with me. The word cascading has been really the operative term, but how do we fast track that cascading where budgets are really delivered to the respective LGUs or regional offices, not just for the UST, but all the government agencies that are working in driving AI. So I just, just to end my remarks, I was looking at the gallery, and NPC was established because of Comelix. And as I was walking through the hallway, are we waiting for another AI catastrophe for us to really act for a future that is human-centric, beneficial, and all? Are we, as we started this session, are we going to portray or embrace a future that we're fearful of AI, or are we going to embrace a future that we walk side by side with AI systems with a very human-centric, balanced approach? Yeah.
Thank you. So we have time for one more question from the audience. Any brave soul who wants to approach the mic in front and ask our very distinguished panel here. Let's take advantage of this combination of genius souls in the panel. Please, please. Can we ask the tech team to assist, sir?
Check, check. Good afternoon. Thank you, NPC, for indulging this question to be asked personally. This question is better asked personally. I am asking as a Filipino worker, believing that the AI penetration will be a national crisis. Anamnesis allow me to share signals looking back. Singapore Prime Minister urgently created a national AI Council and personally led the AI Council with the objective to train 100% of the workforce for AI literacy urgently. Second, in the past months, Gen AI apps has been deployed to replace an HR department, customer service department, marketing department, even legal and compliance department, and other administrative works. Third, most companies, especially representing the manufacturing sector, most companies now deals with labor costs as the top expense. And one of the most cost initiative is to cut the admin works 50% in the next 2 years using AI. We don't know if that will increase. We don't know if HR, the whole HR department of 10 people will now become an AI app. Now, as a Filipino worker, Anamnesis, moving forward, what is our plan to prevent the AI penetration to become a national crisis? Thank you. Crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. In the spirit of data privacy, can you please introduce yourself and share your personal information with us?
Well, thank you. My name is Ray Domabok. I'm the DPO of ASC Manufacturing Philippines from the manufacturing sector.
All right. So who's brave enough in the panel AD Diego, please take it away.
I think the question is really for... Just kidding.
Sa'yo daw talaga, para sa'yo daw talaga yun.
Well, thank you, sir. And I'm glad that you mentioned I think there were 3 questions leading up to what would be the plan in case, just to make sure that the artificial intelligence movement for the Philippines will not turn into another national emergency. But let me first take note of what you mentioned, that other countries have already allocated significant resources towards upskilling, capacitating, and training. It goes with what Sir mentioned earlier, that there has to be a sacrifice from the agencies. And if you look at the best practices of other countries, those who have been successful in embedding artificial intelligence within their workforces, reskilling, upskilling, further capacitating, really gave significant budgetary resources, both to the national towards training this. Of course, I'm not DBM. We have yet to see the direction, but I think that there has to be an overall strong training scheme towards, especially for affected industries. No? We always say, though, that it was just human beings who would take on the work, but then when it was automated, it did not mean that they lost their jobs. They had to learn again, but they had a new set of skills which allowed them to grow and focus on other things. And we've seen this as part of the burden and responsibilities on that plan on how to upskill. In terms of the artificial intelligence becoming a problem, and I think it will go back to what we've been espousing. Perhaps this is where political will comes in. Perhaps this also is my response to the final question on how do we make sure artificial intelligence, AI does not become just a mere slogan. When you make it a mere slogan, it means that it's an overall one-size-fits-all, which may not be responsive to sector needs. I believe that to address and alleviate the possibility that this will be a national problem, which I doubt if we would be able to plan more, there has to be a nuanced treatment towards our sectors and how they classify artificial intelligence, especially when it comes to the 5 pillars that I mentioned. So it's quite difficult to look forward and see the worst case scenario when there is so much strong potential for the Philippines to go on the other side of this being an enabler for us. But it is a reality if we do not plan properly, if we go towards a scheme which does not take the needs of all stakeholders present here. So para siyang political statement, mukhang one size fits all, but I really do believe in the primacy of the direction that we have to take, what we need to properly incentivize, what we need to set as the principles and guidelines, but which will also allow innovation, which is what we are espousing here in the DepDev. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time flies when we're having fun. No? This has been a very fruitful discussion. And as my last question, just very, very brief answers to our panelists. We want to end this discussion with a show of commitment. And in your capacity as socially responsible individuals and as representatives of the organization, of your organizations, what is a concrete commitment that you can make towards AI development and privacy protection in general? Last na si DepCom kasi meron pa siyang BUH na ikukwento sa atin eh. Dr. Manantan, please do the honors.
I'll leverage this opportunity. I think my commitment is we're launching an initiative next month. It's called Balay Labs. And we're actually a technology and research advocacy. And we are going to embark on conducting free AI assessments for public sector across Southeast Asia. So it's not yet very finally launched, but I think I'll just take the liberty as a concrete, commitment. You can visit our website. We have talked to some government departments already in the Philippines and across the region as well who are interested. So we're launching this initiative to really drill down the recommendations and the ethics of AI, as well as the ISO 42001. So please get in touch with us, and that's my commitment to AI governance.
Thank you, Dr. Manantan. AD Diego.
I have a professional and a personal commitment. So my professional commitment is quite simple. The AI governance strategy, we will do our best to advocate for what we see as artificial intelligence being an enabler for innovation, and which will hopefully help all stakeholders here in the country, both the private and public sector. And that commitment will not stop with our proposal and presentation of the framework. We will work with our multi-stakeholder partners towards ensuring that AI will really be an enabler for us. As a personal commitment and as a fine arts graduate who initially was very skeptical with artificial intelligence, as a lawyer who now is a little bit worried, just kidding, with the possibility that some aspects of my work might really be affected by artificial intelligence, my personal commitment is what I also implore the Filipino citizenry to also embrace, that we should also be open to being learners again, because when we learn that these could really help us, it will also better us as people, which will better us as nations. So open and willing not to work, but to learn.
Thank you very much, AD Diego and DepCom.
So I guess both professional and personal commitment is simply being open to the idea of AI really being the frontier for the next 5 years. Why do I say being open? Because as part of the regulator, and I'm speaking for myself alone. Of course, there's DPC Bellarmine and PC Barcena. But in my perspective, my commitment is obviously to be open to all kinds and all forms of technology, and just because personal data may be the subject, or processing of personal data may be subject of such technology, for me, it's not an automatic no. It's something that will always be assessed by the standards that we've already established, and my commitment is to stay true to that. Our standards are clear. They're all in the website. And if that creates opportunity for it to be developed, then we will pursue that path. And personally as well, I am always open to technology that may help. There are always pitfalls, dangers to any new adoption of technology, but I think paving a responsible path with safeguards on the side actually creates more of an opportunity rather than a detriment in 5 years from now. So I guess to close
Yes, please.
my statement, why boo AI? Because if you spell it out, it's phonetically the word for life in Filipino. B-U-H-A-I, buhay. Because at the end of the day, AI, and you want to use it responsibly, the only standard that you should be following is promoting that technology in reference to how it should protect the dignity of human lives. So buhay. And I hope that makes sense. Cheesy, but you know it's true. So, thank
Grabe
you.
naman, buhay! That's wonderful. Na-gets nyo ba? Wala yata naka-guess. That's the...
Pampagising yun, di ba?
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists, Depcom Fajardo, AD Santiago, and Dr. Banantan. A warm round of applause to our panelists, please. Okay, so on that note, we'll turn over the floor to the MCs again.
To our remarkable panelists, thank you so much. We ask that you please stay on stage with us. Thank you so much for providing us a compelling view of where we are headed, from unlocking innovation and expanding opportunities to committing and calling for growth that is grounded in trust, strong governance, and inclusive development. We're so thankful for the time that you spent. We're actually going to we'll have our photo opportunity here on stage. We ask that Executive Director Alzona please make his way up on stage as well as Privacy Commissioner Barcena, and of course Deputy Privacy Commissioner Bellarmino as well join us on stage for our photo opportunity with our panelists here. Again, we're so thankful. We're so thankful for the time and the wisdom that was shared, and what a great way to kind of wrap up our panel in terms of a positive vision towards the future. Despite, of course, the possible threats and all of that, we're still looking at it from the human side, where our innovation and our ability to adapt will make a way to continue to grow AI and grow technology in a positive way moving forward.
All right, and of course, what resonates most is the shared vision of an AI future for Filipinos, building on our strengths, addressing challenges, and bringing together government, industry, and communities for digital bayanihan. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing event, and thank you for taking your time out to listen to all of the meaningful discussions that we had today. So I hope you guys will learn so much on how to use AI responsibly, right?
That's right. We've got some, again, as we mentioned, as our speakers and panelists are closing this time, we had a wonderful day with some amazing panel discussions. I hope you all found this insightful, relevant, useful, and we had some great, again, discussions where we can continue the conversation, hopefully moving forward, not just here, but within our organizations, within our departments, and to continue to, we're thankful for the NPC that we can continue to have these conversations with them, who can help us be the change makers that we want to be in our organizations and in the nation as well. And now, to officially conclude the conference, allow me to welcome again on stage none other than Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Jose Amelito Sutton Bellarmino II for his closing remarks. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello, there you go. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you will forgive me if I will rely entirely on my script. It's been a long 2 days for us. Sulit na po tayo ng komisyon. But of course, I'd like to acknowledge again Secretary Henry Aguda of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Privacy Commissioner Attorney Johan Barcena, of course, my fellow Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Juan Paulo Fajardo, our Executive Director, our directors, and our fellow privacy advocates from government, industry, and academia, our kababayans from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and the dedicated staff of the National Privacy Commission. And I'd also like to thank all our panelists, both from the Philippines and those who traveled thousands of miles to be with us today. Palakpakan naman po natin sila. Now, we gather at a defining moment in history. You'd probably agree that every generation encounters a technology that reshapes society. But artificial is quite different. Artificial intelligence is quite different. AI does not merely change the tools that we use. It changes how we think, how we decide, how we relate to one another, and ultimately, how we live our lives today. It influences what we see, what we believe, how we are actually profiled, how we are treated, and sometimes even who gets excluded. And when left unchecked, the impact is often felt first and most deeply by those with least power to resist it. Those are the children, the underprivileged, workers, marginalized communities, and ordinary citizens simply trying to navigate an increasingly digital world. That is why conversations we share today matter. As we close Privacy Awareness Week 2026, may we carry forward the learned perspectives, shared commitment, and gained insights that we have built throughout this celebration. Again, this year's theme, Anamnesis, Looking Back and Moving Forward, invites us to reflect and renew our commitment to bridge the gap between data privacy and technological advancement. Anamnesis is remembering, not just mere recalling the past, but also rediscovering our roots, our truths, and our pursuit of a purposeful future. And today, we did exactly that. From the first panel, From Data to Decisions, How AI Uses Personal Data, we explored how artificial intelligence should always be grounded in the basic principles of responsibility and public trust, especially in the Philippines, where AI must be directed toward improving Filipino lives and creating meaningful social impact. More importantly, AI should focus on solving real societal problems in areas such as healthcare, education, public services, and accessibility rather than pursuing innovation for its own sake. Building a culture of data literacy, mindfulness, and ethical innovation is very essential because trust is the foundation of AI and nation building. Once public trust is lost, the true purpose and value of AI are lost as well. AI does not merely collect personal data, it interprets, infers, combines, and in many cases, acts on it. What is imperceptible by the human eye can have a great impact on us. It can shape how we think, how we act, and even how we feel. That is why transparency matters now more than ever, because informed choice is not a luxury, it is a right. Let me repeat that. Informed choice is not a luxury, it is a right. As we continue advancing into an era shaped by AI, we must remember that when AI goes wrong, the consequences are seldom just technical. They are human. The impact of its misuse ultimately rests not on machines, but on people. And with that impact comes human accountability. Technology does not possess conscience, compassion, or moral judgment. These remain uniquely ours, uniquely human. That is why it is only fitting that we humanize AI by ensuring it remains aligned with human values, guided by reasonableness, ethics, and responsibility. We move forward with clear intentions and meaningful governance. We can develop and use AI that prioritizes the well-being of every human by embedding privacy by design, placing governance as a part of the process, investing in capacity building efforts, and collaborating with different sectors. These are foundational and not just optional. I'd like to share how we can be able to build trust by using the letters in the word trust. Through what? T, transparency, an informed consent that empowers people and ensures agency over the data they own. R, with great respect to human dignity, developing systems for and by humans. U, an understanding of the technology that we must evolve with. S, sharing this knowledge to fellow authorities, professionals, and the public. And with T, with tomorrow in mind for generations to come. Our tomorrow lies in the hands of the children. It is true that it takes a village to raise a child, and we must recognize that today, that village has become digital. The online world now shapes how children learn, play, communicate, think, and see themselves. But digital advancement comes with risks that cannot be ignored, such as misinformation, exploitation, cyberbullying, and invasion of privacy. No human should be left behind. Children's data privacy rights are pressing and urgent. The children too must be privacy-aware digital citizens and be fully equipped to exercise their rights. This is why raising the next generation can no longer be the responsibility of parents alone. It requires educators, communities, leaders, and innovators to work together in designing a safe digital space. As children grow up with AI, let us commit to a future where technology protects dignity, strengthens trust, and leaves no child behind. Let us remain vigilant, informed, and united in ensuring that innovation and progress always go hand in hand with the protection of human dignity and data rights. Privacy is not here to hinder innovation. It is essential. It is the essential force that moves it forward. And as we move forward, may we always bring with us the lessons from the past. As we continue to live with AI, I invite everyone to continuously reflect on the values that we have learned from our shared experiences today. Question is, should we choose convenience over conscience? Should we sacrifice safety for speed? Should we neglect accountability for automated decision-making? From people to policy, not mere profit. From data protection to wise direction, not digital deception. May we always honor human dignity, move with intent, and embody integrity in all our decisions. On behalf of everyone behind PAW 2026, thank you for your active participation, meaningful contributions, and unwavering support in advancing data privacy awareness in the Philippines. Together, let us move forward with a stronger commitment to building a safer, more privacy-conscious digital nation. At this point, I'd like to request everyone to please give a round of applause for all the employees of the National Privacy Commission. Maraming salamat po. Ay po ang Privacy Awareness Week 2026. And as we conclude this meaningful celebration, I warmly invite everyone to stay and watch the final SDE as we reflect once more on the importance of safeguarding privacy and protecting the rights and dignity of every Filipino. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
This year's PAW conference actually coincides with the 10th anniversary of the National Privacy Commission.
Wishing for a long time, dreaming all my life for it. Walking
Very honored to be cutting the ribbon for this particular event, considering I'm just one of the newly appointed officials of NPC. And part of the burden is to continue on the legacy for the next decade.
I'm into a new height. What you gonna do when they shine a light down on you? What you gonna do when they shine a light down on you?
It is both humbling and deeply meaningful for me to stand before you today as we commemorate 10 years since the establishment of the National Privacy Commission.
The future is golden.
And today we recognize not only your accomplishments, we recognize your resilience, your patience, your professionalism, and your commitment to building trust within your organization.
What you gonna do when they shine a light down on you?
Thank you for proving that privacy and progress can move forward together. Your work inspires others to do better, lead responsibly, and place people at the center of every data-driven decision.
The future is gold. The future is gold.
Let us renew our commitment for the years ahead. Let us continue building a future where innovation is ethical, governance is accountable, and every Filipino's right to privacy remains protected.
The future is golden.
We are gathered not just to celebrate Privacy Awareness Week, but to mark 10 years of the National Privacy Commission, a decade that has shaped, in ways both visible and quiet, how this country thinks about data, dignity, and the rights of every Filipino in the digital world.
Thank you for a fantastic 10 years of vigilance and active protection of our own privacy. And I wish you good luck in the next 10 years. And kung ano pong suporta ang kailangan niyo sa DICT, nandito lang po kami.
The work I have presented this morning is the work of the Commission that has consistently chosen to defend a right that does not always defend itself. We did not slow down through the transition in leadership, and we will not slow down in the years ahead.
I commend the NPC for celebrating Privacy Awareness Week for 10 years of protecting privacy, and I look forward to continuing our partnership and support of the global privacy community. Thank you once again to the NPC and to Commissioner Barcena for your incredible leadership and successes. Pagbati.
And to everyone here, I hope this week gives you something to bring back, a renewed sense of why this work matters and your place within it. Because you have one, each and every one of you. Happy Privacy Awareness Week and a very meaningful 10th anniversary to the National Privacy Commission. 10 years in and still the most important conversation in the room. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
A big thank you to Deputy Privacy Commissioner Bellarmino. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of today's conference. We have explored not only the transformative potential of artificial intelligence, but also the responsibilities that come with it.
That's right. The future of AI will not be shaped by technology alone, but by the choices we make. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you leave with new insights, stronger partnerships, and a renewed commitment to data privacy.
And with that, on behalf of the NPC, thank you to all of our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, and of course, to you, our participants, for being a part of this meaningful exchange. We're so thankful for these past 2 days, and we look forward to more. Just a quick announcement, I guess, for those of you who are waiting for it as well. For those who are requesting a certificate of appearance, please make sure that you are registered and you accomplish the feedback form via the QR code that's going to be on the screen shortly. For online participants, you must be registered. You must have stayed tuned in the meeting for at least 4 hours, and you must complete the same feedback form to be able to receive your certificate of appearance. And once you've submitted the form, we will email you that virtual certificate to the email address that you provided. With that, we wish you all a safe journey home, and we look forward to continuing this conversation with you in the future. Again, my name is Justin Ishak.
And my name is Ashley Tuason, and this has been Privacy Awareness Week 2026. A big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Take care on your way home. Have a great rest of the night. Take care. Ingat!